LoveLore Library. Chapter 331. Chapter 331, I hope it wasn't you. On the face of it, the breakfast was lively, everybody toasted and chit-chat non-stop with the elder. But, in fact, everybody was very depressed and hoped to finish this meal as soon as possible. Qiu Yu, Xia Tian, Qin Feng, follow me to my room. I'm getting old, and I'm sleepy after having some beer. Everyone, please enjoy the meal. Don't mind this old man. Su Qiu Yu and Su Xia Tian hastily stood up, held their grandpa by his left and right arms, and accompanied him to his room. Qin Feng, on the other hand, trailed behind them, protecting the elder. AI. Sighing voices and wailing breaths filled the parlor as soon as the elder left. All of them couldn't accept the fact that the elder had awakened from his coma. They were anxious about what the elder might do after he learned of their attempt to contest over his property. Hee. I'm getting older as well. I'm a little buzzed as I'm overjoyed about Dad's recovery. Help me home, Lu Yan. Everybody, please enjoy the meal. I'm so full. I haven't had a good rest since Dad fell into coma. I can finally rest well tonight. Since second brother and third brother had left, the remaining collateral family members gave various excuses and took their leave one after another. Very soon, the happening, lively parlor fell cold and cheerless. Pfft. Su Hao Nan spewed blood when he arrived at his room. The elder was weak. He just woke up yesterday after Qin Feng had forced some poison out of his body. The elder pushed himself to present a strong and dynamic front at the family feast. Grandpa. Su Qiu Yu and Su Xia Tian were astonished. Both of them rushed forward and helped their grandpa. Su Qiu Yu pulled out her handkerchief to wipe off the blood around his mouth. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'm fine. Su Hao Nan waved his hand and sat on the bed. He was so happy that he even burst out in bubbling laughter. Qin Feng. Thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for you, I can't imagine what those bastards would have done to Qiu Yu and Xia Tian. I treasure these twin sisters the most. Too bad, their parents passed away early. I'd be too ashamed to face my sooner if I failed to take a good care of them. Please lie down, elder. I'll transfer some of my qi into your body to heal you even further. Qin Feng walked over to sit by the bed. Elder Su believed Qin Feng, so he lay down on the bed without the slightest hesitation. Qin Feng held the elder's wrist and started to revitalize his blood qi. On the other hand, the sisters stood behind Qin Feng, weighing him treating their grandpa. The family feast was Qin Feng's idea. He attempted to use the elder's indominant aura to pressure the restless Su family members. Qin Feng's plan was considerate. After all, the Su family members were the twin sisters' relatives and they were just temporarily blinded by the wealth and power. So, Qin Feng simply beat them down instead of punishing them harshly. If the Su family members had any conscience, they would certainly give up their plan and listen obediently to the elder's instructions in the future. This was the result that everybody would like to see. However, if they didn't cherish this opportunity and continued to harm the elder even after he had awakened from his coma, then it was the time for the elder to expel this bunch of ingrates. The elder's face became rosy and he regained most of his vigor after Qin Feng treated him for 30 minutes. However, releasing qi taxed Qin Feng greatly. It was merely 30 minutes and he was bathed in sweat already. Qin Feng, come over here. Let me wipe off your sweat. Su Xia Tian proactively pulled out her handkerchief and helped Qin Feng clean up. Su Xia Tian's action warmed Qin Feng. Seems like helping the twin sisters isn't a waste. After Su Hao Nan's vitality was restored, he looked at Qin Feng and Su Xia Tian with glowing spirits and exclaimed, Fate. This is fate. He then added joyfully, I was worried that Xia Tian wouldn't be able to find a good partner since she's so fierce and willful and nobody can control her. But now, I'm relieved. Look at my good granddaughter's husband. Qin Feng, I really like you a lot. Grandpa. Like a startled deer, Su Xia Tian's face suddenly flushed. She pouted and sneered at Qin Feng. Who wants to marry this rascal? It was just a show, Grandpa. This fellow is a pervert and extremely frivolous. I don't want to marry him. As Su Xia Tian spoke, she buried her head in her sister's arms, snuggling. Both Su Qiuyu and Su Hao Nan cast meaningful smiles at each other when they saw her reaction. Grandpa, Qin Feng helped us a lot this time. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been able to wake up so soon. Su Qiuyu could distinguish right from wrong. She was a grateful person and she acknowledged Qin Feng's contribution. So, she began to praise him before her grandpa. Su Hao Nan nodded his head repeatedly. Indeed, I could tell that Qin Feng is a remarkable and promising young man from the way he handled this incident. Not only did we deter them through the family feast, but it also gave both sides a chance to step down. This will be a tough fight. I earnestly hope the war between Su family members will never happen. Su Hao Nan sighed lightly. It was hard for him to accept being betrayed by his own son. His heart was in so much pain that he felt it was pricked by countless needles. However, I won't back down even if I have to fight. I won't be lenient with them and I will protect Qiuyu and Xia Tian at all costs. Su Hao Nan's countenance changed, his eyes filled with determination. The sisters' eyes reddened. Both of them threw themselves into their grandpa's arms. One of them was a dignified and calm woman while the other was a willful and stubborn woman in other people's eyes. However, from their grandpa's perspective, both of them were little girls who hadn't grown up. Can you promise this elder one thing, Qin Feng? Su Hao Nan patted the twin sister's shoulders lightly and gazed ardently at Qin Feng. If I don't emerge victorious in this internal strife of Su family, can you help me take care of these twin sisters? Qin Feng's eyes instantly brimmed with light. How could he reject this kind of important task? He'd feel embarrassed if he ever rejected it. Don't you worry, elder. I'll take care of the twins forever if anything ever happens to you. Su Qiuyu and Su Xia Tian felt Qin Feng's words were weird. The elder's expression changed slightly. He stroked his beard and laughed suddenly. Ha! That's fine. You must take care of Xia Tian and help me to find a good husband for Qiuyu. Ahem ahem. Yes, yes. I will. Qin Feng noticed this old sly fox had seen through his intention. He felt a little bit awkward. The main reason was because this elder didn't agree to his suggestion. He even intentionally asked Qin Feng to help Su Qiuyu find another man. The moon was hazy, it was early autumn. The autumn wind was soughing through the large Su family mansion, and the compound was cold and silent. In the wee hours, most of the rooms were dark. However, there was one room with its lights on. A plate of snacks was placed on a small table beside Su Hao Nan as he sat by the bed. Meanwhile, the old butler of Su family, Uncle Li, stood on one side silently. As long as the elder didn't speak, he wouldn't take the initiative to break the silence. It was a hard time for you, old Li. Su Hao Nan suddenly smiled at Uncle Li. I faked being sick and rested because I'm tired of handling the Su family's affairs. I'm already a 70-year-old geezer and I feel I'm incapable of taking care of the Su family's business. I'm sorry for keeping you in the dark all this way, old Li. Also, thank you for supporting Qiuyu by handling the household. Uncle Li hastily bowed and replied politely to Su Hao Nan, please don't say that, master. It'll shorten my life. I know my place, master. You have your own notions and I'm merely a servant. I should do my own duty as a servant industriously and conscientiously. What nice words you have there, old Lee. A person should just mind his own business. Hua Yan stroked his beard and said indifferently, I faked being sick because I wanted to see what would become of the family after I've fallen. Their reactions in these 3 months truly break my heart. It's because of all of us uniting as one and working together, only then could the Su family prosper and stand above the masses. But look at my sons now. AI. Let's not talk about them. I'm getting older and I should leave the Su family to the next generation. Do you have any candidate in mind, old Lee? Hua Yan suddenly looked at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee hastily replied, This is a big deal, master. It's better for you to decide. I'm merely a servant of the Su family. No matter who the next head of household will be, I'll serve him or her loyally. Hee. I think Chiu Yu is a good choice. I really wanted to pass this position to her. Hua Yan began to reminisce. How many years have we known each other, old Lee? 46 years. Uncle Lee's countenance became grave. I've been following Master since Master became the head of household. Hua Yan's eyes became hazy and distant, as if he was recalling memories of his youth. It has been 46 years, time sure flies fast. During that time, I was just a playful 23 or 24-year-old brat. Then my dad wanted me to be the next head of household, taking care of the Su family. I wasn't accustomed to it at first and hard-pressed by various kinds of people. AI. Time passes in the blink of an eye. I'm gratified that the Su family hasn't gone downhill under my Hua. You're a great head of household, master. Not only hasn't the Su family gone downhill, it's becoming more prosperous day by day. Uncle Lee fawned over Hua Yan. Trembling with excitement, Hua Yan laughed, haha. Old Lee, now even you have learned how to kiss someone's ass. What I've said is true, master. We can all see your contributions to the Su family. Fine. I feel better after being acknowledged by you. I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon. Old Lee, ask the Qian to prepare a plain noodle soup for me, topped with an egg and veggies. I want to eat a large bowl of it. Understood, master. I'll have the Qian to prepare it for you now. Uncle Lee bowed slightly to Hua Yan and retreated from the room to fei the plain noodle soup. Seeing his back, Hua Yan's eyes brimmed with light. He then murmured to himself, I really hope it isn't you, old Lee. Chapter 332. Chapter 332, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Not long later, Uncle Lee rushed back carrying a bowl of steaming hot, plain noodles. Hua Yan had already eaten all the snacks on the table. When he saw the noodles topped with 2 eggs and covered in Chinese cabbage and green onions, he was so ravenous that he almost drooled. Old Lee, you're finally here. I was so hungry I couldn't wait. I was about to go to the Qian to hurry you up. Hua Yan accepted the bowl of plain noodles and began to take large bites of it. Uncle Lee stood to the side and weighed. I've made Master wait too long. If you think it's not enough, I can tell the chef to make another bowl. Hua Yan took large bites of his noodles while shaking his head. He said, if such a large bowl of noodles isn't enough for me, then I'll really become a pig. Then take your time eating, master. And be careful, it's hot. Uncle Lee bowed slightly and stood to the side. Hua Yan stopped talking and ate the noodles. Uncle Lee didn't say anything else. Hua Yan finished the noodles really quickly, and he even drank all the soup in the bowl. Ah! How refreshing. It really is refreshing. Hua Yan tossed the bowl aside after he finished eating. Then, he shouted with delight, when I was young, I would have needed 3 full bowls to fill me up. Now, I've truly grown old. My appetite wasn't what it used to be. Your appetite is good, master. You can eat even more than me. Uncle Lee took the bowl and said, then I'll go put the bowl away. Rest early, master. Uncle Lee quickly retreated with the bowl. Su Hao Nan washed his face, hands, and legs, then lay on the bed and went to sleep. All the lanterns in the Su family mansion were extinguished, and the only light was that of the cold and cheerless moonlight. A black shadow suddenly leaped out. It squatted outside a room door and picked the door's lock with a long, thin needle. With a crisp click, the door was pushed open and the person in black waited silently at the doorway for a long while. When he was certain there was no danger, he lightly pushed the door open. He entered and shut the door. The person in black had very light movements like a cat. After shutting the door, the shadow flashed and arrived at the bedside. A white-haired elderly man lay peacefully asleep on the bed. It was the Su family's head of household, Su Hao Nan. Whoosh! A dagger suddenly appeared in the man in black's hand and stabbed toward the elder's heart. Su Hao Nan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the face and figure of the person in black, and he internally lamented. Even though the person had his face covered and was dressed in black, even his shoes were black, Su Hao Nan could still recognize him. After all, he was his good servant of 46 years. Su Hao Nan couldn't pretend he couldn't recognize him even if he wanted to. Old Lee, you've really let me down. Su Hao Nan suddenly sat up. The person in black held a dagger with wintry light against his neck. Qin Feng held the dagger with one hand, and the man in black's wrist that was about to stab Su Hao Nan with his other hand, preventing his attack. Su Hao Nan slowly extended his aged, withered hand and grabbed the person in black's face mask. When the mask was removed, the face revealed was the one Su Hao Nan was dreading the most, Uncle Lee. The gloomy yet tranquil moonlight fell on Uncle Lee's face. The face was filled with 100 conflicting emotions. Helplessness, anger, despair, and malevolence all mixed together. This was the first time Su Hao Nan saw so many expressions on Uncle Lee's face. Click. The room light was suddenly switched on, and the blinding light forced Uncle Lee shut his eyes. Su Qiuyu and Su Xia Tian rushed up beside Uncle Lee. Su Qiuyu said nothing. Her eyes were filled with despair. Uncle Lee had made her and her younger sister grow up. In Su Qiuyu's eyes, Uncle Lee was like family. She'd never thought he would ever do this. Su Xia Tian's temper exploded. She now began to throw a flurry of punches and kicks at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee tossed the dagger in his hand to the side and allowed Su Xia Tian to hit him. His face was filled with tears. Xia Tian, stop. Su Hao Nan couldn't sit still and watch the scene, so he urged Su Xia Tian to stop. Old Lee isn't acting of his own volition. Though he stepped on the wrong path, we can't forget the hard work and contributions he made to the Su family. He's still the Uncle Lee in your hearts. However, from here on out, you will no longer have an Uncle Lee. Su Hao Nan waved his hand, and Qin Feng released Uncle Lee. Old Lee, was this worth the trouble? Su Hao Nan's expression was sincere as he looked at Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee choked on his sobs and couldn't say a word. This was the scene he'd been most terrified of experiencing. Actually, I knew I was poisoned long ago, and I suspected you then as well. However, I didn't dare make a move previously, for fear that if a fight began, I'd have to get a hold of some people I would rather die than see again. Uncle Lee couldn't say anything. Su Hao Nan raised his head, looked at the waning moon, and seemed to mumble to himself. Afterwards, I kept putting it off again and again until I collapsed and fell into a coma. If Qin Feng hadn't appeared, you would have won the fight. Qin Feng woke me up, and I was determined to root you cruel people out. If I'd really died, what would have happened to Qiu Yu and Xia Tian, the pitiful children? Old Li. At our ages, what haven't we experienced? You know well that a lot of things are out of our hands at our age. Thus, Qin Feng and I made a plan to prepare a family feast to surprise you all, then harshly beat you up and suppress you. At night, I intentionally called you to my room to show you my lively appearance and intentionally state my intention to pass the head of household position to Qiu Yu. I wanted to make the people backing you anxious. I wanted to make them lose their bearings. As expected, they couldn't wait to kill me. You poisoned the plain noodles, and I ate it all even though I knew it was poisoned, to ease your vigilance and make you negligent. After you left, Qin Feng forced the poison out of my body and told me he was certain you'd come for me again tonight. Thus, he and the two girls stayed in my room. Who would have thought that you'd really come? Su Haonan detailed everything that occurred after he woke up. He detailed the plan between him and Qin Feng. After hearing this, Uncle Li's expression shifted slightly. He looked at Qin Feng several times. I can't believe that we plotted for so long, yet our plan was ruined by a damn brat. Ha! Old Li, I know what you're thinking. Now is the time of the youth. You can't be bitter. Qin Feng is a really outstanding young lad. I've decided to marry Xia Tian to him. Grandpa. Su Xia Tian pursed her lips, looking like she was dissatisfied with her grandfather's decision. Master, please grant me death. Uncle Li suddenly spoke, wanting to die. Disappointment flashed in Su Haonan's eyes. He glared fiercely at Uncle Li. You'd rather die than say who you're working for. Every person has someone who holds information over them. I hope Master will honor my request. Uncle Li's conflicted expression calmed, and his gaze became bleak. He looked like a soulless, empty shell of a person. Old Li. What can I say? I didn't think you'd go first since you're younger than me. Actually, I know who you're working for. When you were putting away the empty bowl, Qin Feng followed you. Go without worry, I'll have people take care of your wife and child. PFFF. Su Haonan's expression suddenly became ferocious. He was a 70-year-old man, but when he was angry, he was like a dangerous beast. Without warning, he picked up the dagger from the ground and ruthlessly stabbed it into Uncle Li's heart. Fresh blood shot out and sprayed Su Haonan. Though Su Haonan's face was covered in blood, he didn't wipe it off. Uncle Li was dead. When he died, he didn't even shout in pain, he just clenched his teeth and held it in. This was all he could do for Su Haonan before he died. He didn't want to shock any other Su family member. He slipped away quietly and allowed the Su family to fight among themselves with regard to the other matters. Once Su Qiu Yu saw this, her lovely eyes became slightly red. She was so startled that she almost shouted aloud. On the other hand, Qin Feng stepped up and covered her mouth. Qin Feng, I'll have to trouble you again tonight. Su Haonan said while looking at Qin Feng. Don't worry, elder. Deeper into the night, I'll go bury him in the mountains and erect a gravestone for him. That way, it'll be convenient for his wife and son to visit him. Su Haonan nodded, gratified. He liked Qin Feng more and more, and he quite wanted to marry both of his granddaughters to him. However, it wasn't for him to determine, he had to ask Qiu Yu what she wanted. Old Li was sacrificed and the person behind the scenes was found. When will this all end? Su Haonan suddenly sighed ruefully. We won't be able to hide Uncle Li's disappearance for very long. We should gather the family clan for a meeting tomorrow and end this, said Qin Feng. How should we handle it? That is your problem, elder. You probably already have a method in mind. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said, I think we should dig up his criminal record and put him in jail for the rest of his life. Su Hao Nan nodded. Then, his expression became solemn. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Different situations call for different measures. Elder was once an all-powerful person. Are you afraid it won't work out? Qin Feng said to Su Hao Nan, smiling. Su Hao Nan stared at Qin Feng and yelled while laughing, "Brat, no one has ever dared to say that I, Su Hao Nan, am afraid of anything. You really are to my liking." Seeing Elder Su's mood improve, Qin Feng lifted Uncle Li and walked nimbly out the door. The red sandalwood scent in the house isn't bad. Qin Feng mumbled this to himself, yet Su Hao Nan came to a sudden realization. A fierce glint appeared in his gaze. Once Qin Feng left, only the elder and the lovely sisters were left in the house. When Uncle Li died before their eyes, the two sisters were frightened. At this time, they dove into their grandfather's embrace and clung tightly to his arms. Su Hao Nan's deep-set eyes were fierce and bright. He had to stand up again and shake up the Su family for his two precious granddaughters. Xia Tian, that guy Qin Feng isn't bad. Stick with him. You can be stubborn about the minor issues, but listen to Qin Feng for the more important ones, said the elder as he lovingly caressed Su Xia Tian's head. Grandpa. I don't want to be with him. Su Xia Tian's charming face flushed. She was as beautiful as the clouds at sunrise. Ha! If Xia Tian really doesn't like Qin Feng, then I'll give Qin Feng your big sister. When the time comes, don't come crying to your grandpa. Su Hao Nan joked. Su Qiu lowered her head slightly, and no one saw the blush that flashed across her features. Then, she lifted her head, smiled, and said, Grandpa, I also think well of Qin Feng with Xia Tian. I won't fight with her. Chapter 333. Chapter 333, The Su Family's Meeting. In the parlor of Su Family Mansion's main building. The Su family's VIPs gathered in the parlor early in the morning. Their countenances were grave, sober, and nervous. This was because everybody noticed that the old butler, Uncle Li, was gone. It wasn't because they valued Uncle Li. It was just that Uncle Li was the one who would bring them water, pour them tea, and perform other services for them whenever they had a family meeting. They were not accustomed to his sudden absence. Old Li took a few days' leave and went back to his hometown. You see, nobody lit the incense after he left. Su Hao Nan, who sat at the head of the big oval-shaped table, suddenly said, Minger, replace the red sandalwood incense at the altar. We need to dissipate the foul odor in this parlor. Okay, Dad. Su Ming got up and went to the altar. There were dozens of drawers under the altar. Su Ming unhesitatingly opened the second drawer in the third row, took the red sandalwood incense, and lit it. When Su Hao Nan and Qin Feng saw his slick as whistle movements, both of them were surprised. Su Hao Nan had called a family meeting early in the morning. All the Su family members sat at the big oval-shaped table. The higher their position, the nearer they sat to Su Hao Nan, while the lower positions sat accordingly. Su Qiu and Su Xia Tian sat beside the elder. Qin Feng didn't take a seat. Instead, he stood behind Elder Su, keep an eye on everybody's actions, guarding the elder and the twin sisters. We had a family feast yesterday morning, and I called for a family meeting this morning. Do any of you have anything to say? Asked Su Hao Nan after Su Ming lit the incense and returned to his seat. Su Hao Nan's complexion was rosy. He was high in spirits. His voice was robust and strong. The rest of the people lowered their heads dispiritedly, refusing to talk. All of them knew the elder was going to punish them by the family laws today. I haven't seen everybody for 3 months. Yesterday I heard you all making a racket at the parlor, so I thought all of you had a lot of things and opinions to say to me. Why are you all remaining silent now? Hua Yan continued after waiting for a few moments. It was dead silent, nobody dared to utter a word. Since neither Su Ming nor Su Hai spoke, how would the rest have the guts to come forward? Su Ming, didn't you want to speak with me? Hua Yan suddenly looked at Su Ming. Su Ming's heart sank. However, he retained calm and frosty. Dad, I came to your room these few days because I wanted to ask Chiao Yu about your condition. I'm worried about your health since I haven't heard from you for 3 months. Hee hee. Well, thanks for your concern. Hua Yan smiled. He turned his head and looked at Su Hai and said, how about you, Higher? Dad. Just like second brother, I'm worried about you. Since Dad has recovered now, I don't have other questions, then, replied Su Hai, smiling. Then I guess everybody is worried about my condition and that's the reason you're all gathered here, right? Hua Yan glanced through the crowd and everybody nodded their heads. Hee hee. I'm so gratified to know that I'm still welcomed by everybody and you're all so concerned about my health. Hua Yan laughed. His countenance suddenly changed, and he switched topics abruptly. Since you have no other questions anymore, then I'll make my announcement now. Effective today, I'll appoint my granddaughter Su Chiao Yu to be the next head of household. I guess all of you have no objection, right? Whoosh. Hua Yan's statement stirred up everybody. Earlier, these people lowered down their heads, afraid to speak. But now, all of them started whispering with one another, discussing Hua Yan's announcement. They all thought the elder did not have much time left, so they had joined forces in order to overthrow Su Chiao Yu. If Su Chiao Yu really became the head of household, they might had a rough time afterward. Su Chiao Yu was renowned as the most talented girl in Sky City, even-handed, viewing issues in black and white. She would never open the net on one side to anyone, regardless of their relationship to her. This kind of person could bring the family soaring into a higher level, but was also the most hated by the family members. What's up? Everybody seems to have an issue with my decision. Hua Yan growled, looking around the table. Dad. Please think it over. How can you decide so casually without discussing it with us beforehand? Su Ming spoke up. He might lose the position if he continued to remain silent. Second brother's right. Dad, choosing an heir affects the future of our Su family. Please don't act before you've thought it through carefully, Dad. When Su Xiatian saw these uncles and aunties looking down at her sister, she didn't conceal her dissatisfaction in the slightest and pouted sullenly. If it weren't for Qin Feng playing his eyes on her, Su Xiatian might have barged in and argued with her second uncle and third uncle already. On the other hand, Su Chiao Yu's countenance was as calm as water, nobody could make out what she felt. Nobody speaks today, and I thought you had no opinion on the matter. So why you're all butting in now? Hua Yan looked at the crowd indifferently. His heart was aching. Chiao Yu must have suffered a lot these 3 months. What did this bunch of ingrates do to my Chiao Yu while I was sick? I decided to appoint Chiao Yu as the head of household after I thinking it through. I'm certain that Chiao Yu's capable of being the head of household. Hua Yan spoke resolutely. Chiao Yu is a woman, Dad. How can you appoint a woman as the head of the Su family? Countered Su Ming, his brows furrowing. That's right, Dad. A married daughter is like water that has been poured. If Chiao Yu becomes the head of household, aren't we handing over the Su family to another person? Dad, the Su family's business is the legacy left by our ancestors. You mustn't do this. Elder, please think twice. Nobody agreed with appointing Su Chiao Yu as the head of household. Hua Yan had long anticipated this situation, so he was calm. Grandpa, I'll remain unmarried for the rest of my life if I become the head of household. Su Qiu-yu's tepid voice wafted over and struck everybody like a bolt of lightning. The quiet ones always snuck up to you. This woman was indeed the #1 noble beauty of Sky City. Su Qiu-yu would amaze everyone once she spoke. Su Qiu-yu would remain unmarried for the rest of her life. This meant she would remain a member of the Su family and the Su family wouldn't be taken by an outsider. She shattered everybody's doubts and dissolved their attacks with simple words. In addition, I'll pick my successor from both the main and collateral members of the Su family. After I retire from my position, I'll make him the next head of household. So, the descendants of both the main and collateral families will have an equal opportunity to fight for the position. Another storm of thunder crashed down on them. Su Qiu-yu's speech was lethal, especially to those members of the main Su family. She devastated them. Descendants of main and collateral members would have equal chances to vie for the head of household. It was such an enticing condition. Those collateral members' eyes brimmed with light as their hearts began to waver. Before, all of them objected to Su Qiu-yu to being the head of household. But now, some of them swayed sides. This was because their descendants might have the opportunity to become the next head of household if Su Qiu-yu became the successor. This was a thing hadn't occurred to them last time. I strongly recommend Qiu-yu as my successor. I'll step down if she becomes the head of household today. So from now on, the Su family will be hers to command. She's the boss. Su Haonan's attitude acted on the collateral family members like a shot of adrenaline. Those restless stepped forward and made their stand. Elder, the Su family flourished and created countless legends under your leadership throughout these years. Your vision must be keener than ours. Since you think Qiu-yu is a good choice to be the head of household, I don't have any objection anymore. I support your decision. Elder, I think Qiu-yu is good as well. Before Big Brother Su Sun passed away, he was acknowledged by everyone as the next head of household. Unfortunately, that car accident happened. I think it's fine to let Big Brother Su Sun's daughter be the next head of household. Among the 50 Su family relatives, half of them sided with Su Qiu-yu. The other half wanted to switch sides to stand with Su Qiu-yu, but since they had made a pact with Su Ming or Su Hai to get their profit shares, they wouldn't step forward readily until the last moments. To add, the Su family's business has prospered for more than a century. How could we leave such a large family clan in the hands of Qiu-yu because of her oath? She said she will remain unmarried for the rest of her life. Can we really believe in her? Do you all believe that she will really give the descendants from collateral families a chance to vie for the head of household? Seeing the tide starting to turn, Su Ming hastily added, "It's obvious she'll promise anything in order to become the head of household." Su Hai sided with his second brother, arguing, "Dad, let's set aside whether should we nominate a woman as the next head of household. Let's talk about whether Qiu-yu is fit to be the head of household." The Su family's business is in turmoil and has been declining sharply these 3 months when you were bedridden, Dad. During this time, it was Qiu-yu who presided over the Su family's business. The whole Su family is in total chaos. Besides, almost every industry the Su family has involved in is affected. Some small industries couldn't bear the losses and collapsed. I estimate our Su family has lost roughly 2 million yuan in these 3 months. And this is the loss after second brother and I assisted Qiu-yu. I can't imagine what will happen to the Su family once Qiu-yu becomes the head of household. To add, you must reconsider the matter. Chapter 334. Chapter 334, Head of Household Qiu-yu. During the 3 months that Su Qiu-yu was the acting head of household, every sector of the Su family business really had declined. However, Su Qiuyu knew exactly why. And everyone in the Su family knew as well. Second uncle, third uncle, I didn't plan on bringing this up earlier, so I was going to let it slide. But since you brought it up, I'll evaluate it with you all. Su Qiuyu suddenly stood up. She had come today bearing a stack of documents, and she tossed it on the table. She took one of the reports and began to read the information aloud. Kairui Leather Factory, Chairman Lu Yun, 5 million yuan in losses over 3 months, currently shut down. Lu Yun has disappeared, but the day before his disappearance, he secretly met with someone from the Su family. Rui de Distribution, Chairman Ma Xing, 12 million yuan in losses over 3 months, still barely accepting orders. It originally had a large quantity of orders to deliver, but Ma Xing instructed that the monthly orders could not exceed 1 million. The research indicates that Ma Xing has an extremely close relationship with a Su family member sitting here right now. Beihai Real Estate, Chairman Zhang Haichang, almost 100 million yuan in losses over 3 months. They are specifically investing in mansions developed on abandoned wastelands, and this was done without my approval. Now, Zhang Haichang is missing. Before he went missing, he had a close relationship with a Su family member sitting here. Su Qiuyu's figure was tall and proud, with curves in all the right places. Today, she dressed professionally in a pantsuit and stood tall and straight in front of the spectators like a beautiful chairman. She held tens of these reports that detailed the losses and bankruptcies in the past 3 months. The reports explained the losses, and the most startling were the reasons for the losses. Practically all the chairmen of the companies that shut down had close relations with a particular Su family member, and it was obvious that the results were premeditated. After the Su elder fell ill, the Su family members had colluded against Su Qiuyu. They purposely did things behind the scenes to make various sectors of the Su family business decline and force Su Qiuyu out of her position by blaming her for failing to properly manage the company. Su Qiuyu read each report, and the Su family members' expressions became unsettled. Quite a few of them began to sweat. At this point, Su Qiuyu hadn't reported anyone's names, but everyone knew the names were printed clearly on the reports. Su Qiuyu didn't say the names aloud to give everyone present one more chance to return to the fold. Bang! Once Su Qiuyu finished speaking, Su Haonan slammed the table and stood. His expression was fierce, and the veins in his forehead bulged. His deep-set eyes raked over everyone present, and a cold fierceness glinted in them. Sinners! You're all sinners. I was gone for a mere 3 months and the Su family has come to this. If I didn't come back, then the Su family would have fallen to the likes of you. You say Su Qiuyu's not capable enough, and you discriminate against her based on gender. Have any of you truly helped her or listened to her instructions? In Qiuyu's eyes, you're all dear aunts and uncles. What is Qiuyu in your eyes? Her parents died early, so you should all treat her like your own daughter. Now, I'm set on passing Qiuyu the head of household position. If anyone is dissatisfied with this, stand up and tell me. Su Haonan's speech was bone-chilling. In the large parlor, only he and Qin Feng were standing. Dad, I can do whatever Qiuyu can do. Su Ming stood up. And I can also do whatever second brother can. Su Hai got to his feet as well. Su Haonan was in no hurry to speak to his sons. He waited a long while, and when no one else stood up, he looked thoughtfully at his 2 sons and asked, "Can you 2 really do what Qiuyu can?" "As long as it's regarding business, I can do whatever Qiuyu can." All in all, Qiuyu is a girl. It's not that we're sexist, but the Su family tradition is to pass the head of household position only to men, not women. Su Ming spoke as though he had something up his sleeve. Dad. Second brother's business abilities are inferior to mine, please reconsider. It had already come to this, so Su Hai didn't beat around the bush. He clearly expressed his intentions to fight Su Ming for the head of household position. Then if you two can't do something Chiu Yu has, will you agree to let the lass become the head of household? Su Hao Nan looked domineeringly at his two sons. The two of them hesitated briefly, then nodded simultaneously. But if there's nothing Chiu Yu has done that we can't do, then she loses her right to continue fighting for the position. I hope you'll cancel your previous decision, Dad. After receiving his son's definite responses, Su Hao Nan suddenly smiled brightly. Xia Tian, go outside with Qin Feng to welcome our important guests. Yes, Grandpa. Xia Tian went up to Qin Feng, stared at him to emphasize her distaste, then grabbed his arm and walked outside with him. Their sudden actions gave Su Hai and Su Ming a bad premonition. What kind of important guests would be at our doorstep? Qin Feng and Xia Tian weren't gone for long before they returned again. However, 4 more handsome men with an air of nobility came in behind them. After seeing these 4 people, the Su family members in the parlor were startled. Su Hai and Su Ming were even more stunned. They never thought that these 4 would rush over the Su household at this time. The people that came were Sky City's 4 talents. Jiang Manhong, Xiao Yuxing, Li Yang, Wen Su, they all stood in a row with their heads high and chests puffed out. They all wore polite smiles and looked at the audience. Xia Tian called the 4 people over, and the Su family members had their answer. They never thought this girl, Su Qiuyu, was so sophisticated and had planned so far ahead. Not only did she have information about everyone plotting behind her back, she also secretly formed relationships with 4 of Sky City's largest families. This woman really couldn't be underestimated. Jiang Manhong is here to greet Elder Su. Zhao Yuxing is here to greet Elder Su. The 4 talents all took turns paying their respects to Su Haonan. The Su elder smiled and waved. You are guests, don't be so polite. May I ask why you have come today? Xia Tian asked the 4 talents to come because she had blackmail material on them. Now, when these 4 saw Xia Tian, they were as frightened as mice upon seeing a cat. They didn't know that the Su family was in the middle of a clan meeting, much less know that there was internal strife in the Su clan. They were forced here by Xia Tian to say that they would work closely with Su Qiuyu in the future and to promote her as the head of household. Elder, if we 4 have disturbed you by visiting so presumptuously today, please forgive us. Zhao Yuxing stepped up as the 4 talent spokesperson. When they saw so many people gathered in the Su mansion's parlor, they were so frightened that their legs trembled. Zhao Yuxing suspected that Xia Tian tricked them. This she-devil wouldn't have called everyone over to the Su household to play the recording, would she? If this was really the case, Zhao Yuxing suspected they wouldn't be able to walk out of the mansion's doors alive. We came here today mainly to submit a request. We 4 talents are here as representatives of our family clans to request that you pass the head of household position to Miss Su Qiuyu. From here on out, our 4 family clans will stand behind Su Qiuyu and give our all to follow her lead. Surrender. These 4 talents are here to surrender to the Su family. To surrender to Su Qiuyu. Zhao Yuxing had just finished speaking, but the Su family members couldn't hide their shock, and a wave of discussion arose. Su Ming and Su Hai were still standing, and their expressions changed continuously. They were utterly stunned, looking as though their souls had left their bodies. Ever since the Su elder fell ill, the 2 sent people to shadow Su Qiuyu's every move. When did she join hands with the 4 talents? This was completely impossible. Seeing that his 2 sons were stunned, Su Haonan laughed coldly. Now, you know how far you are from Qiuyu, right? Qiuyu was able to gather these 4 large families and make them work closely with the Su household. Which of you 2 can do this? Now I'm going to make Su Qiu my successor and the new head of household. What do you have to say in opposition to this? Su Ming and Su Hai had no counter because they were so stunned that they couldn't say anything. Elder, you still seem to have some family matters to deliberate, so we four will take our leave. The four talents didn't dare linger in the Su home for too long. They were still confused. Qin Feng used the four of them as pawns to help support Su Qiu. Now that they had fulfilled their purpose, Su Haonan didn't keep them. He waved his hand and sent them away. After the four talents left, the Su parlor was left in a frigid atmosphere. Su Ming and Su Hai sat back down with horrendous expressions. Now that Su Ming and Su Hai have no objections, Su Qiu is the new head of household. I'm very gratified at the results. Su Haonan had Su Qiu stand. He removed a jade ring from his injured hand and placed it in Su Qiu's hand. Qiu, starting from today, I'm abdicating. In the future, the Su family will be in your hands. This ring is a family heirloom passed down from your ancestors. Take good care of it. In the future, all Su family members must heed your orders, no matter what, and cooperate with you in developing the Su family business. If you find someone with an errant heart, a Su family member that doesn't give their all for the family, then you have the right to evict them from the mansion. From then on, those people will have nothing to do with the Su family. Though Su Haonan looked at Su Qiu when he spoke, these words were for all Su family members present. Head of household Su Qiu is mighty. Under Su Qiu's lead, the Su family will prosper. Someone already stood up to cheer for Su Qiu. Then, more and more people got to their feet. Now, the head of household was set. They all quickly swayed sides to the one with more power. It was survival of the fittest. No one wanted to be engulfed in the bloodshed of an internal war. Chapter 335. Chapter 335, CA A Turtle in a Jar. The election for head of household had ended. The parlor was now empty as everyone had left. Su Haonan, Qin Feng, and the twin sisters gathered in Su Haonan's room. The election ceremony for head of household ended well, and all of them were rapturous with the outcome. Come over here, Xia Tian. Please help me throw away the red sandalwood incense at my bedside. Su Haonan became gloomy when he looked at the altar. Grandpa. Our servant just changed the red sandalwood in the altar not long ago. There's still so much left. Su Xia Tian pouted while clinging to her grandpa's arm. Su Qiu pinched her sister's cheek and said softly, "My dear little sister, just do what grandpa has asked." After glaring at Qin Feng, Su Xia Tian reluctantly got to her feet, walked to the altar, and went off to dispose of the remaining red sandalwood. This rascal has not contributed since he came to our house. Grandpa, big sister, let's kick him out today. Su Haonan and Su Qiu were tickled by Su Xia Tian's lovely appearance when she grumbled. After Su Xia Tian left the room, the elder's countenance suddenly sank. He gazed at Su Qiu and asked, "So, Qiu, you know as well." Su Qiu was an observant woman. She'd noticed that the elder intentionally asked her second uncle to lit the incense this morning when they were having the family meeting in the parlor. And now, the first thing her grandpa did on entering his room was to replace the incense beside his bed. So she concluded that something was dubious about the incense from these two things. As a core member of our Su family, it's obvious that second uncle will never perform a menial job like burning the incense personally. However, he was able to locate the drawer that has the red sandalwood incense out of a dozen drawers. It's suspicious that he knows the exact location of that incense. After Su Qiu spoke her mind, she then continued unruffled, "Could it be you suspect there's something wrong with the incense, Grandpa?" So that's the reason why Grandpa changed the red sandalwood incense at your bedside once you got back. Extremely surprised by Su Qiu-yu's analysis, Su Hao Nan looked at Su Qiu-yu and nodded his head, gratified. Good. Excellent. Qiu-yu indeed is meticulous and attentive to details. I'm so relieved to have passed the head of household position to you. Yes, you're right. The incense is the main problem, and that's what Qin Feng hinted at me when he left last night. I was just suspicious at that time, but my suspicion was proven to be correct during the family meeting this morning. This red sandalwood incense was given by your second uncle. It released a tasteless and colorless poisonous gas whenever I burned it. I sleep in this room every day, so I inhaled the fragrance infused with this poisonous gas every day. Do you think I can still stay healthy that way? AI. Life is full of uncertainties. I never imagined the two sons that I raised with bitter hardship would try to kill me behind my back. One of them asked Old Li to drug my meals, while the other fiddled with my incense. Qiu-yu, if it wasn't for you bringing Qin Feng back in time, I might have returned to the Western Paradise already. The Su family would also be in complete chaos by now. Su Hao Nan was affected deeply by this internal strife and hidden patricide. Originally, he had been reluctant to pass the head of household position to Su Qiu-yu because she was a woman and she was still young. However, the elder decided not to trouble himself anymore after this incident, so he officially passed the position to Su Qiu-yu in front of everybody once he awakened. Su Qiu-yu's countenance changed slightly at the elder's words and she took a peek at Qin Feng. Su Qiu-yu had never expected a frivolous and perverted man like Qin Feng to be savvy, always having plans a couple of steps ahead of everybody. Most of the problems that had been overlooked by Grandpa and herself couldn't escape his discerning eyes. It was he who had solved them. She was naturally an icily arrogant woman and she'd set her sights high. Indeed, she was fit to be a prideful queen as she was renowned as Sky City #1 noble beauty. There were very few people her age whom she had taken a liking to. Those idle dandies and hedonist young masters, in particular, disappointed her very much. Now, a handsome man with hidden talents, brave and astute, suddenly appeared before her. On top of that, both of them were of similar age, had extraordinary appearances, and were brimming with talents. It was something rare and worth celebrating. However, once she thought about how this man belonged to her sister, Su Qiu-yu had mixed feelings, both gratitude and loss roiling within her. Grandpa. Next time, donkey work like pouring the ashes, you should ask Qin Feng to perform it. He isn't one of us whatsoever, you can just order him like a servant. Puffing with anger, Su Xiatian returned to the room after she finished the task requested by her grandpa. Su Hao Nan pampered this willful and mischievous granddaughter the most. He pulled her into his arms and stroked her silky hair. Silly little girl. Sooner or later, Qin Feng is going to be one of us. You must cherish him greatly in the future after you get married. Qin Feng's an outstanding young man. If you always order him around and scold him, he might dump you in the end and go for another prettier and more obedient girl. Su Xiatian instantly widened her eyes as big as saucers, and glared glacially at Qin Feng. I dare him to dump me. If he really did, I'd destroy him. Su Xiatian realized she was acting weird after she finished speaking. Blushing, she hastily yelled, "Pooh pooh pooh. When did I agree to marry him? He'll never be one of the Su family members, and I'll never settle for a rascal like him." Su Xiatian was a source of amusement for Su Hao Nan and Su Qiu-yu. Both of them were tickled pink by her chirps and tweets. Even Qin Feng was charmed by her cuteness and willfulness. If it wasn't for the presence of the elder, Qin Feng might have already darted forward to hug and kiss her. On this side, the four of them were laughing and talking cheerfully, having won the first battle. However, the atmosphere was below zero in the parlor of a private villa. This villa was the residence of Su Qiu-yu's third uncle, Su Hai. He was supposed to be treated like a local despot in his house, but at this moment, he acted like a servant, standing by a tea table and trembling in fear. On the sofa sat a black-robed old man with a big straw hat on his head. Nobody could see his face as it was covered by a black veil. "Master, I failed." Su Hai lowered his head like an errant kid. "My dad has awakened already. He called a family meeting this morning and nominated that by Su Qiu as the next head of household. So, what should we do now?" "Idiot. What a useless fathead." The elder's voice was profound and distant, as if carried from a very far place. "How could you not accomplish a simple task like that? You know you've wasted half a year of my time. I would have done the job myself if I had known you're such an incompetent bungler earlier. If I acted personally, the Su family would already be in my hands by now." The elder was mad. He even shattered the ashtray on the tea table. The eyes behind that black veil glittered like a venomous snake's, glaring at Su Hai. "I order you to kill that old man tonight. Don't ever appear alive before me if you fail." The elder gave his order. Su Hai was so afraid that he felt weak in the knees. By the time he raised his head to beg the elder had already gone, and there was no one left on the sofa. Came without shadow, left without footprints. This elder was really an otherworldly master. Su Hai had first encountered the elder half-year ago. It was he who approached Su Hai. The elder had given some poisonous powder to Su Hai during their first meeting. He told Su Hai to put the poisonous powder in Su Hao Nan's meals and Su Hao Nan would die mysteriously within 3 months. Nobody would be able to interpret or analyze the ingredients of the poison and none of the doctors in this world could save Su Hao Nan. This was because the poison was a proprietary prescription developed by the elder's secret sect. How could an outsider detoxify it? At the same time, the elder had promised Su Hai that once Su Hao Nan was dead, he would utilize the power of his sect to help Su Hai reign over the Su family. After that, both of them would collaborate for mutual success. Originally, the plan was carried out smoothly in accordance with the elder's demands. Elder Su was going to die and the head of household position was within Su Hai's reach. However, Su Hai never expected that Qin Feng would butt in halfway and screw up all his plans. Su Hai went weak at the knees, and he knelt on the floor. It was a tough decision. He was struggling in his heart. Either he or his dad had to die. Most people are selfish when it comes to their survival. Some even discard their humanity and kill their own brothers and parents without any remorse. In Su Hai's case, he had made his choice 3 months ago, to set up and kill his own father. It was natural for him to make his move tonight and finish this filthy conspiracy once and for all. Night had fallen, and the Su family's mansion fell into a pool of silence. A shadow suddenly emerged. He wore all black night-walking clothing, even his face was covered by a black mask. He held a dagger in his hand, which glinted coldly, and he was closing on Su Hao Nan's room, step by step. All the rooms had their lights turned off, including Su Hao Nan's room. It was in complete darkness. The man in black stopped at the door for a moment. He slowly opened the door and snuck into Su Hao Nan's room after he ascertained that there were no threats. On the large wooden bed, Su Hao Nan was sleeping on his back. His breathing was smooth and he seemed to have fallen into deep sleep. Suddenly, a malicious expression flashed across the man's eyes. He then held his dagger tightly and thrust it at Su Hao Nan. Clack! The room door opened once again before the dagger could fall on Su Hao Nan. Although the sound was soft, the man in black heard it. Startled, he hastily pulled back his dagger and hid behind the door. Soon after, another man in black night-walking clothing entered the room. Just like the previous person, he observed the surroundings first and then brandished his vegetable knife directly at Hua Yan without a slight hesitation. Thump! Before the second man in black's vegetable knife could reach its target, the room door was suddenly shut. At the same time, the lights in the room were switched on. Both men in black who had adjusted to the darkness were suddenly dazzled by the daylight brightness and couldn't open their eyes. They instinctively covered their eyes with their hands and peered between their fingers at their surroundings. Their hearts were in their throats as soon as they glanced around the room. They were so frightened that they almost fell to the floor. Hua Yan, who was supposedly sleeping on the bed, had awakened and sat up on the bed. He was staring at them relentlessly. While Su Qiuyu and Su Xiatian guarded the elder on his left and right, respectively, Qin Feng stood at the door and blocked their only escape route. This was clearly a well-planned scheme to pull the snake out of its hole, to see a turtle in a jar. Chapter 336. Chapter 336, Seeing the Yin-Yang Elders Again. They're here. They really came. The elder looked at the two men in black standing before him, and his eyes filled with disappointment. Su Qiuyu guessed their identities from their appearance. Deep within her lovely eyes, there was a hint of helplessness. On the other hand, Su Xiatian was clueless about the situation. Qin Feng conceived the plan, but no one told Su Xiatian, because they were worried that the stubborn lass wouldn't be able to control her anger and that she'd run up to their enemies to gloat. "Hey! Who are you two? How dare you come kill my grandpa? You must be tired of living." Su Xiatian scowled with her hands on her hips. She appeared so comical that Qin Feng wanted to laugh. The expression of the second man in black that came in changed dramatically. He still didn't know that the other intruder had the same motive as him. When he looked over the other person's body, the man in black smiled evilly. He knew who the other person was. "Su Hai, Su Ming, stop hiding. I knew that it was you two evil creatures a long time ago. I didn't want to take action previously to give you an opportunity for a fresh start, but not only did you not change, you wanted to harm me time and time again. Now you're even acting personally." As Hua Yan spoke, even he didn't know what he was feeling. The two men in black trembled slightly, then removed their masks. The first to enter had been Su Hai, who now stood by the door. The second to enter had been Su Ming, who currently stood by the elder's bedside. Since they'd been discovered, they were much more relaxed. Su Ming's expression was malicious as he glared at Hua Yan and roared, "Give me an opportunity to start anew. How could you say that? If you really gave us a chance, you should have given us the head of household position. Right from the start, you passed it to a girl and a cheat. You asked for it. Oh, Su Ming, Su Ming. Seems that you're still blinded by money. Do you think I really gave the position to Qiuyu due to personal considerations? You two can't even compare to Qiuyu in open-mindedness. If we're talking about character, you two have none to speak of. If we're talking about intelligence and capability, you both still lose to Qiuyu. Tell me, did I not give you opportunities, or did you not give yourselves a fighting chance?" Hua Yan sighed ruefully. "When Su Sun was still here, I passed the head of household position to him. However, good things never last. Su Sun and Wanner died in a car accident. Now, what's wrong with passing the position to Su Sun's daughter?" Su Qiuyu's lovely eyes couldn't help but redden as she thought about her parents. Su Xiatian had just regained her senses because she hadn't known that these two men in black, who wanted to kill her grandfather, were her second and third uncles. She had known that her uncles were bad, but she hadn't thought they were this bad. Beasts! Bastards! I can't believe I usually call you second and third uncle. You even want to kill Grandpa. I'll kill you too, bastards. Su Xiatian lost control. She waved her small pink fists and rushed at Su Ming. Su Ming grabbed Su Xiatian and pulled her into his arms. A sharp vegetable knife was pressed tightly to her pale neck. Stupid girl, if you fucking mess around, I'll slit your throat. Su Ming spoke coldly toward Su Xiatian. The sharp knife drew blood. Su Ming, you bastard. Move that knife away right now. Xiatian's parents died early, she's pitiful enough. How can you not just let her off? Su Haonan became frantic. He would rather die than see the two girls suffer. Ha! Ha ha ha! Su Ming suddenly laughed maniacally, and his eyes became bloodshot. He was like a fierce beast. That bastard Su Sun died well. Death can't even wipe out his crimes. Say, why didn't he check the brakes before driving? Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. He was smart his whole life, but a fool during this one instance. Su Ming went a bit crazy and he said a bunch of nonsensical things. However, when Su Qiuyu and Su Haonan heard these words, their expressions changed dramatically. You deliberately killed my parents, didn't you? You did something to my father's car brakes. Su Qiuyu never felt such violent emotion before. She began to tremble uncontrollably, and tears streamed from her eyes. That's right. Your father took my spot as head of household, so it was only natural for me to kill him. Right. The idiot behind me knew as well. At the time, we colluded to get rid of your father. Su Ming smiled more and more crazily and the vegetable knife in his hand trembled. The knife was extremely sharp, and several cuts appeared on Su Xiatian's neck. Small drops of blood trickled down. Su Xiatian seemed not to feel the pain. She didn't even furrow her eyebrows. Her head was filled with Su Ming's demonic laughter and memories of her parents' smiling faces from her childhood. So it was you. So you murdered my parents. I'll kill you. Su Xiatian suddenly went crazy. She cared nothing for the sharp vegetable knife on her neck. She shoved Su Ming away and kicked him desperately. You ass, I'll stab you to death first. Su Ming's expression became cold, and he slashed the vegetable knife at Su Xiatian's lovely face. Since the elder and the two sisters had to die today, there was no way Su Ming would hold back. Little sis, be careful. Xiatian, run. When Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu saw the sharp vegetable knife nearing Su Xiatian's large eyes, they almost fainted in fright. A black shadow flashed past. Qin Feng grabbed Su Xiatian's small waist with one arm, then turned and kicked Su Ming in the stomach. Bang! This kick was ruthless, sending Su Ming into the air. He crashed heavily into a row of bookshelves, which all came tumbling down. You two heartless bastards. We don't need the elder to lift a finger today. I'll teach you two a lesson on behalf of Qiuyu and Xiatian. Qin Feng didn't hold back when kicking. With a slight shove, he pushed Su Xiatian toward the elder and Su Qiuyu, then arrived before Su Hai. A single palm strike sent Su Hai into the air as well. Su Hai fell right beside Su Ming. Boom! Su Hai had just landed when Qin Feng appeared before him again and stomped on his shin. With a gotcha, Su Hai's shin snapped into pieces. Su Hai howled in pain incessantly. You're not a kid anymore, why are you using a vegetable knife to scare little sister Xiatian? Do you want to die? Qin Feng lifted Su Ming and slapped him twice. Rather than sleeping during the wee hours of the morning, you've come to kill the elder, are you sick? After the two slaps, Qin Feng kicked twice. His leg strength was not like normal people's, and when his kicks connected, blood gushed out of Su Ming's mouth. And you've snuck into the room as well, but not only are you too afraid to kill the man, you don't even have the guts to capture either of the girls. You're not even as good as that asshole. Qin Feng alternated his attacks between the two. When he saw that Su Ming was almost knocked unconscious, he tossed him to the side to let him breathe. Then, he lifted Su high and treated him to a flurry of punches and kicks. Su Haonan and the sisters were awestruck by Qin Feng's dominance and strength. In particular, the two sisters looked fawningly at Qin Feng. They thought to themselves, if that man could be mine alone, then I would never have to worry about being mistreated by anyone ever again. Qin Feng was attacking happily, while the sisters and elder waited, venting their anger, when two gusts of ill wind wafted in. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he tossed the two men on the floor behind him. Everyone, be careful. Right after tossing the men, he arrived by the elder and sisters with a tap of his foot. He shielded them and looked toward the doorway in alarm. Bang! The four mahogany sliding doors of the room were shoved open, and an enormous qi flow sent the doors flying in the air. Even Su Ming and Su Hai, whom Qin Feng had tossed in that direction, were sent flying back with the doors. The violent wind swept up a cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the doorway. When the dust cleared, two old men appeared in the room. They wore black robes, and straw hats hid their faces. A strange herbal smell wafted from their bodies, and their figures were stooped, forming strange shapes. Su Ming and Su Hai lay at their feet, but when they saw the two elders, they jumped up with glee. These two were the people backing them. It's you two. Qin Feng's expression stiffened. A formidable enemy had arrived. He knew these two people. They were the Yin-Yang elders he'd met while wakeboarding when he took Bai Qin to her class reunion at the mountain resort. At the time, these elders wanted Qin Feng to give up the 100-year blood lotus, and they tried to kill Qin Feng. If Black Turtle hadn't appeared and attacked the two men afterwards, and forced them to run away, Qin Feng wouldn't have survived. At this time, Qin Feng had broken through to Stage 4 external abilities and Stage 3 inner qi. But faced the two elders again, he still wasn't confident of winning. These two were unfathomable experts. Qin Feng still had trouble determining the extent of their abilities. Qin Feng, it's been a while. You're going to die today. The Yin-Yang elders looked at Qin Feng and gave him strange smiles. The last time they met at the mountain resort, their skin had been corroded by Black Turtle's venom bubbles, and they'd also sustained internal injuries. They had to retreat into seclusion to recover, and just as they emerged from their seclusion, they encountered Qin Feng again. They were absolutely elated. When enemies meet, they see red. Qin Feng saw red, but not the red of anger, the red of nervousness. He knew he was still no ma for one of the Yin-Yang elders, much less the two of them together. As such, he came to terms with his fate. He only hoped that he could stall for time to allow the beautiful sisters and the Su elder to escape. Chapter 337. Chapter 337, Activate. Vijra Asitari. Why are you still standing here, Qin Feng? Hurry up and teach those two traitors a lesson. And these two freaky geezers over here, I hate them. Help me slap their faces until I can't recognize them. Su Xia Tian's savage and bossy voice rang out right when Qin Feng was about to urge them to leave. Qin Feng spun his head around and looked at this empress, the corner of his mouth chewing vigorously. After that, he yelled at Su Haonan, elder, bring the twins with you and run, now. Su Xia Tian was willful, but Su Qiuyu and Su Haonan were calm and collected. Their hearts sank when they heard Qin Feng's request. After hesitating for a moment, Hua Yan hugged the twin sisters and gazed at Qin Feng. Let's leave our fate to God. We won't leave without you. We wouldn't ask to be born on the same day, but we should die together on the same day. After all, we're family. Suddenly, the yin-yang elders sneered, haha. It's so touching that tears are falling from our eyes. At the same time, the faces of Su Ming and Su Hai, who stood beside them, were clouded with confusion. The brothers exchanged glances, spun aside, and looked at their respective mentors. They asked a silly question simultaneously. Master, could it be the two of you know each other? Could it be the two of you know each other? Ha! The yin-yang elders were thrilled to bits by their question. They laughed for a brief moment before looking at Su Hai and Su Ming. Of course we know each other. Our relationship is as close as brothers. He is Elder Yin, and I'm Elder Yang. We belong to the Poison Sect and the two of us are the guardians of the Poison Sect. The name of the Poison Sect has spread far and wide in the martial arts world. We're famous for our prowess in developing various kinds of strange poisons and miracle drugs used for breaking through when cultivating martial arts. Since the Su family has its roots in the pharmaceutical field, we set our sights on the Su family and approached you two idiots. 6 months ago, we learned that the family heirloom of your Su family is the rare 100-year blood lotus. So I got close to you and my junior proposed himself to your little brother, Su Hai. We approached you two as different entities, enticed you two to harm that stupid geezer concurrently and help you to take over the Su family's business. Do you understand now? You're merely a pawn. No matter who eventually became the head of household, you would be tied to us and become our puppet to control the Su family. It's just that both of you are such disappointments. Anyway, we have a new target now. These two charming beauties can be our prisoners. Since you now understand, then die. Crackle. Yin Elder and Yang Elder extended their hands and clawed Su Hai's and Su Ming's necks and snapped their necks with little to no effort. Their death was tragic, their eyes bulged and their mouths gaped wide, their visages were vile. They died with unfinished business. Ha! It's your turn now, Qin Feng. Last time, you ridiculed and toyed us like stupid bastards at the ocean. I'm going to see what kind of trick you can pull off now. As soon as the yin-yang elders finished speaking, they thrust their palms at Qin Feng at the same time. 2 persons, 2 palm strikes, one aimed at the left and one aimed at the right. Looking like 2 dead twigs, those palms were dark and full of wrinkles. Naturally, those palms were harmless. But Qin Feng suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis before they could reach him. Rumble. 2 palms landed precisely on Qin Feng's pecs, and the collision released a loud explosion. Qin Feng wanted to evade their attacks but his opponents were too fast. He hadn't reacted yet when their strikes landed on him. By the time he looked at the yin-yang elders again, they'd returned to the doorway as if they'd never moved at all. Pfft. Somebody spewed blood. However, it wasn't Qin Feng but the yin-yang elders. They even lifted the black veils covering their faces to glare fixedly at Qin Feng, their eyes reminiscent of sinister serpents. Their disfigured faces, which crawled with countless wrinkles like burned scars, were hideous. They never expected Qin Feng to be able to withstand their strikes and still remain unscathed. Besides, what is the thunderous chi bursting from his body? What is this little brat's actual strength? The yin-yang elders' hearts were filled with questions, but so was Qin Feng's. He was even more confused than they were. He felt death the moment he was struck and he thought he'd died already. He never imagined a stream of chi would suddenly spurt from his body and repel Yin elders and Yang elders' attacks. The chi was frantic and barbarous, even Qin Feng was startled by it. He pondered within himself, when did I become this powerful? Rest assured, Master. That chi was triggered by the Vidrasitary. Little Pig's voice suddenly echoed. The Vidrasitary. That sovereign-grade skill that Qin Feng acquired not long ago. Even now, Qin Feng still hadn't figured out how to use the skill. However, it seemed that it was a supreme passive defensive skill. The Vidrasitary is a passive defensive sovereign-grade skill. When Master's life is in great danger, the Vidrasitary will be triggered passively to protect Master from any attack. That's so cool. It feels like I'm cheating. By the way, does this mean I'm immortal now? Qin Feng was so excited that he almost screamed. When he realized he was indestructible, he wasn't afraid of those two old birds anymore. He swaggered toward the Yin-Yang elders with his head high and chest puffed out. As he was about to taunt them, Little Pig's voice resounded once again. Actually, Master, it's not cheating. The Vidrasitary has a buffering period. The Vidrasitary consumes a large amount of inner chi every time it's activated. So Master's inner chi is rock bottom now, and I think Master will need to rest a few months before you can trigger the Vidrasitary again. In other words, these two monsters can easily whack me with a single palm. I presume a finger is more than enough to retire Master from the fight. Qin Feng quickly retreated before he arrived in front of the Yin-Yang elders. Rascal! You faked your strength last time. The Yin-Yang elders stared viciously at Qin Feng. They were startled by Qin Feng's action. They thought this rascal rushed at them because he was going to kill them. They didn't dare make a move since their inner chi had been disrupted by the Vidrasitary. Ha ha ha. You just realized it. Isn't it a little bit too late now? Qin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. He noticed that these two geezers were frightened by him. Didn't you want to kill me tonight? Come at me now. I'm standing right at here. I'm going to see whether you can lay a finger on me. Faking composure, Qin Feng jeered at the duo. The Yin-Yang elders looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't have the guts to strike a second time. What do you want? The atmosphere was awkward. The Yin-Yang elders then took the initiative to negotiate with Qin Feng. You're not related to the Su family whatsoever. Is it worth it to offend the poison sect merely for two women? If you leave now, we, the poison sect, will just take it as if nothing has happened. The grudges between us will be wiped off the slate. In addition, we'll send you a handsome gift once everything is done. What do you think? This suggestion was enticing to Qin Feng. He would probably die if he stayed here. On the other hand, if he retreated now, not only wouldn't he have to die but he would be rewarded handsomely as well. Qin Feng fell silent. Countless expressions flashed across the faces of Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu, who stood behind him. Both of them were highly intelligent. They'd already realized that Qin Feng's situation was dire and that Qin Feng was actually afraid of those two geezers. This was because Qin Feng clenched the fist behind his back so tightly that his veins bulged, and this obviously wasn't something a confident person would do. Both of them became nervous. They weren't sure whether Qin Feng would betray them at this critical moment. Even Su Haonan's own sons wanted to kill him. It was natural for an outsider like Qin Feng to betray them. Humph. In your dreams, you two stinking geezers. Su Xiatian suddenly walked forward and clung to Qin Feng's arm. This was the first time she willingly held Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng is part of our Su family. You're trying to harm the Su family. Qin Feng won't go easy on you. Acting like a spoiled child, Su Xiatian rubbed herself against Qin Feng's arm and urged, Qin Feng, hurry up and teach them a lesson for me. Move aside, you wimpy kid. Qin Feng pushed Su Xiatian to the floor and laughed maniacally. Ha! Do you think I really came to help your Su family? I merely wanted to take over your Su family's business and dominate you twins. And you two geezers, get your ass out before I waste you. You wish to dispa me with a gift. Humph, you underestimate my ambitions. Qin Feng acted too suddenly, not even Su Hao Nan and Su Qiu Yu could keep up with his quick mind. However, Su Qiu Yu soon recovered her senses and hastily helped her sister to her feet. She then glowered at Qin Feng. You're a beast, a monster. My eyes must have been blind to believe in a dreg of society like you. Evil. This is sin. Su Hao Nan hugged Su Xia Tian in his arms and stroked her head. Su Xia Tian was stupefied. She couldn't accept the fact that Qin Feng had pushed her down. Why did he have to push me down? How can he have the heart to push me down? Don't cry, sis. A scumbag like him isn't worth shedding tears for. Xia Tian, Grandpa judged wrong earlier. This fellow isn't good enough for you. Don't be sad, Xia Tian. Let's go. Let's run away right now. Su Qiu Yu and Su Hao Nan took the soulless Su Xia Tian and ran away. Qin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while the Yin-Yang elders stood at the door with their backs stooped. Three of them stared at one another, the atmosphere fraught with tension. Nobody cared about Su Hao Nan and the twin sisters, who had run out. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief after the threesome had escaped. Those twin sisters and the elder have been scared away by me. Why don't you leave now, you old fools? We must take over the Su family. We hope that brother could do us a favor. That means we don't have to talk anymore. It depends entirely on you. If you say we have nothing to discuss, then we two geezers won't mind fighting with you. If that's the case, let's go outside to fight, then. The area is wide and you can still escape. As soon as Qin Feng was done speaking, he strode outside with his hands clasped behind his back. His head was high and his paces were spirited and measured. He ignored his hair tousled by the night wind, and he had the aura of an otherworldly master, majestic and boundless. Fuck. I am not going to play with you two anymore. I'm getting out of here. Chapter 338. Chapter 338, So I'm that amazing. Qin Feng was like a noble and capable person when he left. He was calm and confident. Right after he stepped out the door, he instantly and completely changed. He ran outside with all his might. He'd said he wanted to fight in the courtyard because it was convenient to escape from. But it wasn't to make it convenient for the two elders to escape, but for Qin Feng to escape. Fuck, we've fallen into a trap. That crafty bastard, get him. The Yin-Yang elders were nervous and fearful, then in the next second, they became extremely angry. If their ages were added together, they would be well over 100 years old, yet they were manipulated by a mere 20-year-old. If this got out to the martial arts community, the Yin-Yang elders' reputations would be greatly affected. However, on further thought, the Yin-Yang elders concluded that the poison sex reputation was actually long gone. Stinking brat, since you have the guts to play around, you aren't going anywhere today. The Yin-Yang elders moved at the same speed, and they flanked Qin Feng on both sides. They aimed strikes in Qin Feng's direction. The distinct, intense air of death was so oppressive that Qin Feng couldn't breathe. Whoosh! Qin Feng immediately removed his flying dragon armor and employed all the speed he possessed. He leapt like a rocket onto a rooftop a few meters high. Tap tap. Qin Feng's leading foot had just landed when the Yin-Yang elders appeared right at his tail. The three were separated by a bit of space as they stood on the tiles of the rooftop. Qin Feng stood in the middle with the Yin-Yang elders at his right and left staring at him. A waning crescent moon was in the sky, and the strong wind ruffled Qin Feng's hair and the yin-yang elders' black robes. What beautiful scenery! Why don't we admire the moon, recite poetry, and become sworn brothers tonight, said Qin Feng suddenly to the yin-yang elders. The serious atmosphere was immediately shattered, and the yin-yang elders almost went crazy. Frivolous little kid, no matter what you say, you're dying today. Why my strike? The yin-yang elders had gotten a grasp on Qin Feng's bullshitting abilities at the mountain resort. He could talk a dead person back to life. He could enrage an inner chi expert badly enough to provoke self-inflicted internal injuries. The two elders refused to partake in Qin Feng's nonsense, and they each struck at him again. Whoosh whoosh. This time, the yin-yang elders' positions changed continuously. They moved mysteriously quick and made the surrounding wind surge. Qin Feng could only see two ghostly images flitting back and forth before his eyes, but he couldn't accurately determine their positions. The air of danger intensified all around. Qin Feng knew that an attack was soon to come. He now experienced the great strength of the yin-yang elders. He had no opportunity to counterattack. Life is like rape. If you can't counterattack, then you try to enjoy it. At this time, Qin Feng felt this was worse than getting raped. Even if he didn't counterattack, he couldn't enjoy it. Whoosh whoosh. The instant the air of bloodlust appeared, Qin Feng suddenly moved. He didn't know where the yin-yang elders were, so he ran around at random on the roof. Qin Feng's arms and legs moved constantly as he tossed out wind blades that sliced through the air and produced ear-splitting sounds. Though they were not powerful, the effects were startling. Pop! Qin Feng had tossed maybe tens of wind blades when two sounds of flesh being sliced were suddenly heard. The yin-yang elders could be seen once again, and they appeared before Qin Feng in their original positions, as if they had never moved. However, their bodies each had a clear gash. One elder had a gash on his chest, and the other had a gash on his thigh. Blood streamed out of the wounds, and the black robes were dyed red, yet the yin-yang elders just allowed the blood to flow. They even forgot about the pain. They stared at Qin Feng with eyes like venomous snakes, and their expressions were filled with shock. The second time. This was the second time tonight Qin Feng intimidated the yin-yang elders. Earlier, the Vidra ascetary scared them, and now, the wind blade technique made them feel at a loss. What stage have you achieved? What martial skills do you practice? How can you injure someone without touching them? The yin-yang elders asked a flurry of questions in one breath, dumbfounding Qin Feng. Didn't I just use the wind blade technique? Was it that frightening? Plus, this wind blade technique could only achieve its full potential after Qin Feng reached stage 4 inner chi. He was still at stage 3 inner chi, causing the wind blade technique to be far less powerful. It could only cause slight injuries to things close by. It was only able to scrape the yin-yang elders a bit. It absolutely couldn't kill them. Master, you know too little of the world beyond the common one. Little Pig said, do you know what kind of visual impact the wind blade technique has on inner chi cultivators, and the psychological blow it imparts? Inner chi cultivators can't kill people through chi concentration unless they use an instrument or a spiritual weapon. If no weapons are used, killing people without touching them is a mythical inner chi stage. Also, the wind blade technique is a rare earth-level skill, that's why it's so strong. It can allow Master to kill people using inner chi. Previously, Qin Feng never cultivated nor encountered that many martial artists. He wasn't very familiar with this small community. Now that Little Pig told him these things, he then knew how amazing he currently was. The 4 orange-grade spiritual equipment he currently possessed were common in Qin Feng's eyes, and it could be bought or fused in the system at a price Qin Feng could accept. However, orange-grade spiritual equipment were coveted treasures that were violently contested over by martial artists in China. The yellow-grade techniques Qin Feng had were also coveted treasures. If the Hedonist sovereign system's wind blade technique and the Vajra ascetary were revealed to the rest of the world, the martial community would be thrown into chaos, and there would be lots of bloodshed. Impossible, this is impossible. How could you kill someone by concentrating qi? You're still an inner qi cultivator. There are 9 stages of inner qi, and after reaching stage 9, there is still half a step to achieve mastery of inner qi and allow someone to kill through qi concentration. Inner qi masters are rare in China. The yin-yang elders had yet to completely regain their senses. Qin Feng's wind blade technique was too powerful. The 2 inner qi experts suddenly felt like wimpy brats. Qin Feng can kill by condensing qi. Has he stepped into the half-step of inner qi realization? Then he's a stage 9 inner qi expert? However, the yin-yang elders didn't believe he was. They exchanged blows with Qin Feng, and they found that his inner qi was insufficient, his qi was mediocre. At most, he was at stage 4 inner qi. Also, though he used a mythical technique of condensing qi, his qi was too weak, so there was no chance of him killing anyone with it. Other than causing minor injuries, it wasn't all that useful. I know, you're afraid of suffering an internal injury, and you can't use your qi completely right now. You're an invalid. Since you're sick, we'll kill you. The yin-yang elders quickly analyzed the results. Qin Feng currently had internal injuries, so it was a great opportunity to kill him. The yin-yang elders no longer hesitated. They were even more vigilant toward Qin Feng, and they fought with Qin Feng with all their might. Qin Feng felt wronged. After the yin-yang elders gave their all, they completely changed, plunging Qin Feng into even greater despair. The 2 old men were so powerful that their abilities were unfathomable. They had just been warming up earlier. Now, when they moved, Qin Feng couldn't even see their shadows. The yin-yang elders ran around Qin Feng in one direction and a singular speed. They were so fast, they looked like 2 violent gusts of wind, and they moved more and more rapidly. The wind became increasingly violent. The gale wrapped around Qin Feng, trapping him within it. A stormy sea takes shape, and the gale looked like a wave taking shape. If someone looked at the roof from the courtyard, they would see a mini tornado on the roof becoming larger and larger. Qin Feng. I let you get away a long time ago, but you insisted on fighting with me. Now even death won't erase your crimes. Ha ha ha. I've killed experts that can kill by condensing qi. That'll let me show off in the martial community. The yin-yang elders' voices passed through the hurricane. Qin Feng noticed that the eye of the hurricane was becoming smaller and smaller. Very soon, he would be swept up in the hurricane, and he would get his bones crushed by the violent qi flow. He couldn't rush out or evade it, it was like he was waiting to die. These 2 old geezers, they're too much. During this time of danger, Little Pig suddenly jumped onto Qin Feng's shoulder. He said with an arrogant expression, "Let them have a taste of the strength of my fireball." Achoo! Little Pig put on airs, yet he only sneezed. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that Little Pig was a battle pet that could spit fire. Last time, when Liang Xing blocked Qin Feng with his car and got killed, Little Pig incinerated the corpse with a fireball, leaving nothing in its wake. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Little Pig was currently still a cute pet. He could produce 1 fireball a month, and needed to recharge before he could use it again. Also, he didn't want to use it in just any scenario. Qin Feng waited as the hurricane closed in around him, but Little Pig still hadn't spit out a fireball. Qin Feng began to feel nervous. Ha! Die! The yin-yang elders' laughter resounded. In the dark night and cold winds, their laughter was like that of the devil from hell. The two of them suddenly burst out with energy, and their palms shot forward, sending the hurricane toward Qin Feng to turn him into dust. Rumble. Two fists made impact, and an enormous sound came from the Qi hurricane. This sound was as startling as thunder and lightning, and a scalding hot Qi came from it. The Qi shot out, scaring the Yin-Yang elders. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they immediately stopped attacking and retreated instead. Chapter 339. Chapter 339, The Moment of Life and Death. Rumble. The huge explosions didn't stop, one echoing after another. A dazzling crimson light emitted from the dark hurricane. The crimson light quickly dispersed into the wind after it merged with the hurricane, forming a blast of brilliant fire that illuminated the sky in an instant. At this moment, that hurricane turned into a fire whirl. The fire whirl ran amok. It swirled rapidly on the roof and headed toward the Yin-Yang elders. This was the third time Qin Feng intimidated the two of them. They were so frightened they forgot to escape. Very soon, the fast-moving flames fell on their black robes and burned them up quickly. Rumble. The Yin-Yang elders were apparently carrying some kind of accelerant under their black robes. Flames erupted on their bodies. Both of them turned into pillars of fire burning several meters high, as if gasoline had been poured on their bodies. Fuck, hurry up and release the 7-colored moths. We will be killed by that damn thing. The Yin-Yang elders' screams shrilled from the fire whirl. It turned out they had dozens of the venomous moths under their black robes. Those moths were the trump cards that they used to attack. Last time, they had tried to melt Qin Feng and Black Turtle with the 7-colored moths, but those moths were eventually reduced to ashes by the venom bubble spouted by Black Turtle. They'd never imagined that this time, these moths which they had gone through so much trouble to breed using poisonous blood, would be torched by Little Pig. Qin Feng, I vow to take my revenge. Starting from now, you're the top enemy of our poison sect, little brat. Be afraid and wait for your death. The Yin-Yang elders' voices gradually faded away. Those disgusting moths covered the sky, forming a sky net and impeding the flames from spreading further. It successfully gained them enough time to escape. Moths darting into flame, the sky bespangled with red radiance. The sight under the night sky was spectacular and attractive, if only the surroundings weren't filled by a chokingly pungent stench. Qin Feng was tall and straight. He raised his head and saw those venomous moths burning. He was delighted. He remained unscathed, his hair fluttered elegantly in the wind. After Little Pig successfully spurted a large fireball when they were trapped inside the hurricane, Qin Feng then put Little Pig away and donned the Flying Dragon armor to protect himself. The Flying Dragon armor was made of winter iron, and high temperatures had little to no effect on it. Originally, Qin Feng worried that he might see a cold because it was quite windy on the rooftop in the wee hours. Now that he was protected by the Flying Dragon armor, and he felt the warmth of the flames engulf him, he no longer worried about this issue. Why didn't those two geezers throw 2 chickens when they escaped? It would have been so great to have some roasted chicken after a battle, so that I could recover my strength. Qin Feng realized that the Yin-Yang elders had escaped. He grumbled and jumped into the compound from the rooftop. As soon as Qin Feng landed, his pupils contracted and he hurtled forward. Clatter clatter. 2 kunai struck the spot where Qin Feng landed just now. If he had been slightly slower, these 2 kunai would have punctured his head. Could it be those 2 geezers came back to deliver some roasted chicken to me? Qin Feng hid in a dark corner, frowning. Qin Feng had used up all his tricks tonight, and if the Yin-Yang elders really had returned, he would probably die here. However, Qin Feng felt these attackers weren't those 2 geezers. This was because neither of them would use kunai. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a strong burst of qi surging behind him. He didn't get a chance to look behind but sprang back into the compound. 6 men in black and 1 in white suddenly appeared around Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't recognize them as all of them were masked. The man in the white then said in an icy tone. Qin Feng. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. You'll be dead tonight. Who are you? Asked Qin Feng as he looked at the man in white, puzzled. Is this really my first time visiting Sky City? Why do I have so many enemies here? Humph. You should have asked this when you killed my nephew. But now, you'll be asking yourself in front of the King of Hell. The white man snorted coldly, and the 6 men in black charged at Qin Feng. Qin Feng noticed these 6 people were not that powerful from their paces and speeds. However, their motions were weird, and their movements were distinctly different from those of Chinese martial artists that Qin Feng met with before. Qin Feng was in a dire situation. His inner qi had been disrupted during his previous fight with the Yin-Yang elders. So now, Qin Feng would have difficulty facing these 6 strange men simultaneously. Shroom shroom shroom. Those 6 people used kunai and tanto as weapons. Those kunai roamed freely in the sky and Qin Feng was slashed numerous times on his thighs and arms, despite his efforts to dodge them. Qin Feng was battered and exhausted, the skin and flesh on his thighs and arms were torn open, and fresh blood spurted out from his wounds, dyeing his clothes red. Fool! You will be dead under my blade. With a simple leap, the man in black who taunted Qin Feng arrived before Qin Feng's head. He played a few cool tricks with his tanto and slashed at Qin Feng's head. Clatter! The tanto collided with the winter iron glove, releasing an ear-deafening jangle. The man in black was wondering when Qin Feng had put on the glove, but before he could regain his senses, Qin Feng had already thrown a punch to his gut. Bang! There was a loud bump. The man in black couldn't control himself and flew away like a kite with its line broken. Darn it! So you're ninjas. You should have stayed in Japan and made films. Instead, you came to China and messed around with me. You're really asking for death. Qin Feng had figured out their identities, yet there was something he couldn't figure out. When had he offended these ninjas from Japan? He was slightly more handsome and talented than others, had a better background, was good at flirting with girls, and was surrounded by more beauties than others. To be honest, there was nothing to be jealous of. Fool! Let's take him down together. The faces of the 5 remaining black ninjas contorted after the disappearance of their team member. They changed their formation and dispersed in a hasty manner, swaying their tanto for ninjato at the same time. They ducked and wove around Qin Feng, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Hiya! Qin Feng hastily turned around when he heard a loud roar behind him. At the same time, an orange treasure sword appeared in his hand. Without any delay, he brandished the true steel sword directly at the ninja. The true steel sword sliced through steel like mud and presented an awe-inspiring grandeur. He directly bifurcated the ninja. Shroom shroom. He felt another 2 strong gusts of wind behind his back as soon as he brandished the true steel sword. Qin Feng forcibly circulated qi and spun around to dodge the attacks. As soon as he avoided the kunai, another 2 ninjas emerged in front of him. These ninjas were like a suicide squad. They were willing to sacrifice themselves in order to achieve their goals. Qin Feng chopped a ninja, but at the same time, he was attacked on his shoulder. Pfft! The slash was vengeful and left a bad gash on his arm. His skin and flesh were mutilated, blood gushing out from it. If Qin Feng hadn't leaned to one side in the nick of time, he might have lost his arm already. Luckily, a light rain washed away most of the blood. Otherwise, Qin Feng's appearance would have been even more horrifying. His spirit was weary and he'd exhausted his strength. He stooped and allowed the blood to stream down his body. His face was hideous and his eyes were bloodshot. He weighed the remaining 3 ninjas warily. The 3 ninjas suffered some superficial wounds as well. They licked their ninjato, which had been dipped in their own blood. After that, they held their ninjato tightly and threw themselves at Qin Feng once again. This was what a suicide squad would do, never give their opponent a chance to take a breather. Shroom shroom shroom. The 3 of them simultaneously threw kunai at Qin Feng to restrict his movement. Qin Feng had used up his inner qi and his reaction was slow from excessive blood loss. He barely avoided 4 kunai but got hit by the last 2 in the shin and instep. The kunai impaled his instep and bones and dug deep into the ground. Qin Feng was in excruciating pain, so he just stood still and waited for the ninjas close in on him. 3 ninjas jumped toward Qin Feng's head simultaneously, slashing from different directions. Each of them aimed their ninjatos at Qin Feng's head. All of them practiced Itoryu, either their attack would fail or they would successfully kill their target. Crackle crackle. The orange-colored spirit snake whip struck like a lightning bolt. Those 3 ninjas were so frightened that their complexions changed drastically. Qin Feng startled them again and they started to wonder, is this person Doraemon? How come he has so many weapons on him, and most importantly, those weapons are high-quality spiritual weapons. They were unsure where he drew the weapons from. Whoosh! The long whip fell on a person, the whip shadow containing dense inner qi, and he was sent flying. Then, he immediately disappeared into the stormy night. Crackle crackle. Qin Feng's second lash resounded. The sound of cutting wind produced when he brandished the whip was much smaller, and the strength wasn't as domineering as the first lash. However, he still managed to slam a ninja from the air to the ground. Crash! 2 consecutive strikes sapped his energy. After the second lash, his back was slashed by a ninjato. His suit and white shirt were torn apart. A deep, large wound appeared on his naturally snow-white skin, revealing the bones inside. Qin Feng felt a burning pain on his back. He knelt on the ground and gnashed his teeth to suppress the pain and kept himself awake. Shroom! The ninja leaped into the air once again, attempting to deal the final blow. He threw 2 kunai at Qin Feng's shoulders and successfully knocked the true steel blade and spirit snake whip out of Qin Feng's hands. The ninjato was raised over his head and it shimmered coldly under the moonlight. The blade strike was building up speed and detonated the air around it. This was a critical blow. It moved lightning fast and arrived at Qin Feng's head as soon as it was raised. Qin Feng remained where he was. He had no power to parry the attack anymore. The rain was getting heavier. His blood was washed away by the rain and his wound started bleeding again. Behind him, the air was rank with the stench of death. He knew he might be out of the game this time. Countless memories surged into his mind. Xiaoling Xian, who used to follow him around when they were still small, fooling and teasing little sister Rao Sherman at Lotus Lake, meeting up with Bai Qing in high school, flirting with Lin Bei Bei in class, the wonderful moment he had with teacher Yun Xiao in the bathroom at Fei Tian Bar. Su Ruoro, Li Yuqin, Lu Bingbing, the twins. And the divinely graceful Hua Xianyu, whom he met at Devil Beast Mountain when he went to the mountain resort. Chapter 340. Chapter 340, God is a Girl. Bang! A gunshot suddenly resounded. The black-clothed ninja had his ninjato raised above Qin Feng's head, but he was suddenly shot down. In the dark night, a woman in tight black leather clothing with flowing, short purple hair rushed over, shooting the man in white as well. Bang! The shot hit the man's arm, causing him to drop the handgun he was secretly pulling out. Black leather boots hit the ground and stepped in a puddle, producing a crisp sound. The purple-haired woman arrived beside Qin Feng, hit the nape of his neck, and knocked him unconscious. "Who are you?" The man in white looked at the woman in fear. In the dark night, the woman's short hair covered most of her face, so her features couldn't be seen clearly. "I came to save this brat. If you don't want to die, then fuck off." The woman's voice was icy, and she purposely deepened her voice. After speaking, the purple-haired woman pulled out a bottle of medicinal powder from her skin-tight clothing and began rubbing it on Qin Feng's wounds. From start to finish, she didn't lift her head to look into the eyes of the man in white. The man in white hesitated for an instant before turning away and escaping. He wasn't quite capable himself, and all 6 experts he brought had died, so if he lingered, he would only die. Soon after the man in white left, a bunch of footsteps were heard. Su Hao Nan, the twin sisters, and a group of police officers rushed over. When they arrived in the backyard, only Qin Feng remained. He lay motionless in a pool of blood, and it wasn't clear whether he was dead or alive. Kneeling by Qin Feng and wrapping him in his arms, Su Hao Nan wailed, "Qin Feng, you have to be okay. Stay with me." Su Qiu Yu also squatted beside them and looked at the ghastly wounds on Qin Feng's body. Her eyes reddened, and she raised her head to keep the tears from falling out of her eyes. Su Xia Tian stood in a stupor and peered at Qin Feng, who lay in the pool of blood, from afar. Her little heart stopped, and she didn't have the courage to go up to Qin Feng to determine his condition. She was afraid that if she went over and heard that he was dead, the terror and sorrow from her childhood would resurface, and she couldn't accept that right now. Without her noticing, Qin Feng already became a part of Su Xia Tian's family. He was a family member as important to her as her older sister and her grandfather. Earlier, when Qin Feng pushed her down, she hadn't known how thorough and forward-thinking Qin Feng was. She'd hated him and silently cursed 18 generations of his family. However, when her grandpa and older sister pulled her out the door, she then discovered the truth. Qin Feng had been acting. He'd intentionally said those horrible things in front of the Yin-Yang elders to give the sisters and the elder a chance to escape. And he stayed without knowing whether he would live or die. The elder and the sisters called the police after going outside, but by the time the police arrived, it was all over. Su Xia Tian had run away during the most dangerous and crucial moment. She'd left Qin Feng to face the treacherous situation on his own. If she could go back in time and choose again, Su Xia Tian would remain by Qin Feng's side and fight to the death with him. Blinding sunlight shone through the window and onto the large bed. Qin Feng's eyes scrunched, then opened slowly. He didn't know how long he'd slept, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. He was in a room with pink cartoon wallpaper, and the room's decorations were very cute. The table was also pink, and there were various dolls on it. This was a girl's room. The room was permeated by a nice fragrance. Is this heaven? So God is a girl, sure enough. Qin Feng felt as though his inner qi was not yet completely replenished, and when he moved slightly, his wounds were extremely painful. He could only open his eyes and admire heaven's scenery. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Why was this God changing her clothes in front of him? Qin Feng had been unconscious for 3 days, and he'd slept in Su Xia Tian's room. This was at Su Xia Tian's request. She wanted to care for Qin Feng 24 hours a day without leaving his side until he regained consciousness. 3 days ago, Su Xia Tian abandoned Qin Feng when he was in the greatest danger, so she wanted to stay with Qin Feng when he was in danger. During these 3 days, Su Xia Tian cared for Qin Feng in every possible way. She fed him congee, wiped his body, changed his clothes, and even dressed his wounds. She changed his bandages and applied new medicine every day. At night, Su Xiatian even slept in the same bed as Qin Feng. Most of the daytime was spent sitting by the bed and telling Qin Feng stories. During the 3 days, Su Xiatian went from being shy and awkward in the beginning, to slowly adapting to the presence of a man in her room, then to the current situation when she disregarded Qin Feng's existence and changed freely. Since Qin Feng's unconscious, he won't see anything I do. Su Xiatian had just finished showering, and her hair was still damp. She didn't have a stee of clothes on, and her fair back appeared, totally bare, in Qin Feng's view. Her figure was tall and slender with smooth and round shoulders, a small waist, straight legs. Qin Feng was stunned, because Su Xiatian suddenly turned around. Sunlight fell on the floor and diffused through the room. Qin Feng's and Su Xiatian's eyes widened, and they stared at each other in a daze. Who knew how long this mutual scrutiny lasted when Su Xiatian regained her senses and gave a earth-shaking screech. Then, she hugged herself and crouched on the floor. Ah! Qin Feng, when did you wake up? Don't look. If you look, then I'll gouge your eyes out and stomp on them. Qin Feng regained his senses and realized he wasn't dead. But he currently wished he was dead. He didn't dare guess how Su Xiatian would abuse him, now that he'd seen her body. Qin Feng, toss me the nightie by the bed. Su Xiatian crouched on the floor like a frightened bunny. Qin Feng immediately grabbed the pink nightgown and tossed it toward her. Then, he saw that other than the nightgown, there was also a bra and small underwear that fluttered in the air along with it. His lips quirked, and he thought to himself that even an immortal who descended to earth couldn't save him. Pervert, trash, turn around. If you peek, I'll personally cut you. Su Xiatian was still the same unreasonable Su Xiatian. Qin Feng was still the same Qin Feng, vulgar, perverted, and shameless. Little wife, why is there a mole on your butt? Ah! You damn pervert, don't peek. Wait till I finish dressing. I'll get you. Su Xiatian didn't stop shouting. She soon found that something was off. You piece of trash, I don't have a mole on my ass. Don't make stuff up about me. Qin Feng, you're dead. Su Xiatian finished dressing. Disregarding her image, she pounced on the bed and wrestled with him. Tell me, did you peep at me getting dressed at first? Su Xiatian sat on Qin Feng's back. I didn't, I truly did not, said Qin Feng with seriousness. Then when did you come to? Su Xiatian cared a lot about this question. Was this brat never unconscious? Did he just play dead the whole time? If this was the case, Su Xiatian's charming face instantly became as red as an apple. She'd changed her clothes so many times over these past couple of days, and she'd even slept with the devil every night. He didn't do anything in the middle of the night, did he? I just woke up. Qin Feng had just spoken when he corrected himself. No. I'm not awake, I'm already dead. You're still pretending. You damn pervert, I worried about you for 3 whole days. Su Xiatian huffed as she sat on Qin Feng's back. Her slender and lovely legs moved around and accidentally touched the wound on Qin Feng's back. It hurt so much that Qin Feng shouted. Qin Feng, are you alright? Su Xiatian immediately got off him. She didn't lift up Qin Feng's clothes, but she saw fresh blood seeping through his white shirt. Her large eyes immediately teared up. Qin Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't bully you. Don't move around, I'll change your bandages. Su Xiatian wiped her tears while running barefoot to get the first aid kit. She deftly removed Qin Feng's shirt, then carefully helped unwind the layers of bandage on his torso. Su Xiatian had just stopped crying, but when she saw the wound on Qin Feng's back, she couldn't help but burst into tears again. Qin Feng's entire back was filled with cuts, with no portion of his back left unmarred. In particular, the last cut made by the man in black was long and deep, running from his neck to the middle of his back. Qin Feng, does it hurt? If it hurts, then yell. I won't make fun of you. Su Xiatian's slender, lily-white hands carefully touched Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng felt a bit of pain, but it didn't hurt much because he felt Su Xiatian's warm, little hand rubbing across his back. Xiatian, let me tell you something. Tell me. I'll promise you anything, said Su Xiatian earnestly, wiping her tears. Actually, I was cut on the thigh as well. Help me rub there too. Why don't you go die? Su Xiatian burst into rage and ruthlessly slapped Qin Feng on the back. The wounds that had just closed immediately reopened. Ow, you crazy girl. If you don't want to rub it, then don't. Why did you hit me? Qin Feng howled in pain. I'll kill you. I meant to hit you until you die. You pervert, gangster, scoundrel. Qin Feng and Su Xiatian had a good time fighting on the large bed. Su Qiuyu and the elder stood outside the door and were about to walk in, but stopped in their tracks. Qin Feng's awake. Seems that he's no longer in jeopardy. I can finally breathe. Su Haonan stroked his beard and smiled. Su Qiuyu said nothing, just making a light hum in agreement. Then, her lovely eyes looked at the door in a daze. She imagined the current scene inside the room. They were probably lying in bed flirting in sunlight, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, warmth and bliss. This scene gave rise to a bit of longing in Su Qiuyu, and a strange idea came to mind: how great it would be if I could sweep places with her. Chapter 341. Chapter 341, this time, I'll stand and fall with you. Ha! You've finally awakened, Qin Feng. You had me worried sick. Su Haonan and Su Qiuyu waited for a moment at the doorway. After they ascertained that the commotion inside the room had stopped, they then opened the door and entered the room. Qin Feng had just had his bandages changed recently, so he rested on the bed with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Su Xiatian held an iPad and sat beside Qin Feng, playing video games. Ah! Grandpa, big sister, you've come. Su Xiatian was startled by their sudden arrival. She hastily jumped up from the bed and trotted over to her grandpa and big sister and clung to their arms. She was extremely embarrassed, so she lowered her head, refusing to show them her blushing face. Did Grandpa and Big Sister see me lying in bed, shoulder to shoulder, with Qin Feng? Xiatian, you've done a great job of taking care of Qin Feng these few days. Su Haonan understood a girl's little fantasy. He didn't burst her bubble, stroking her head instead. Su Qiuyu cast a smile at her little sister as well. Then, she gazed at Qin Feng, who was lying on the bed. When she noticed his complexion had improved, her worried heart finally relaxed. Elder, Miss Qiuyu. Qin Feng hailed two of them. It's okay, it's okay. You stay put, just lie in bed and rest. We'll be family before long. No need to be so courteous with us. Su Haonan hastily cut short Qin Feng's attempt to get out of bed. Su Xiatian's face became as red as a ripe tomato. Of course she knew what her grandpa meant. Before, she would have grumbled a bit if her grandpa and her sister tried mimicking Qin Feng and her. But after the life-and-death fight 3 days ago, she wouldn't refute her grandpa now but exhibited a shy emotion, as if she was Qin Feng's woman. Xiatian, Qin Feng's medicine should be ready by now. Can you bring it over? Su Qiuyu prompted her sister. Okay. Lowering her head, Su Xiatian answered coquettishly. Although she was willful, she was actually smart. She knew her big sister was intentionally sending her away because her big sister and her grandpa wanted to discuss the marriage between Qin Feng and her. After Su Xiatian had left, Su Qiuyu went to stand by the bedside. She nodded at Su Haonan and he looked at Qin Feng with a beaming face. Qin Feng. You're our Su family's benefactor. I learned of your family background from Qiuyu. So you're the only heir of the Qin family, the largest family clan in Acropolis City. I don't have anything else that I can offer to you in gratitude. I can only entrust my precious granddaughter to you. I wish you a blissful life with Xia Tian. I've seen too many filthy, dirty conspiracies from this internal strife. One should bear the consequences of one's own deeds, so Su Ming and Su Hai deserve to die. The other family members of the Su family were startled by their deaths and submitted themselves loyally to Qiuyu's dignity. Moreover, the Su family is getting back on track under Qiuyu's leadership. And since you've gotten hold of a secret of the 4 large families of Sky City, they are now helping Qiuyu to develop the Su family. The internal strife has finally come to an end. The Su family can turn the page and become better and better. I believe in Qiuyu's ability and her moral standing. Rest assured, Elder. The Su family will soar even higher into the sky and flourish under Miss Qiuyu's lead. Qin Feng nodded his head. He'd known Su Qiuyu for quite some time, so he knew Su Qiuyu was a gifted beauty. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Qiuyu's eyes at Qin Feng's praise. She lowered her head slightly to mask her blushing face. Su Haonan was feeling chipper. He said, "You're right. Qiuyu and Xia Tian are my prides. Both of them are fine women. I'm getting old, and I don't want to involve myself in the Su family's affairs anymore. I've even set up my will. I divided the Su family's properties into 2. I'll give one part to Qiuyu and the other part to Xia Tian. Dear Qin Feng, I know you're not covetous of our Su family's property. I can tell from what I've seen that you really love Xia Tian because you treat her dearly. So, don't blame me for tarnishing the relationship between Xia Tian and you with money and gold. I truly want to give half of the Su family's business to you." Qin Feng couldn't follow her pace. He planned to hold an exploratory discussion with Su Qiuyu about how to capture both Xia Tian and her. However, when he saw Su Qiuyu's stern and glacial expression, Qin Feng had no other choice but to forcibly swallow those words of love. "I'm not sure where your second and third uncle had gone. After I defeated the Yin-Yang elders, another group of black-clothed ninjas from Japan suddenly appeared before me. After that, when I was almost killed by those ninjas, a woman came to my rescue." "Oh yeah, where is that woman?" Qin Feng's countenance suddenly became serious. He thought back to the scene of that night. He had been saved by that woman before she knocked him unconscious. "A woman?" Su Qiuyu frowned. "There was no woman when we arrived. Nobody was there. Maybe that woman carried away the corpses to destroy the evidence. That woman isn't the backup from your Su family." Qin Feng was even more puzzled. "No, she's not," Su Qiuyu affirmed. "How does she look like? Can you describe her physical characteristics? I can use the power of the Su family to help you look for her." After Qin Feng thought very hard for a moment, he realized the woman's face was blurry, neither her physical stature nor her height were clear in his mind. "Let's forget about it. I'll investigate it myself." Qin Feng shook his head. "I heard you said all those black-clothed ninjas came from Japan." Su Qiuyu didn't continue pursuing the topic of that woman. She asked about the identity of those black-clothed ninjas instead. "Do you know who sent them?" Although I can't be certain of it, they probably came from the Wei family in the provincial capital. They came to the Su family to look for you half a month ago, however, I ignored them and fended them off. Apparently, they didn't give up and sent someone to lurk around the Su family. So when you came to the Su family this time, they ambushed you. Su Qiu analyzed. Qin Feng suddenly thought of Wei Xiaolei. He then asked, the Wei family of the provincial capital? The family behind Wei Xiaolei, whom I killed at Coiled Snake Mountain? Su Qiu nodded. She then added, not only the Wei family, even the William family is looking for you. That family's actual strength is much more mysterious than the Wei family's. The William family is an old American family with superpower that has produced many great talents. It's just that the family is based in America, far from China, so they haven't made any moves yet. However, this time the Wei family has discovered your true identity. I'm certain they will make an alliance with the William family to take you down. Su Qiu suddenly gazed fondly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you've sacrificed too much to protect the Su family. Now that I'm the head of household of the Su family, should they try to harm you, I'll unleash the full power of the Su family to fight along with you. This time, I'll stand and fall with you. In Su Qiu's perspective, Qin Feng was already her younger sister's husband, and she also wanted Qin Feng to become her own husband. Thus, this man had to understand the Su family's company distribution. Su Qiu explained everything in detail. Qiu, can you help me with something? Qin Feng became serious. Go ahead. Su Qiu became serious as well. I want to destroy the capital's Liang family's pharmaceutical company. I can give you a prescription. Promote it with the Su family's medicinal sector, and I'm sure you can seize the vast pharmaceutical market. Qin Feng suddenly thought about the elementary gold sour medicine from the system. That was much more mysterious than the cicada pupa powder and the bruise liniment. Not only did it whiten skin, get rid of scars, and get rid of wounds and swelling, it could even relieve minor internal wounds. What prescription? Su Qiu's lovely eyes brightened, and she was expectant. A prescription that works like the cicada pupa powder and the bruise liniment. Su Qiu's expression immediately dimmed. She didn't dare spend a lot of money promoting a prescription like that. Qin Feng, you really are smart. Although there are problems I didn't mention, I'm sure you know about them. The capital's Liang family's Liang Medical Group has been around for 10 years, and their cicada pupa powder and the bruise liniment are publicly reputable products. These two products are household names in everyone's minds. If we use other products to break in, then we have some hope. But if we break in with these two products, that's just inviting disaster. Qin Feng knew about Su Qiu's apprehensions. Business people all looked at costs and profits, no one wanted to take a loss. Su Qiu was the Su family's head of household, and she was responsible for the family. Thus, when making decisions, she had to consider many different factors. I know it's hard for you. But I can assure you that the medicine made from my prescription won't be outdone by the cicada pupa powder and the bruise liniment. And the product will be a lot less costly. Qin Feng really wanted to buy a bottle of the elementary gold sour medicine from the system, apply it to his body, and show Su Qiu the results. It was far superior to the cicada pupa powder. However, he had no hedonist sovereign points to speak of, so he could only persuade Su Qiu with his words. Su Qiu's shapely eyebrows furrowed. She clenched her teeth in deliberation. Qin Feng saw her conflicted expression and felt bad. Never mind, I'll think of something on my own. Pretend I didn't say anything. In the end, Qin Feng gave up on using the Su family to contend against the Liang family. This was a battle, and Qin Feng couldn't bear pulling Su Qiu into it. Okay. I accept. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Su Qiuyu responded resolutely. I said earlier that no matter the danger, we'll live and die together. Thank you. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Su Qiuyu's slender, lily-white hands. Su Qiuyu stiffened, but she didn't pull her hands from Qin Feng's warm ones. Qin Feng. Do I look good in this blue chiffon dress? Su Xiatian suddenly bounded back into the room. She changed into a pretty mini dress, and her long and delicate calves were clad in bright knee-high socks. She wore a bunny clip in her hair, and looked so cute that whoever saw her would want to pinch her cheeks. Ha! Qin Feng, why are you holding my sister's hands, you stinking brat? Let go of her. Su Xiatian had good eyes, and she rushed over angrily. Su Qiuyu immediately pulled her hands from Qin Feng's as if she'd gotten an electric shock, and her face flushed. Xiatian, stop it. Your sister was saying something important to me. Qin Feng pulled Su Xiatian into his arms and sat down. Big sister Qiuyu was just talking about us. She said we should get married as soon as possible. Ah. Sis, why you're so annoying. Su Xiatian leaned into Qin Feng's embrace and flailed her legs. She struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace and shyly ran back into the dressing room. She felt so shy that her heart was about to leap out of her throat. When she saw her little sister leave, Su Qiuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Feng calmed down as well. I've written down the prescription. One is gold sore medicine, it's like the bruised liniment. The other is whitening powder, it works like the cicada pupa powder. We'll use these two products to break into the market and beat down the Liang family's main products, destroying the enormous family. Qin Feng's expression revealed a sliver of malice. Su Qiuyu was briefly stunned. She could tell that Qin Feng was against the Liang family for personal reasons. However, she didn't ask too much about it. She nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll always stand by your side." Qin Feng and Su Qiuyu planned on how to deal with the Liang family, and he wrote down the prescriptions. This was for the elementary gold sore medicine, but he split it in two, one for whitening the skin and the other for healing bruises and wounds. Luckily Su Qiuyu grew up studying medicine, so she understood prescriptions. When she saw Qin Feng write the two prescriptions, her pretty eyes widened. The prescription was rare and strange, and it was her first time seeing it. Qin Feng, are you certain it's these two prescriptions? Quite a lot of this is antagonistic, and some of the herbs absolutely cannot go together. Otherwise, it'll become poison. Su Qiuyu shouted in surprise. Qin Feng was shocked. He knew nothing about medicine. He wrote down the prescription for the elementary gold sore medicine from the system. How could it become poison? Qin Feng used the elementary gold sore medicine several times, and it had always been very effective. If he used the elementary gold sore medicine on his current wounds, he would be healed in a week. In the past, Qin Feng also applied it on Liu Chen's beautiful leg, and it was effective. The next day, her injuries were healed, and not even a scar could be seen. This is poison. Unconvinced, Qin Feng looked at Su Qiuyu. Su Qiuyu felt helpless. Qin Feng, don't tell me you don't know medicine. Are you trying to make me laugh? Where is your prescription from? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He couldn't mention the hedonist sovereign system aloud. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Su Qiuyu, but he didn't want to unnecessarily trouble her. And even if he told her, he feared that a smart woman like Su Qiuyu wouldn't believe him. Bring it to your family doctor. If it really doesn't work, then tell me. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. All right, then we'll leave it at that for now. Chapter 343. Chapter 343, Liang Yu's Invitation. Yunhai City, Heping Town. This was a beautiful little town, and it was Bai Qing's hometown. After leaving the mountain resort with Qin Feng, Bai Qing had quit her managerial position at Royal Hotel and gone home to find the answer in her heart. She'd been home for almost 2 months, and every day, she sat in bed in a daze, staring out the window at the blue sky and white clouds. Her head was filled with images of Qin Feng. If you miss someone, if you don't think about them during the day, you think about them at night. Qing, bad news. Bad news, your little brother was kidnapped. Mother Bai rushed into Bai Qing's room, so worried that tears streamed out of her eyes. Bai Qing immediately collected herself, jumped out of bed, and supported her mother. Then, she furrowed her brows and asked, "Ma, what happened? What did that brat Bai Xiu do this time?" Bai Qing had a little brother named Bai Xiu. He was 17, the rebellious age. Every few days, he was either in a fight or causing trouble somewhere. This time, he didn't get in a fight or a relationship. This time, it's big. Something big has happened. Mother Bai wailed, "Your dad just got a call from someone who said they were from Fengyunfan City. They said your little brother lost a couple $100,000 and wants us to bring the money in exchange for him." Bai Qing's expression changed dramatically. Everyone in Heping Town knew of Fengyunfan City. It was the largest casino in town. It was established over 10 years ago, so in order for them to exist for so long, there had to be someone huge backing them. There were often reports of various people from various households in town that lost their family fortunes overnight at the Fengyunfan City. But Bai Xiu's so young. How did he end up at that kind of place? And he lost a couple $100,000. Ma. Don't worry. We'll first go gauge the situation in Fun City. After understanding it, then we'll decide. Luckily, Bai Qing was someone who had worked in a big city for a good number of years, so she was shrewder and looked at the big picture. At this time, she began to comfort her mother. Your dad rushed over after receiving the call. Let's wait at home for news from him. Mother Bai slowly calmed down as well. Acropolis City's Qin Manor. It was like New Year's in Qin Manor. The servants rushed about, and the women surrounded the sofa in the parlor with great joy. Qin Huang read the newspaper with a broad smile on his face. Because Qin Feng suddenly returned. Qin Feng left for Sky City without saying goodbye, and he was gone for 5 days. In the beginning, Qin Huang and Su Ruoro didn't care about waiting for him because every month he would hang out somewhere for a couple of days and not come home. However, after the 3rd day passed and Qin Feng still hadn't come home, everyone began calling him. Yet the 3rd day was when Qin Feng was injured heavily and fell unconscious for 3 days. His phone also shut down after the battery ran down, so he couldn't be contacted. With the memory of the assassination attempt at the opening ceremony of the Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 fresh in their minds, Qin Huang, Su Ruoro, and even Han Ying were worried to death. They were deeply afraid that Qin Feng had gotten into some sort of accident. Now, Qin Feng was finally home. And he was just as vulgar and sloppy as before. Qin Feng, where did you go during these past few days? Su Ruoro and Han Ying surrounded Qin Feng, standing on either side of him. Su Ruoro peeled grapes and fed them to Qin Feng while grumbling and pouting at Qin Feng. You missed me, didn't you, little sister Ruoro? How about I go to your room tonight and tell you all about my fantastical experiences these past days? Qin Feng grinned at Su Ruoro. I don't want to do that. Su Ruoro harumphed adorably and covertly slapped Qin Feng's hand from her thigh. His hand was about to go into her shorts. How spiteful. Qin Feng. The next time you go out, tell Chairman Qin. Otherwise, everyone will be worried to death. Han Ying straightened the crinkled corner of Qin Feng's shirt and coincidentally saw some of the wounds on his back. Her lovely eyes narrowed, and she hesitated briefly, but said nothing. Big Sister Ying, I was wrong for worrying everyone. I'll make sure not to do so in the future. Qin Feng casually opened his arms and wrapped one arm around each beauty. Su Ruoro became shy. She lowered her head and didn't resist. Han Ying's expression flashed with hatred, but she didn't break free of Qin Feng's arm either. Pfft. Just then, Qin Huang looked up and saw the scene before him. The sight made him spit out his tea. He stared at Qin Feng and said in a low voice, "The food is ready. Come eat." Qin Huang's words allowed the two women to escape Qin Feng's arms. They walked hand in hand to the table and sat down. The meal was warm because of Qin Feng's sudden reappearance. Everyone who had been worried and hadn't eaten properly for 3 days now ate with gusto. They talked and laughed energetically. After the meal, Su Ruoro and Han Ying went to work. Since Qin Feng's injuries weren't completely healed, he rested in bed. He'd been unconscious for the past couple of days, and his phone shut off due to insufficient power. He now turned on his phone, and notifications of various texts and calls popped up. Qin Feng glanced over them. A lot of them were calls from Su Ruoro, Han Ying, and Qin Huang, and some were calls from women whom he had pretty good relationships with. Rao Sherman also texted him to tell him she arrived safely in the capital. However, the most missed calls were from the fiery Lu Bingbing. In the span of 3 days, the woman called him 123 times. Is this woman crazy? She isn't feeling lonely, empty, and cold, is she? Qin Feng smiled evilly and immediately called Lu Bingbing back. He received a system notification. Sorry, the phone you called is currently off. Qin Feng called again, and it was the same message. This fiery lass didn't block my number, did she? What a petty woman. Qin Feng pouted and tossed his phone to the side. Not long after, his phone rang. He thought it was Lu Bingbing returning his call, but it was actually an unfamiliar number. Qin Feng answered, "Who is it?" "Prince Qin, it's me, Brother Liang Yu." A laugh came from the other line. Qin Feng immediately sat up. Why did Liang Yu call me so suddenly? Is he with Zhao Lingxian? Zhao Lingxian won't slowly fall for this bastard, will she? Once Qin Feng thought of Zhao Lingxian with Liang Yu, his heart ached. Now that Lingxian accepted the Liang family's proposal, Qin Feng had to destroy the Liang family and take his woman back as soon as possible. Oh ho, so it's Brother Liang. What's with the sudden call? Qin Feng quickly collected himself and laughed along with Liang Yu. Brother Qin, I came to Acropolis from the capital. Last time, you said to find you when I came to Acropolis and you'd give me a tour. Ha! You can't take it back. Liang Yu laughed. Qin Feng's expression stiffened. This bastard really came to Acropolis. Is he here to meet Lingxian? Or is it that this brat can't wait anymore and wants to rape Lingxian? What do you mean by taking it back? Where are you, Brother Liang? I'll look for you straight away, said Qin Feng hastily. I'm at Lingxian's house. Do you want to come over? Uncle Zhao isn't here, it's just us of the younger generation. Wait for me. I'm coming right now. Qin Feng ended the call, changed, and flew out the door. After discovering that Uncle Zhao wasn't home and that only Liang Yu and Zhao Lingxian were in the Zhao villa, he was so anxious that his heart was about to combust. He rushed over on the 28 bicycle, and the bike moved so fast that it seemed as though it was about to fly. After arriving at the Zhao villa, the 28 bicycle didn't stop. Qin Feng leapt off the bike and was about to run into the villa when he suddenly halted in his steps. Zhao Lingxian and Liang Yu were strolling by the pond outside the villa. Liang Yu smiled and joked while Zhao Lingxian had her head down as if she were counting the rocks on the ground. "Brother Qin, you're here." Liang Yu raised his head and immediately saw Qin Feng. He was so happy that he almost jumped. Zhao Lingxian, whose head was lowered the whole time, lifted her head slightly and peeked at Qin Feng. When she saw Qin Feng's anxious expression, a slight warmth surged within her, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. "It seems that this stinking brat still cares a bit about me. Brother Liang, after not seeing you for so long, you seem to have become increasingly handsome and distinguished." Qin Feng walked toward them and exchanged formalities with Liang Yu. Then, he pulled Zhao Lingxian into his embrace. "Ha! And my little sister Lingxian keeps becoming more and more beautiful and fresh." The last time Liang Yu came to the Zhao family to propose, Qin Feng reached an agreement with Liang Yu. Qin Feng backed out of competing for Zhao Lingxian, and Liang Yu went home to convince the Liang family not to start a war with the Qin family. Thus, Qin Feng appeared today as Zhao Lingxian's older brother, and Liang Yu wasn't mad even though Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian in front of him. He was a rich young master, so he knew very well that a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng wouldn't ruin his entire family for one woman. "What are you doing? Let go of me this instant." Zhao Lingxian angrily broke free from Qin Feng. Though she felt a lot better after last time's proposal, she didn't completely forgive Qin Feng for his emotional sluggishness, so how could she let Qin Feng hug her? Qin Feng released Zhao Lingxian. As Acropolis City seducer sage, he'd learned about female scents in middle school. He hugged Zhao Lingxian to smell her. The pure virgin fragrance still lingered, so Qin Feng felt reassured. "Ha! Look at this girl, after growing up, she doesn't know her brother anymore. When she was little, she wanted me with her even when taking a bath." Qin Feng chuckled as he spoke to Liang Yu. "Every girl becomes shy after growing up, don't take offense, Brother Qin." Liang Yu laughed as well. He'd invited Qin Feng to break the ice. Before Qin Feng came, Zhao Lingxian didn't even say a word to Liang Yu. She merely strolled through the garden with him, so Liang Yu felt really anxious. He came to Acropolis so suddenly to develop his relationship with Zhao Lingxian. It would be best if he could take her body as soon as possible. Liang Yu began to feel restless in regard to such an exquisite fiancé. "Little sister Lingxian, is Uncle Zhao not home?" Qin Feng spoke while giving Liang Yu a pointed look. Liang Yu immediately understood, and smiled excitedly. "Father-in-law Zhao went to work, only we three are in the house. What should we do?" "What do you want to do, Brother Liang?" Qin Feng smiled at Liang Yu. Liang Yu was so excited that he almost said that he wanted to do Zhao Lingxian, but he controlled himself. "Why don't we play some games?" Liang Yu suggested playing a game because a game would warm up the atmosphere. As they played, maybe he could use the opportunity to touch Zhao Lingxiang's hands or her waist. "If we have physical contact during the day, then won't we go straight to bed at night?" Liang Yu was extremely grateful for Qin Feng, and felt that it was a really good idea to invite him. "Let's play hide and seek." "Why don't two people hide while one person seeks?" suggested Qin Feng. This was Zhao Lingxian's favorite game when she was little. At the time, Zhao Dehai and Qin Huang were busy with work all day, so Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian stuck together and often played hide and seek to pass the time. Every time Zhao Lingxian hid, Qin Feng found her right away. But when Qin Feng hid, Qin Feng would only come out to comfort Zhao Lingxian when she began crying because she couldn't find him. Chapter 344. Chapter 344, feels very exciting. When Qin Feng suggested playing hide-and-seek, Zhao Lingxian snuck a peek at him. A surge of warmth passed through her heart. So this guy didn't forget about our lovely childhood memories. Okay. That's a good game. Liang Yu clapped. This game made his intentions perfectly. When Qin Feng was seeking, he would hide with Zhao Lingxian. Liang Yu already formulated his plan. He would hide in a narrow area, so the two of them would be forced to stick close together and maybe even hug. Then they'd be able to slowly enhance their feelings for one another. Brother Qin, what a great suggestion. Liang Yu looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. If Zhao Lingxian wasn't there, he'd want to rush up to Qin Feng and kiss him passionately. One has to befriend people like Qin Feng. This is the definition of a true friend. When Qin Feng saw how dumb Liang Yu looked for getting sold and helping the seller count the money, he laughed coldly inside while asking Zhao Lingxian, what do you think? Whatever. Zhao Lingxian was expressionless like before. Alright, then let's play hide and seek. How about this? First, little sister Lingxian and I will hide and you, brother Liang, will seek. In the second round, I'll seek while you two hide. What do you think? Qin Feng gave Liang Yu a pointed look. Okay, I don't mind. Liang Yu returned Qin Feng's look. He knew that haste would cause things to go awry. If he hid with Zhao Lingxian right away, then she might still be shy and unable to open up. Liang Yu already rushed to begin counting while Qin Feng took Zhao Lingxian's hand and pulled her into the villa. The rules of the game were that they had to stay in the villa, and that they couldn't go into Zhao Lingxian's room, because girls' rooms are always an enormous secret. Qin Feng, didn't you say we couldn't hide in my room? Why did we come here? Zhao Lingxian looked around her room suspiciously. Stop talking and kiss me. Qin Feng closed the door, lifted Zhao Lingxian's charming face, and kissed her fiercely. Zhao Lingxian came to her senses only after they had been kissing for a long time. She pushed him harshly away. What are you doing? Don't mess around. I have nothing to do with you right now. I'm someone else's fiancé. Lingxian, don't be difficult. I told you that I'm going to steal you back. Qin Feng pulled Zhao Lingxian into his embrace once again. He was feeling unhappy because he got pushed away right when he was just getting immersed in the kiss. Did that bastard Liang Yu do anything to you before I got here? Zhao Lingxian struggled twice, then gave up and rested in Qin Feng's arms. If he did anything, what would you do? What? What did the beast do? I smelled you just now, and the virgin scent is still there. Qin Feng suddenly became anxious. The corner of Zhao Lingxian's lips tugged upward. She stared at Qin Feng and shouted, What virgin scent? What the hell are you talking about? You learned bad things since you were young. Where did you hear that from? I don't believe it. Qin Feng felt a lot better when he saw Zhao Lingxian beginning to argue with him. He hugged her tightly and said, Lingxian, I have too many enemies right now, so many that I can't even properly count them. Liang Yu has a lot of power backing him. I don't have the ability to eliminate the entire Liang family in the capital. So I'll have to inconvenience you for now. Give me some more time. I've already begun pressuring the Liang family. When I've dissolved their important sources of power and made the fatal strike, I'll steal you back for sure. It was the first time Qin Feng said these words to Zhao Lingxian. This was the plan he kept hidden within him. Zhao Lingxian's frail body suddenly trembled. She hadn't thought Qin Feng would consider destroying an entire family for her sake. She'd thought Qin Feng didn't care about her anymore. She never thought a man who always looked frivolous would have such frightening thoughts. Zhao Lingxian's eyes reddened. During the past couple of days, she'd heard about the sharpshooters' attack at Cloud City Hua Manor, and she knew that the Qin family recently clashed with a lot of large family clans. Zhao Lingxian really wanted to find Qin Feng and stay with him, so they could face the problems together, but she knew she couldn't do so. Qin Feng, how have you been recently? Zhao Lingxian's hands had been tightly clenched the whole time, but now they lightly embraced Qin Feng's back. I'm very well. Don't worry about me. As long as you're happy, then I'm reassured. Qin Feng lightly caressed Zhao Lingxian's back. When a woman's heart grows cold, reigniting it is really hard. But, of course, that depends on the person. With the right person, then maybe a simple sentence can rekindle ashes into a blazing fire. Qin Feng, do you still remember how we loved playing hide and seek when we were little? Of course. Every time, you always hid in such easy places that I could find you right away. But you hid in places that were too hard to find. I'd look in every room, but I could never find you. But once you cried, I appeared right away. Because I knew you were afraid I disappeared, you were afraid you'd never see me again. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian embraced tightly, and their gazes interlocked. Qin Feng, I'll believe you once more. I'll wait for you. Zhao Lingxian's voice was as quiet as a mosquito, but Qin Feng heard it clearly. He almost shouted in happiness. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps suddenly echoed outside. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian froze. In her shock, Zhao Lingxian immediately pushed Qin Feng away, and she had a nervous expression. What should we do? Wouldn't he be suspicious of you if he finds us hiding in my room? Zhao Lingxian had just forgiven Qin Feng, and she already began worrying about him. She knew he didn't have it easy. Other people might consider him an idle hedonist young master who had no worries, but Zhao Lingxian knew of Qin Feng's hardships. What do we do? What do we do? Zhao Lingxian paced around the room anxiously. If he discovers us, won't he turn against you? Would he immediately mobilize the capital's Liang family to suppress you? Upon seeing Zhao Lingxian's worry, Qin Feng smiled and hugged her. Then, he carried her to the bed. No. Let go, Qin Feng. If we're discovered, you'll be in trouble. Zhao Lingxian was so shocked that she was bewildered. She desperately struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng had a death grip on her and laughed as he said, "Don't worry. We made the rules clear earlier that we can't hide in your room. That brat won't have the guts to come in." Zhao Lingxian calmed down a bit, but she was still worried. She glanced at the door and said, "Qin Feng, why don't you lock the door?" Qin Feng didn't get up. He was enjoying the feeling of being pressed against Zhao Lingxian's soft body. "I'm not locking it. I like this feeling. Say, Liang Yu's having such a hard time looking for us, so if he found out we were lying in your bed carrying out an affair, would he be so angry that he faints and dies?" Qin Feng laughed evilly. Zhao Lingxian blushed profusely. Qin Feng's words, carrying out an affair, really fit the situation. Zhao Lingxian didn't really like it, but she had no way of resisting. "Lingxian, I really missed you." Qin Feng's lips fell on Zhao Lingxian's red ones. Zhao Lingxian fought for a bit, then stopped resisting. She allowed Qin Feng to kiss her. Outside, Liang Yu's footsteps came and went. Inside the room, Qin Feng kissed Zhao Lingxian wildly. The feeling made Zhao Lingxian addicted. 20 minutes later, Liang Yu ran out of the villa drenched in sweat. He almost turned the 4 floors of the villa upside down, but he couldn't find the 2 of them. He began to feel suspicious. According to reason, Qin Feng should be helping him. He should have taken Zhao Lingxian to hide somewhere easy to find. Or he should have left some clues along the way to make finding them easier. Why is there nothing? Liang Yu already gave up. He went downstairs to get some fresh air outside the villa. Then, he'd call Qin Feng and tell him to come out. He had just pulled out his phone when his eyes widened. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were sitting and chatting on the lawn. "Brother Liang, what did you do? We waited for you for so long." Liang Yu had just gone outside when Qin Feng greeted him with a laugh. Liang Yu walked up to Qin Feng and asked in a low voice, "Brother Qin, where were you guys hiding? Why didn't you hide in an easier place to find? I've been searching to death." Qin Feng lowered his voice as well and complained, "You're one to talk, Brother Liang. Ling Xian and I hid behind the front doors, and we stood there for a really long time. That's such an easy hiding spot. I thought you'd see us once you went into the villa, and then it'd be my turn to find you and Ling Xian. I set everything up, but you didn't take advantage of the opportunity." Liang Yu listened with wide eyes and his mouth agape. Then, he suddenly slapped himself in the head. After going into the villa, he really hadn't looked around the first floor. He thought to himself that Qin Feng had to at least hide in the second or third floor to pretend he was giving the game some effort. Who would have thought that they'd hide behind the front doors? Liang Yu was filled with regret. "Ah, I'm so stupid. But I'll definitely remember Brother Qin's efforts. If you ever need anything, Brother Qin, don't be polite in asking for it." Qin Feng laughed internally when he saw that Liang Yu was thanking him when he tricked him. "Ling Xian, I'm really sorry to have made you wait for so long." Liang Yu and Qin Feng went up to Zhao Lingxian. Liang Yu's gaze swept over Zhao Lingxian and immediately became worried when he saw her flushed face. "Ling Xian, why is your face so red? You don't have a fever, do you?" Zhao Lingxian became nervous. She didn't have a fever. This was all because of Qin Feng. Earlier, in her room, Qin Feng had taken off all the clothing on her upper body and kissed and touched her. Though the two of them sat and rested outside for 5 or 6 minutes, Zhao Lingxian's body was still heated up. "Brother Liang. You're asking this at the wrong time." Qin Feng looked at Liang Yu as though he failed to live up to expectations. "Little sister Ling Xian waited here for you for 20 minutes. She was angry and said you were dumb. She said she ran out of patience. She's flushed with anger." Liang Yu hit himself in the forehead again and laughed awkwardly. "Ling Xian, I was wrong. Come on, let's go hide together right now and have Brother Qin find us. Brother Qin is intelligent, he'll be sure to find us quickly." Liang Yu extended his hand toward Zhao Lingxian. Who knew how long he'd waited for this moment? It was finally his turn to hide with Zhao Lingxian. What was a good place to hide? The bathroom. That was a convenient place to do things. The Qian wasn't bad either, a lot of the films took place in the Qian. Or maybe the dressing room. Recently, videos in the dressing room were really popular. Chapter 345. Chapter 345, Bring a Rich Young Master as the Chauffeur. Liang Yu was in the midst of his imaginations, smiling so much that he couldn't close his mouth. Just then, Zhao Lingxian's icy voice was like a bucket of cold water falling on his head. "I'm not playing anymore. I've waited for so long that I don't want to play anymore." "Ling Xian, you really don't want to play anymore?" "I already thought of a couple of good places to hide in. I'm sure they'll make you unexpectedly happy." Liang Yu's heart clenched, and he looked anxiously at Zhao Lingxian. He had just had such a hard time running around the villa like an idiot just for this moment. How can we not play at her say-so? Where had the basic trust between humans gone? "I'm not playing anymore. I don't want to play anymore. Zhao Lingxian huffed, pouting. There was no way she was hiding with Liang Yu. Brother Liang. I can only help you so much. You were too dumb. My hands are tied. Qin Feng immediately pulled Liang Yu aside and whispered to him, you know Lingxian's temper. This girl's been spoiled since she was young and has a princess mentality. Now, that mentality is surfacing. We can only do everything she says. Otherwise, she'll hate you forever. When Liang Yu heard how serious the situation was, he immediately looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. Brother Qin. Good thing I called you here. Otherwise, I would have definitely stepped on a mine. I'll definitely remember your kindness. When Zhao Lingxian and I finish the deed, I'll be sure to thank Brother Qin again. A murderous look flitted through Qin Feng's eyes. Then, he smiled and said, all right. Let's not play hide and seek. You'll still have opportunities to strike when we do other things. Okay. I'll follow your plans, Brother Qin. In the future, whenever I come to Acropolis looking for Lingxian, I'll be sure to call Brother Qin. I hope you don't find me an annoyance then. Ha! Of course I won't. Qin Feng laughed as he and Liang Yu returned to where Zhao Lingxian was. This girl was still pretending to be mad. Lingxian, let's not play hide and seek anymore. What do you want to do? I'll do it with you. Liang Yu attempted to curry favor with Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian ignored Liang Yu. Her large, lively eyes were glued to Qin Feng as she awaited his opinion. I don't think there's anything fun to play in the house. Since it's rare for Brother Liang to come to Acropolis, why don't we go out for a walk? Qin Feng smiled at Zhao Lingxian. He knew that this girl had been staying in the mansion all day ever since he dropped out of school. If she didn't go outside, this goddess would soon become a geeky homebody. Okay. Then let's go for a walk. No matter what Qin Feng said, Liang Yu would be the first to approve it. Zhao Lingxian was moved. She really wanted to go for a walk with Qin Feng. The last time they went for a walk was 800 years ago. Zhao Lingxian could barely remember it. Whatever. Zhao Lingxian continued to maintain an expression of nonchalance. The three people decided to take a walk. Liang Yu drove his Land Rover and was the chauffeur. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian sat in the back shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng was dishonest. He purposely placed his hand on a spot that couldn't be seen in the rearview mirror, and secretly rubbed Zhao Lingxian's smooth calves. Zhao Lingxian's entire body felt tingly and hot. She wanted to make a noise, but she didn't dare do so. The ride made her go crazy from stifling herself. Liang Yu focused on driving and didn't notice anything. After getting out of the car, he even groveled and opened the doors for Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian and helped them out of the car. He was acting like a lackey. You're horrible. When Liang Yu wasn't paying attention, Zhao Lingxian pinched Qin Feng's waist. She felt that Liang Yu was too stupid. This idiot is happy doing all of this. I didn't force him to do it. Treat him like air. Today, we're on a date. Qin Feng quickly slapped Zhao Lingxian's perky behind, and she blushed profusely. Qin Feng openly hugged Zhao Lingxian as they walked. It looked like the sibling love between a brother and sister. Liang Yu followed the two of them. Not only was he not angry, he even chatted with them while laughing. That afternoon, Zhao Lingxian bought a lot of clothes and bags. Liang Yu wanted to pay, but Qin Feng convinced him not to. He naturally wouldn't let another man buy things for his woman. Young Master Qin. Welcome. The three of them had just arrived at the entrance of a luxurious building when two beautiful women greeted them. Qin Feng hugged Zhao Lingxian and looked at Liang Yu with a smile. Brother Liang, walking for an entire afternoon is really tiring. Let's sit in the Amethyst Dragon Palace. This is Acropolis's most exclusive private club. It fits perfectly with Brother Liang's identity. Haha. Brother Qin, you're too polite. We're like brothers, so any place of entertainment is the same. Following the beautiful women's guidance, the three people went into separate changing rooms and changed their clothes. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to book a private room, but he worried that Zhao Ling Xian would feel awkward, unaccustomed to it, so he brought them to the public entertainment room. The public entertainment room was extremely classy as well. After all, the people that frequented the Amethyst Dragon Palace were all rich and powerful. The large public lounge was decorated like the palace of the Dragon King. The floor was made of glass, and little fish frolicked beneath it. There were also crystal pillars all around that glimmered under the colorful lights. There weren't a lot of people in the lounge. Groups of 2 and 3 were gathered at different tables chatting and drinking tea. The three of them chose a quiet corner to sit in. They ate while enjoying a massage from beautiful masseuses. Ling Xian, you must be tired today. Lie down and let the little beauty massage you. The masseuses in the Amethyst Dragon Palace are the best. Qin Feng smiled while placing a cherry tomato in Zhao Ling Xian's mouth. Zhao Ling Xian's expression fell slightly, and she looked at Qin Feng unhappily. She naturally knew of the Amethyst Dragon Palace. This was the Hao family's territory. It was probably managed by the Sima family now. This was a high-end club that the rich came to for entertainment. It was rumored that shady business dealings unsuitable for children took place here. Qin Feng seemed to be a regular at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, and this made Zhao Ling Xian unhappy. However, Zhao Ling Xian's anger soon dissipated, and this anger became concern for Qin Feng. She was a smart girl, and she knew that Qin Feng had a bad relationship with the Sima family. So why did he suddenly want to come here? From Zhao Ling Xian's perspective, it made more sense to go to the royal clubhouse. Qin Feng is here. In another corner of the public lounge, 3 young men with unordinary auras sat together. The 3 appeared to be drinking tea and chatting, but their gazes flitted toward Qin Feng's area from time to time. They were all rich young masters of Acropolis, 3 of the eldest grandsons of 5 small family clans. That little beauty with Qin Feng is the heiress of the high medical group, right? The man wearing the blue pajamas spoke indifferently. This was the eldest grandson of the Feng family. That's right. This lass is ranked one of the most beautiful in Acropolis. Who would have thought that she'd fall for that player Qin Feng? What a pity. Zhang Hui, who wore a purple nightshirt, complained while sipping some tea. Do we want to make a move today? Li Xingliang held a go-piece and looked at the other 2 while ruminating. The other 2 furrowed their brows and fell quiet. After a while, Fang Xing said, though Prince Sima and Prince Wen have clearly teamed up, and they purposely came to talk to us and tell us to team up and deal with Qin Feng, the Qin family isn't something we want to offend. It would be illogical if we take the initiative to provoke Qin Feng. Currently, the power dynamics in Acropolis are changing. Of the 4 major families in Acropolis, the Hao family has been demolished and the Zhou family announced their withdrawal from those ranks. Everyone is eyeing these 2 empty spots covetously, and all our families want to climb up to fill those spots. However, if we're not careful, we'll fall apart and become cannon fodder in this war. We should be careful. Zhang Hui and Li Xingliang nodded at Fang Xing's analysis. A week ago, Prince Wen and Sima too formed an alliance. After doing so, they began mobilizing various powers to covertly attack the Qin family. The 2 did a lot of things in the background, but these powers became restless. They monitored the development of the situation while waiting for an opportunity to strike. If they were too hasty, then they might be reduced to cannon fodder and their families destroyed. But if they were too slow, then they'd lose their chance and hand it to another family clan. Feng Xing and the other two suddenly fell quiet. Everyone was deep in thought, and no one knew what the other was thinking. Oh. If it isn't young Master Feng, young Master Li, and young Master Zhang. You don't come here often. The three of them suddenly heard Qin Feng's voice beside their ears. They were so shocked that they almost jumped. It was true that they usually didn't frequent the Amethyst Dragon Palace. After all, when Hua Yan and Zhou Kai were still around, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was where Acropolis City's four princes would gather. With the four princes present, how could the other young masters dare come? If they came, they would only be suppressed by the four princes. And they might even have to smilingly become their lackeys. Who would willingly humiliate themselves this way? But it was different now. Two of the four major families vacated their seats, and the three of them formed a pact with Sima Tuesday recently. They'd been going to the Amethyst Dragon Palace practically every day. They wanted to bask in the feeling of being princes. It was like if they came a sufficient number of times, they'd be able to take the vacancies in the four major families of Acropolis. These people used to dream every day that they could become one of the four princes of Acropolis. Oh. So it's Prince Qin. When did you get here, Prince Qin? How is it that none of us noticed? It really is our honor seeing Prince Qin in the flesh at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. The three of them quickly regained their senses and stood to greet Qin Feng. It was not evident that they wanted to harm Qin Feng. Oh, what, Prince Qin? That's just a name some bored people came up with. I prefer people calling me young Master Qin. I'm merely of the same status as you three young masters. Before the three of them could speak, Qin Feng presumptuously sat at the table as if he were in his own house. He wasn't overly polite in the slightest. Why aren't you sitting? Am I not welcome? Ha! Of course not. We're just overwhelmed that Prince Qin doesn't deem us beneath him. Feng Xing gave the other two a pointed look. The three people laughed and sat with Qin Feng. Chapter 346. Chapter 346, Who is he? The four of them sat around the table. Feng Xing and the other two didn't dare speak. Meanwhile, Qin Feng just enjoyed tea by himself after he took a seat, casting the three of them aside like air. The atmosphere dropped below zero. Feng Xing and the other two felt pressured and funked. Apparently, it was hard for descendants of small family clans like them to confront Qin Feng. Thanks for the tea. You three have great taste. Qin Feng stayed for more than 10 minutes before swaggering away. He took a peek at Liang Yu after he returned to his table. Brother Liang. How's everything going? Liang Yu thought Qin Feng had purposely left to give him some private time with Zhao Lingxian. He'd cast a grateful gaze at Qin Feng, but he was very soon disappointed. This was because after Qin Feng had left, Zhao Lingxian never opened her eyes, enjoying a massage instead and paying him no mind. Zhao Lingxian hadn't budged the slightest even though Liang Yu talked until his mouth was bruised. You need to work harder, Brother Liang, commented Qin Feng mirthfully. Thanks for your encouragement, Brother Qin. I'll try my best to win Lingxian's heart. Liang Yu replied with a smile. He then glanced over at Feng Xing and asked, Brother Qin, are they your friends? Why don't we invite them over? Don't worry, everything is on me today. The merrier, the better, don't you think so, Brother Qin? Liang Yu thought Zhao Lingxian was shy. He wanted to invigorate the atmosphere so that Zhao Lingxian would be more open to him. A bunch of fair-weather friends. I'm so pissed seeing them here. Qin Feng glared at Feng Xing, grumbling. Oh, is that so? What happened? Could it be that bunch of people infuriated Brother Qin? An angry face instantly crawled on Liang Yu's face. That's fine. Let them be. Brother Liang is not around Acropolis City much. Let's not talk about this. Moreover, we're not in the provincial capital, so we should avoid crossing these kind of people. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. Dumbfounded by Qin Feng's words, Zhao Lingxian opened her eyes and glanced at the table in the corner. She then pondered, isn't Qin Feng the #1 hedonist young master in Acropolis City? How can there be somebody whom he can't afford to offend? Liang Yu had been observing Zhao Lingxian's gracefulness, so her subtle action didn't escape his eyes. He noticed Zhao Lingxian didn't like that group of people either, from her frown. Liang Yu then thought to himself, finally, it's my turn to shine. It was just the small Acropolis City. Was there anyone whom he, Liang Yu, couldn't afford to anger? Brother Qin. What have those 3 stinking brats done to you? Tell me. I'll help you vent your spleen. Liang Yu spoke with massive grandeur. That's fine, that's fine. They're merely 3 wimpy kids. Qin Feng waved his hands and continued, originally, I wanted to say hello to them. However, I just sat for a minute, and they started to set sights on little sister Lingxian. They even asked what your relationship with her is. So I just told them the truth. But that bunch of little bastards said you have huge bags under your eyes, and your steps are weak, you must be impotent, and you can't possibly satisfy little sister Lingxian. They even said they want to replace you and play with her instead. AI. Let's drink. It's just a bunch of snotty little brats bullshitting. Don't take it personally. Bang! The loud sound of glass shattering broke the quiet clubhouse. Liang Yu smashed the wine glass. With a hideous expression, he barged toward Feng Xing and his friends. He drew the attention of the people in the clubhouse. All of them were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Zhao Lingxian, in particular, covered her alluring little lips and widened her big, beautiful eyes. She hadn't heard the words Qin Feng said to Liang Yu, she thought Liang Yu had an epileptic fit. Only Qin Feng sat in his place and weighed this commotion calmly. He held a cup of tea and took a sip from it, waiting to see a great show. Bang! Liang Yu was fast. Soon after, he arrived at Feng Xing's table and toppled their little wooden table with a kick. There was a pot of freshly brewed, searing hot tea on top of the 3's table. It was piping hot, and it scalded them, so that they yelped non-stop. Darn it! What the fuck are you doing? Who the hell are you? You're so fucking dead now. Young Master Zhang and Young Master Li, since it's Qin Feng's underling who took the initiative to mess around with us, let's get him together, and give this little brat some punishment. Feng Xing shouted angrily, and the 3 of them pounced on Liang Yu together. Qin Feng was the first hedonist young master in Acropolis City, he was always the boss and he would never be someone's underling. So, although Feng Xing and his 2 friends didn't know who Liang Yu was, since this fellow came together with Qin Feng, then he could only be Qin Feng's underling. The 3 of them were reluctant to provoke Qin Feng because they feared the Qin family. But since their opponent's underling picked a fight with them on his own, the 3 of them naturally wouldn't fear Liang Yu. They had the Sima family and Prince Wen backing them as well. Thump! Feng Xing rushed up first and threw a fist at Liang Yu's face. You're merely a dog of Qin Feng's, you silly brat. How dare you act tough before us? I'm going to make sure you regret your foolish action today. After throwing a punch, Feng Xing yelled barbarously, loud enough for everyone to hear. He did this deliberately because of Qin Feng. Humph, do you really think you're such a bully, you little brat? I don't even need to see its owner if I want to punish somebody's dog. Fuck. Do you really think we 5 small family clans are nothing? How dare you step on me? Your idiotic action is like bearding a lion in its den. I think the large families in Acropolis City should be reshuffled. The second to rush forward was Zhang Hui. He was big and tall, and he flipped Liang Yu with a simple kick. Among Liang Yu's peers, only his second little brother, Liang Jingwei, was a martial arts genius. He'd achieved stage 4 inner chi at a very young age. On the other hand, Liang Yu and his third little brother, Liang Xing, were normals, no martial arts background, understanding, or aptitude at all. Both of them were purely hedonist young masters. So now, when he was besieged by 3 people, Liang Yu couldn't do anything but writhe on the floor, enduring their furious attacks. Qin Feng. What should we do? Is Liang Yu mad or something? Why did he proactively pick a fight with them? Zhao Lingxian was so frightened that she clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm. This amethyst dragon palace belongs to the Sima family, and it's Qin Feng who brought Liang Yu here. Will Qin Feng get himself into trouble if the fight persists? Should we stop them? Never mind, let them be. That fellow, Liang Yu, rubs me the wrong way, and I've loathed him for a long time now. It's nice that somebody can finally help me vent my displeasure. Qin Feng casually took a sip from his tea, as if he didn't notice what was happening over there. Seeing a perfectly composed Qin Feng, Zhao Lingxian finally understood. Obviously, this show was arranged by Qin Feng. Liang Yu, Fang Xing, and Fang Xing's friends, all of them were simply his pawns. Qin Feng, control yourself, then. Don't join in. Zhao Lingxian didn't care for others' well-being as long as Qin Feng was fine. Qin Feng suddenly got to his feet and tidied Zhao Lingxian's hair. Don't worry. Let me show you the strength of your man. As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly vanished before Zhao Lingxian's eyes. By the time she raised her head, she noticed that Qin Feng had joined the brawl. Bang! Sound arrived before Qin Feng. He delivered a kick at Fang Xing's face and destroyed his front teeth. You 3 evil creatures, you have the nerve to bully this young master's buddy. You're all asking to die. Qin Feng's voice was loud and clear. He didn't stop while speaking. He single-handedly picked up Zhang Hui, who had been stomping on Liang Yu. That tall and sturdy Zhang Hui was now like a little chick in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng tossed Zhang Hui, sending him flying through the air to drop heavily on a tea table nearby. He even smashed the tea table into 2. Aw, aw, aw. The public lounge was like a pot that suddenly exploded. Everyone was stunned by this fierce battle. Most importantly, those people involved in the fight were descendants of the 5 small family clans and the #1 hedonist young master, Qin Feng. I brought my good friend here to have a cup of tea, and I intended to have a nice chat with him. How dare the 3 of you insult my friend? On top of that, you even hit him. If I don't give you a tanning, I think you'll probably forget who owns this Acropolis City. Qin Feng picked up Li Xingliang, raised his arm, and gave Li Xingliang some fine slaps. After a dozen of slaps, Li Xingliang's originally handsome, white face had swollen up, blood red and purplish, just like a ghost. Whamp! Qin Feng tossed Li Xingliang as well. Brother Liang. Are you alright? Qin Feng hastily helped Liang Yu to his feet and continued with a worried expression, You're too reckless. Why'd you go up to them all alone? You should have informed me earlier. I'm very good at hitting people. Liang Yu had bruises all over his body. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and Qin Feng almost couldn't recognize him. That clean, white bathrobe was also full of footprints. He was as miserable as a beggar. Fuck. How dare this group of kids lay their hands on me? They are dead, they are so dead. Liang Yu was truly enraged. He held tightly to Qin Feng's arm and yelled, Tell me, Brother Qin. Who are they? I'll now go back to the provincial capital and ask my people to destroy them. Zhao Lingxian had arrived at their side. She apparently realized Qin Feng's intention and took the initiative to answer Liang Yu's question before Qin Feng could. Young Master Liang, these three are the fellows of the Feng family, the Zhang family, and the Li family. All of them are heirs of small family clans. I never imagined they'd have the guts to attack you. Are you alright? Liang Yu was slightly stunned. He'd never expected that Zhao Lingxian would care for him. He clapped his chest and yelled with lofty heroic spirit, the Feng family, Li family, and Zhang family, right? Just you wait. I'll exterminate your whole family tonight. Liang Yu's cockiness had drawn the attention of the people in the lounge. Almost everyone knew Feng Xing and his two friends, but not Liang Yu. They all cast puzzled looks at Liang Yu with a question in their minds. Why is this fellow still so arrogant even though he has been brutally beaten? Who is he? However, they soon realized that this person shouldn't be Qin Feng's underling since Qin Feng and Liang Yu addressed and treated each other like real brothers. A person who could be Qin Feng's brother, it seems he has some background as well. At this moment, Feng Xing and his two friends were still rolling on the floor, yelping in pain. However, their hearts were in much more pain than the physical pain in their bodies. The three of them weren't fools. They suddenly realized that Qin Feng had duped them. They'd thought all along that Liang Yu was Qin Feng's underling. They planned to step on Qin Feng by beating up his underling. But now, it seemed like they'd had it all wrong. Young Master Feng. Something is wrong. What should we do now? Enduring the pain in their bodies, Li Xingliang and Zhang Hui went to Feng Xing's side. All of them were in a panic. I think we've been set up. Let's retreat now and check out the identity of that person with our family's power. We must find out who he really is. Chapter 347. Chapter 347, Lu Bingbing's in trouble. Feng Xing and his two friends cast fiendish glares at Qin Feng and Liang Yu and hastily ran away. Of course Qin Feng wouldn't stop them. On the other hand, Liang Yu wanted to stop them and beat them down, but unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do it. I'm truly sorry about that, Brother Liang. I intended to have a good time with you at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. I had no idea we would meet those three little bragging bastards here and have our wonderful experience ruined. Are you really okay? After they came out from the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Qin Feng earnestly asked about Liang Yu's condition. How about we bring you to hospital for a checkup? Otherwise, Ling Xian and I will worry about you. Enduring his pain, Liang Yu waved his hand and gave them a faint smile. You shouldn't blame yourself, Brother Qin. I'm not going to a hospital either. I'm going back to the provincial capital now. I want to destroy those three rascals with the power of the Liang family. Liang Yu leaned to one side and looked at Zhao Lingxian. Lingxian, I'm sorry for all the fuss. I should get going now. I will come for you after I've settled this problem. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian saw Liang Yu off. After he'd left, Qin Feng flagged down a cab and took Zhao Lingxian back to her villa. Zhao Dehai wasn't at home at the moment, so Zhao Lingxian led Qin Feng to her own room. After she shut the door, she hastily dragged Qin Feng to her bed. Qin Feng. What happened tonight? Did you deliberately set up those three people from the 5 small family clans and Liang Yu? Zhao Lingxian had been holding back. So once they got home, she couldn't restrain herself anymore and blurted out all her suspicions to Qin Feng. Yes, it was me. I pulled a trick on both sides, so they'd fight. Qin Feng didn't have to keep it a secret from Zhao Lingxian. Frowning, Zhao Lingxian then asked again, why did you want to do that? You've enough enemies, why do you still want to make more of them? It isn't me who's looking for trouble. It's trouble who proactively looking for me. With a bitter smile, Qin Feng shook his head. Since the Hao and the Zhou families have vacated their positions in the 4 major families, we need new powers to fill in the 2 empty slots. As for now, the most capable and promising families are the 5 small family clans. Each of them has been busy plotting behind the scenes, preparing to make their move. After Sima Tu and Prince Wen made an alliance, both of them had been causing the Qin family a lot of trouble. On the face of it, Qin Feng seemed to be in the dark, continuing his idle life, but actually, he was clear about this in his mind. Every day, he would analyze the current situation in his brain and formulate the best way to counter his opponent's moves. He faked ignorance, but in reality, he was secretly planning an unexpected counterattack on Sima Tu and Prince Wen. His enemies had been setting up traps, Qin Feng could only counter every move. Now, you attack me mercilessly. When I am strong and fully fledged, can all of you endure this young master's relentless and vengeful lethal attack? Qin Feng patiently analyzed that night's situation for Zhao Ling Xian. I could have gone to the royal clubhouse. Why should I trouble myself and bring Liang Yu to the Amethyst Dragon Palace? This is because I want to borrow the power of the Liang family, and I want to show Sima Tu that I'm very close to Liang Yu. Originally, I planned to startle Sima Tu and his alliance. I wanted them to know we, the Qin family, are not cowards and they shouldn't simply offend us. Plus, we have our own alliance as well. However, after I saw those 3 little bastards, I changed my mind. Before, that trio wouldn't go to the Amethyst Dragon Palace and they would voluntarily hail me once they saw me. But tonight, they were inside the Amethyst Dragon Palace and they had already noticed me as soon as I walked into the place. But they didn't take the initiative to fawn on me, throwing resentful gazes at me from time to time instead. The 3 of them are suspicious. Soon enough, Zhao Ling Xian had gotten a grasp of Qin Feng's meaning. Nodding, Qin Feng then continued to explain, that's what I was thinking. So I went up to them. I sat with them for roughly 10 minutes, but they didn't utter a word or talk with me. And from this I knew that they were indeed hiding something from me, so they were afraid of me. Could it be they want to make you their enemy, and use you as their stepping stone? Exclaimed Zhao Ling Xian. How bold these 5 small family clans are. Yes, it's possible. But I know the 3 of them aren't that daring. I'm pretty sure someone is backing them. Qin Feng sighed lightly. I discovered this, so I changed my tactic in the nick of time. I used Liang Yu to confront them and completely shatter their plan. I believe Liang Yu should have arrived at the Liang family by now. Tonight will be a stormy night. These 3 pawns won't cause further trouble for me anymore. Zhao Ling Xian understood everything after Qin Feng's explanation. As a woman, she'd paid no attention to those open fights and veiled struggles among the aristocratic families. Now only did she understand how dangerous those were. A slight carelessness might result in a total wipeout of the whole family. Qin Feng. You mustn't die. Zhao Ling Xian suddenly hugged Qin Feng tightly. Only now did she understand Qin Feng's difficulties. Before, she only saw the side of Qin Feng that was an unruly dandy, frivolous and perverted. She'd never known he was actually a cautious person, wise and calm. The atmosphere in the parlors of the Feng family, the Li family, and the Zhang family were grave. The elders of 3 families convened emergency family meetings. All the core family members assembled and the atmosphere was glacial. Fang Xing, Li Xingliang, and Zhao Hui knelt in the parlor of their respective homes, receiving the fury of their elders. They had discovered the origin of the other person involved now. He was the first grandson of the Liang family in the provincial capital, Liang Yu. Unfilial. Vile spawn. Fang Xing's grandpa was seething with anger, his sunken eyes bulging. How dare you conceal from the family that Sima too asked you to frame the Qin family? Are you stirring up a rebellion, you rascal? Do you think it's that easy for those 4 major families to get to their current position? Each and every one of them is a vicious and greedy demon who will devour you whole. Why do you think Sima too refused to approach me, the head of household, and talked with you instead? You're merely a pawn for him, a worthless cannon fodder. Are you aware of that, you rascal? You're dragging the whole family down. Elder Fang was so angry that he trembled non-stop. He then added, do you really think that, with that cheap trick of yours, you can defeat and conquer the Qin family? Did you forget how Hua Yan died, and how the Hao family has fallen? Do you think it is that easy to lead the Zhou family by their noses? That old fart Zhou Ming is extremely astute, a sly old fox. Don't tell me you really think that he's suffering from Alzheimer's and that's why he decided to step down from the 4 major families. If he hadn't had done that, the Zhou family would be like the Hao family, completely vanished and gone from Acropolis City. The people from the Qin family just used the very tip of their actual strength, and they demolished 2 large families. We are only one of the 5 small family clans, and you want to wade through this muddy water. Fool! You're such a simpleton. Dad! Things are urgent now. The people from the Liang family have asked for our explanation. Let's think of a countermeasure first. Fang Xing's dad stepped forward and mercilessly stomped on his own child twice. Fang Xing wasn't sure how many stomps he'd received since arriving home. He felt he might be dead any time, sooner or later, if they continued to trample on him. Elder Fang fell silent. After a few seconds, he then said resolutely, send this little brat overseas. Tonight. He must go tonight. As for the Liang family, let's try to settle it with money. Zhang Hui and Li Xing Liang shared the same fate as Fang Xing. They were both inundated with their elders' admonishments, and the elders of both families also decided to send them overseas and settle this incident with money. In the wee hours, the trio reunited at Acropolis City's international airport. A few hours ago, the 3 of them had talked cheerfully and wittily in the Amethyst Dragon Palace, with aggressive and grand ambition, fantasizing that they could elevate their own family to the level of the 4 major families. But now, they were all dispirited and bruised, and they were in no mood to greet each other. Bang! In a luxury private room at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Prince Wen furiously threw a bottle of 82 Lafite at the wall, shattering it. Red wine splashed all over the floor, and streamed like human blood. He'd simply thrown away and wasted 100,000 yuan. Soon after, a strange smile appeared on Prince Wen's face. Interesting. This is interesting. Not only didn't Qin Feng and Liang Yu engage in a death maw, but they've become a pair of good brothers. Prince Sima, do you think even God is helping that little brat? Sima too's face sank slightly. This time, the 2 of them had enticed Fang Xing and his 2 friends to deal with Qin Feng. They had never imagined that Qin Feng would already overturn their plan before they could carry it out. What stunned them the most was that the person who helped Qin Feng was none other than Liang Yu. Both of them knew Qin Feng inside out. And they were certain that Liang Sheng and Liang Jingwei from the Liang family died under Qin Feng's hand. They couldn't fathom why this Liang Yu hadn't unleashed the power of the Liang family and declared war on the Qin family, and instead sided with Qin Feng and even stepped out for him. Is this person nuts or is his brain full of grass? Ha! Indeed, it's interesting. But playing is interesting only when everyone is capable. Sima Tu's glacial expression faded away. He then added mirthfully, if Qin Feng was as stupid as Fang Xing's trio, then we'll have no sense of achievement after we defeat him. Prince Sima is right. We have too many pawns, and we might overlook some if we don't clear some out first. Seems like Prince Wen has another new idea. Sima Tu's smile grew even broader. Yes, I do. This is a big step, and if we ever succeed, Qin Feng might be in real trouble. To be honest, this power isn't any weaker than the Golden Assassin crew. The corner of Prince Wen's mouth curled. He then added, I heard not long ago that Lu Bingbing has a human trafficking group in custody. According to my informer in the bureau, those people have laid it all out. Those people have a great power behind them. And fortunately, I'm an acquaintance of their backer. Since my friend is in trouble now, how could I cross my arms and stand aside? I already texted him a minute ago. I told him, Lu Bingbing is leading a team to raid his base. So now, let's sit back, relax, and enjoy our show. Sima Tu's eyes shone brightly after he heard Prince Wen's plan. He smiled wickedly and said, Prince Wen should send another message to Qin Feng. Prince Wen waved the cell phone in his hand, and said, I just sent it. Do you want to see it, Prince Sima? Sima Tu took the cell phone. Lu Bingbing is in trouble. She is now at Yunhai City, Heping Town, and she needs immediate support. Chapter 348. Chapter 348, I don't know your mother. Yunhai City, Heping Town. Both Bai Qing and her mother hadn't been able to sleep soundly last night. This was because they'd waited all day and night but their men still hadn't come back. Qing, your father's been out since yesterday afternoon. I haven't heard from him yet, and I couldn't get through to his phone. Could it be something has happened to him? Mother Bai became restless again. Father Bai was the pillar of the family, what would they do if he was harmed? Mom, calm down. Let's go to have a look at Fengyun Fun City now. I don't think they'd dare to do anything to us in broad daylight. I'm sure we can rescue Dad and little brother today. Bai Qing gritted her teeth and made a decision, to which Mother Bai agreed. Bai Qing and her mother then rushed to Fengyun Fun City. Heping Town was small. Bai Qing and her mother arrived at Fengyun Fun City after 10 minutes. The largest recreation center in Heping Town, Fengyun Fun City had 4 floors, and the building was constructed like a palace. It was grand and imposing. Hey! Hold it right there. What are you two doing? As soon as Bai Qing and her mother arrived at the main gate, they were halted by 2 security guards. These 2 weren't regular security guards. One could tell that these 2 were hooligans clad in security clothes. They exposed their rowdyism as soon as they spoke. Fengyun Fun City was a place dedicated to male customers, and a member card was required in order to access their facilities. Besides, the security measures were strict. They would check every customer thoroughly, in and out. It was obvious that Bai Qing and her mother hadn't come to spend, so the security guards had to ask them a few questions. We're your customers. Why would you block our way? Faking composure, Bai Qing stared at the security guards. She'd lived in Acropolis City for 4 to 5 years, so she knew that some corrupted compounds like this place had strict security measures. You came for spending. Show us your member card, then. The security guards didn't believe Bai Qing at all and stuck their eyes on her body instead. Gleams of lewdness could be seen in their eyes. From their perspective, a divinely graceful woman with a curvaceous body like Bai Qing was an absolutely rare gem in a small village like Heping Town. I forgot to bring the member card. Anyway, we came here for a massage. Let us in now. Is this how your Fengyun Fun City treats its customers? Bai Qing never expected that they would need a member card to enter the venue. She was slightly nervous. Stop bullshitting. You're not allowed to enter if you don't have the member card. The security guards were tough and refused to let Bai Qing and her mother enter. They continued to glue their eyes to Bai Qing's boobs without the slightest scruple, drooling at the same time. Bai Qing was disgusted by their action. But when she remembered that her dad and her little brother were still inside, Bai Qing could only brace herself. We came for our family. My dad and my little brother are inside there. What is your dad's name? The two security guards asked Bai Qing in a stern manner, withdrawing their sleazy gazes. He is Bai Yang. Just wait here. I'll go inside and check for you. One of the security guards quickly entered the compound. Bai Qing and Mother Bai waited at the entrance anxiously. Very soon, the security guard returned, except he smiled playfully when he looked at Bai Qing again. I've checked with the personnel. Yes, your father is inside. I can let you in, but not that old fart. Why I'm not allowed to go in? Bai Yang is my husband. I've to go inside to search for him. When she learned she couldn't go inside, Mother Bai became flurried. She yelled. Stop yelling, you fucker. If I say you can't enter, that means you can't enter. Hurry up and leave, either alone or both of you. Running out of patience, the security guards pushed Mother Bai away. Mother Bai almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Bai Qing reacted fast and helped her mother up. Mom. Please go back first. I'll go in by myself. No, you mustn't. How can I let you go inside alone? Haven't you noticed how those scumbags looked at you just now? Let's leave now and call the police instead. Mother Bai whispered in her daughter's ear. How could Bai Qing not have noticed the reed looks of those two security guards? However, when she thought of the safety of her dad and her little brother, Bai Qing clenched her teeth and said resolutely, Mom. Don't worry, I'll be fine by myself. It's still early, and I'm certain that there must be a lot of guests in there. If they really try to do something on me, I'll shout. Moreover, it's better if I go inside alone. Mom, you go back first and wait for me. If I haven't returned by tonight, please call the police. Mother Bai could only agree to Bai Qing's suggestion after Bai Qing persuaded her. Bai Qing went into Fengyun Fun City alone. As soon as she entered the hall on the first floor, the atmosphere changed completely. The hall was noisy and raucous. Inside the hall were various kinds of slot machines. There was a huge crowd of people, and all of them were screaming and yelling in front of the slot machines like mad. Plus, a scantily clad bunny girl stood beside each slot machine, hurraying and raising the players' spirits. Stop looking around and follow me. One of the security guards from the entrance led Bai Qing inside. He sent a furious glare at her and continued to walk up a flight of stairs. They came to the third floor, which was the city of footbaths. They passed the footbath area, and arrived at a small room. You wait here. You'll be meeting your dad soon. After the security guard had finished speaking, he then left the room, smiling wickedly. Bai Qing studied the office. The 50-square-meter office was empty, equipped with only a working desk, a bookshelf, and a couch near the door. She sat on the couch and waited for a while, and a big-bellied middle-aged man with thinning hair came in. Who are you? Bai Qing suddenly got on her feet. When she realized the person who had came wasn't her dad, she became edgy and defensive. Ha! Don't be afraid of me, beauty. I'm the manager of Fengyun Fun City, Manager Chang. You came for your father, am I right? With an evil grin, Manager Chang soothed Bai Qing and shut the door. Bai Qing kept her distance from Manager Chang, and warily asked him, Where are my dad and my little brother? I want to see them. Now. Relax, beauty. Why don't we take our time and have a cup of tea first? You'll see your father eventually. Manager Chang's grin became broader. He suddenly walked up to Bai Qing. Bai Qing was so afraid that she recoiled. Very soon, she'd backed into a corner. She then hastily yelled in a grave tone, "Don't come any closer. Release my dad and my little brother now. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Slap. Manager Chang's face suddenly contorted. He gave Bai Qing's face a huge slap. With a ghastly look, he glared at Bai Qing and said, "Call the police. Do you fucking want to die? What can you do since you're in my territory, huh? If you still want to see your father and your little brother, strip off your clothes now and entertain me. As long as you serve me well, I'll give you the opportunity to reunite with them." Bai Qing covered her searingly painful cheek and gritted her teeth tightly, refusing to allow her tears fall from her eyes. How was there any chance she would surrender to Manager Chang? She replied to him in an icy tone, I won't yield to you even if it costs my life. Wake up and smell the coffee. My mom is waiting for me at home. If I don't return in time, she'll call the police to arrest you all." Ha! Ha ha ha. Manager Chang cracked up, and guffawed uproariously and incessantly as if he'd heard a big joke. Too naive. You're so naive. Do you really think I'm afraid of the police? What can the police do to me? Your little brother gambled and lost 500,000 yuan to us. Yesterday, your father came to look for him, but he didn't have enough money to ransom him. In the end, your father lost 700,000 yuan in gambling as well. So now, the total debt they owe us is 1,200,000 yuan. I can release them now if you can pay the debt in full. Bai Qing didn't believe his nonsense. This was because she knew her dad and her little brother well. They would never gamble, let alone gamble in such big amounts. That's not possible. I don't believe you. Release them now. Slap. Manager Chang was impatient. He gave yet Bai Qing's face another huge slap. He was like a despot in Heping Town. Nobody dared to oppose him, neither the police nor the mobsters. He had raped countless women in Fengyun Fun City. Most of them were like Bai Qing, who refused to surrender to him, but they became as obedient as rabbits after he bashed them a few times. You're a fine Bai. I've played countless women, and none of them can compare to you. Now, let me have a good time with you. Rest assured, I'm very sure you'll enjoy it very much. Bai Qing was now crying on the floor after she received 2 slaps from Manager Chang. On the other hand, Manager Chang had already pounced on her and began to rip off her clothes. Bang! The office's door was suddenly opened. A squad of fully armed police rushed inside, stunning Manager Chang. Seeing her saviors, Bai Qing hastily ran to the leading female officer's side. She thought these cops had been summoned by her mother. Who are you guys? How can you all casually barge into my territory? Do you know who am I? Didn't Director Zhang tell you beforehand? Manager Chang soon regained his vicious aura. He wasn't afraid of this police squad. When his gaze fell on the leading female officer, he realized that this cop was yet another fine woman. She was valiant and formidable looking, and her body was hot. Manager Chang's gaze instantly became frivolous. He even winked at that female officer. Whap! Lu Bingbing was furious. Only Qin Feng hadn't died from flirting with her openly. The other people who dared to do so had died tragically. Without any demur, she delivered a kick to Manager Chang's chest. Her great strength had sent Manager Chang flying directly into the wall. He knocked down a few paintings from the wall to the floor. Shameless rascal! Arrest him! Lu Bingbing's countenance was frosty. She called out and 2 policemen behind her rushed forward. All of them were Lu Bingbing's subordinates, whom she'd brought from Acropolis City. So they knew this beautiful director's temper. When they saw Manager Chang wink at Director Lu, all of them had foreseen the end of this fellow. You're mad. Are you trying to rebel against me? Even Director Zhang has to fawn on me. How dare you arrest me? Release me. Release me right away. Manager Chang was yelling and resisting. Those two cops pretendedly ignored him. They carried him out of the office and tied him up with the other inmates. After Manager Chang had been carried away, Bai Qing finally calmed down. She hastily grabbed Lu Bingbing's hand and asked, "Miss Police, how is my mother? Is she fine?" Eyeing Bai Qing, Lu Bingbing realized this woman was really pretty. With a puzzled expression, she then replied to her, "I don't know your mother." Chapter 349, Trapped. Chapter 349, Trapped. Lu Bingbing had learned of their base from the ear-stud guy, Brother Chang. Hastily leading her team, she went to Heping Town in the night. After she'd reconnoitered that area for a night, she raided them today. She was baffled. She even started to ponder, is this divinely beautiful woman a retard? Or has her brain gone haywire after she almost got raped? How could I know her mother? My mom didn't call you. Bai Qing was measuring Lu Bingbing as well. Although this woman is a drop-dead beauty, yet she is so cold and distant. No, I did not receive any call from your mom. Officer Lu, bring this lady victim to rest. The remaining people, follow me. Lu Bingbing gestured at her subordinates. She was on a raiding operation, she still had to CA the other villains. Bai Qing took a peek at Lu Bingbing's police badge and discovered that they didn't seem to be from the local police station. So they were not called by mom. Bai Qing didn't follow Officer Lu to rest. She hurriedly trailed behind Lu Bingbing as she still needed to search for her dad and her little brother. During the sweep of the dozen fully armed policemen, they successfully caught a great many criminals in the four-story Feng Yunfan city. All the criminals were detained in the hall on the first floor, holding their heads down and squatting on the floor. There were 43 in total. Looking at the sheer number of people, Lu Bingbing fell silent. After hesitating for a while, she then ordered her subordinates, contact the local police station, and request for some support. Lu Bingbing gave the order. All her subordinates hastily contacted the local police. At the same time, Bai Qing had found her dad and her little brother. Both of them had been detained in a small, dark room on the fourth floor, and they had bruises all over their bodies. Besides her dad and little brother, there were more than 10 other victims imprisoned in the room. Bai Qing released them all. Dad, little brother, are you all right? Bai Qing helped both of them walk out from the cell. Bai Yang and Bai Xiao had been in this pie-black room for a day and a night. They couldn't adapt to the bright light once they came out. Bai Yang covered his eyes and asked in a quavering voice, "Qing Qing, is that you?" "Dad. It's me." Bai Qing was frightened. "What happened to your eyes?" "We're fine. It's just that we stayed in the room for such a long time, so we can't get used to the light outside. These bunch of brutes locked us up by force. They didn't give us food or water, they even attacked us. They are monsters." Bai Yang suddenly came to his senses. He exclaimed, "Qing Qing, why are you here? You can't come to a place like this. Hurry up and get out." "Dad. We're safe now. A group of police has raided this place, and they have taken control of this building." Bai Qing's voice was choked with emotions. She still had post-traumatic stress. If it wasn't for Lu Bingbing and her squad coming in the nick of time, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to keep her chastity. If things had really gone that far, she felt she wouldn't have had the face to show herself to Qin Feng anymore. After Bai Yang and Bai Xiao readjusted to the light intensity, both of them opened their eyes. Looking at the bright and beautiful sunlight and the familiar streets, countless emotions and feelings wafted through their hearts. "We've finally gotten out. It's great, it's too great. Fine, fine. Let's go home now. These 2 days were a nightmare. Bai Yang helped his daughter and son wipe off their tears, patted their shoulders, and went with them back to their home. How is everything going? Lu Bingbing was standing in the hall, working vigorously and speedily. A few of her subordinates stood beside her. They reported, Director Lu, we've made contact with Director Zhang, the deputy of the local police station. He is on his way now. Lu Bingbing's brows frowned when she heard the name, Director Zhang. When they were arresting that rapist just now, he was shouting that name arrogantly. Fine. We should wait here, then. Lu Bingbing shook her head to get the ridiculous thought out of her head. After they'd waited for more than 10 minutes, 5 police cars arrived. A 40-year-old man alighted from the car first and hailed them, Hey buddy, great work. By the way, who is your head? After a couple of strides, Lu Bingbing arrived in front of Director Zhang. With an icy tone, she introduced herself, I'm the director of Acropolis City's Northern Region Sub-Bureau, Lu Bingbing. We're investigating a human smuggling ring, and we found out that their base is in Heping Town. I hope that Director Zhang can cooperate with me. Director Zhang secretly measured Lu Bingbing. He never expected their head to be a woman. When he saw Lu Bingbing's frosty, delicate face and smoking hot body, Director Zhang habitually licked his lips. Hee. Of course. We'll do our best to cooperate with Director Lu. We've caught 43 people this time, and closed down a large recreation center. That said, it's you who neglected your duty, Director Zhang. Lu Bingbing's voice was cold. She had always been a self-disciplined woman, going by the book and impartial. She criticized Director Zhang for his dereliction of duty. A trace of sinister intent flashed in Director Zhang's eyes. He grinned from ear to ear and said, Yes. Director Lu is right. Let's bring this bunch of hoodlums back to the police station first. Starting from now, I'll take care of this incident seriously. After hesitating for a while, Lu Bingbing gestured at her subordinates, Withdraw now. Let's go to the local police station. A line of 7 police cars set out in a grandiose fashion, trailed by 2 vans of villains. In a van, Manager Chung stared at a cop beside him. Little Wu, untie me now. Little Wu immediately released Manager Chung. Big Brother Chung. Sorry for the offense. Fuck. Is Director Zhang mad? Why did he have to arrest me? Don't force me to call my big brother now and get rid of you all. Director Chung wasn't afraid of Little Wu, lecturing Little Wu like a little brother. Please don't, Big Brother Chung. It's all a misunderstanding. Little Wu hastily explained, those people who raided you came from outside the city. It has nothing to do with us. They called Director Zhang and requested for assistance after they'd captured you. Director Zhang is now dealing with them. Don't worry. Everything will be fine as soon as we reach the station. Humph. Now you're talking. Dispose of them immediately. Otherwise, if my big brother has to do it personally, be aware that you and your Director Zhang will be replaced. Manager Chung sent a menacing glare at Little Wu. And reserve that bye for me. How dare she arrest me? I'm going to strip off her clothes and send her off to heaven. Manager Chung suddenly added. The cars had been speeding the whole way, and they arrived at the local police station soon after. Following Director Zhang, Lu Bingbing, along with her subordinates, led a group of villains into the police station. Director Zhang, I'll have you jail these fellows. I need to report this incident to the higher-ups later on and await their decision. Rest assured, Director Lu. These guys won't be able to escape me. Director Zhang assured Lu Bingbing with a smile. Officer Wu, inform the men in the station to lock them up. After that, get us some tea. Since Director Liu and her squad came all the way here, we should entertain them." Officer Wu noticed Director Zhang's meaningful glance. He then quickly went off to do his bidding. A large number of inmates had been escorted by policemen from the station. Meanwhile, Director Liu and her troop rested in the lounge. Soon after, Officer Wu returned with freshly brewed tea. Lu Bingbing and her squad were thirsty for water since they'd worked the whole day long. They didn't think too much and gulped the tea. "Director Liu, let me reserve a table at the Grand Hotel to celebrate your success." Seeing that everybody had drunk the tea, Director Zhang giggled within his heart. Lu Bingbing waved her hand, and replied icily, "It's our responsibility as police to arrest the villains. No need to be so fancy. We'll be heading back to Acropolis City after we've rested enough." "Fine, fine. Rest well, then, Director Liu." Director Zhang played his eyes at Officer Wu, and both of them retreated from the lounge. "How is it? Did you drug them?" Director Zhang pulled Officer Wu to a secluded corner after they came out from the lounge. "Yes, I did. I even doubled the dosage. All of them will be unconscious within 15 minutes. Director Zhang nodded his head, satisfied. His expression suddenly became nervous. "How about Manager Chang? Was he still angry?" "He was. But then I explained everything to him along the way. I guess he has cooled down by now. However, he said he wants that female officer." Director Zhang hesitated for a while. He then said, "Just give her to him. I can't handle it anyway. Have Manager Chang contact his backer to hush up this incident. They'll have full authority in handling it. We won't get in their way." "Roger. I'll tell Manager Chang now." Officer Wu went to the cell to inform Manager Chang, whereas Director Zhang stayed in his own office. He waited for 20 minutes, and by the time he returned to the lounge, Lu Bingbing and the crew she brought over were all lying on the table, fast asleep. Some of them even fell to the floor. Director Zhang immediately called Officer Wu. Soon enough, Officer Wu and Manager Chang rushed over. "Fuck. These motherfuckers think they are so great. Dare to act wildly with me in Heping Town. Don't they know I own this place?" Fuming with anger, Manager Chang stomped heavily on a few people lying on the floor. He went to Lu Bingbing's side again. Looking at Lu Bingbing's divinely beautiful profile, he couldn't restrain himself and pounced on her, starting to rip off her clothes. "You mustn't, Manager Chang." Director Zhang hastily halted Manager Chang. The situation wasn't clear and he didn't want anything bad happening in his territory. "Let's wait for the order from your backer. If Manager Chang really wants this woman, you can bring her back to the base. And you can play to your heart's content." Manager Chang was a person of no consequence, but his backer was terrifying. Since Director Zhang had spoken, Manager Chang had to give face to him. He waved his hand and yelled, all right. Stop blabbing and order your men to release my brothers now. I still need to earn money. Do you know how much I've lost after these bastards closed down Fun City? Officer Wu, release them now." Not long after Officer Wu left, Manager Chang's cell phone rang. Seeing Manager Chang's grim countenance, Director Zhang knew that this call must be from his backer. He was afraid that person might have decided to settle this matter. Chapter 350, I won't give you face, then. Chapter 350, I won't give you face, then. Manager Chang hastily went to a corner and answered the phone. After a few minutes, he returned to Director Zhang's side. "Manager Chang. How was it?" Director Zhang asked nervously. He was worried since they had caused a scene. That was a call from Big Brother, and they'd come to a conclusion. What did young Masterly say? A trace of a sinister grin flitted across Manager Chang's face. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, and he thrust it into Director Zhang's heart. Then, he said, young Masterly asked you to die. You. Pfft. Director Zhang goggled at Manager Zhang in total disbelief, his face distorted and grotesque in a violent expression of anger. Before he could finish speaking, Manager Chang pulled the dagger out of his heart. Thick, fresh blood jetted from the wound. Director Zhang's head leaned to one side as he died. His eyes bulged, and he died with remaining grievances. Before, he had loyally and devotedly served young Masterly, saw, heard, and obeyed every one of his orders. He'd never imagined he would be killed by young Masterly one day. Not only you. All your men can't escape their fate. Manager Chang pushed him lightly, and Director Zhang fell to the floor. Coincidentally, Officer Wu returned with those hooligans trailing behind him. When he saw Director Zhang lying in a pool of blood, his countenance changed drastically as he understood everything. Don't let that brat get away. Kill him along with the others from the station. Leave those police who captured us. Young Masterly wants to see them. Before Officer Wu could escape, he was caught by those hooligans. All of them delivered kick after kick at him and trampled him to death. After half an hour, Manager Chang and his underlings had finished their task. Meanwhile, Lu Bingbing and her subordinates remained unconscious. They were thrown into a van by a dozen hooligans. After that, they all rushed back to Fengyun Fun City. Drive faster. Young Masterly has been waiting for us in Fun City. Bai Qing brought her dad and her little brother back to their home. Mother Bai, who had been waiting anxiously in the house, couldn't hold back her tears anymore and cried copiously. She had been nervous and fidgety since she got home, afraid that something might happen to her daughter. Seeing the time pass, minute by minute, with her family still nowhere to be seen, Mother Bai almost called the police. My old man, my son. Are you all right? How could those bastards casually beat you two up? Qing, go and get the first aid kit. Let's tend to their wounds. The family finally reunited, all sorts of feelings and emotions welled up in their hearts. Mother Bai was both upset and happy. She was so agitated she couldn't speak well. Bai Yang then pulled his partner's hand and had her sit on a bench. As he comforted Mother Bai, he lectured Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu realized he had committed a big mistake. He lowered his head dispiritedly, not daring to utter a syllable. That's enough, Dad. It wasn't Bai Xiu's fault after all. Both of you, sit down now. Let me tend to your wounds, said Bai Qing as she carried a shabby, wooden first aid kit into the room. Qing, what are your little brother thinking? Why would he go to a questionable place like Fengyun Fun City? Exasperated with Bai Xiu, Mother Bai glared furiously at her son. As Bai Qing tended the wounds on Bai Xiu's face, she said softly, little brother told me everything on our way back home. Yesterday was his friend's birthday, so his friend wanted to bring him to explore Fengyun Fun City. So, this brat went with him. When they went inside, they were instantly marked by those hooligans. Those people intentionally enticed them to play the gambling machines. They were having so much fun that they had no clue they had already lost several 100,000 yuan. After that, somebody from Fengyun Fun City called Dad and asked him to ransom little brother. Stupid son. Look at what you've done. What kind of friends have you gotten involved with? I warn you, don't you ever go out with them again. Mother Bai scoffed at Bai Xiu, smacking his head. Bai Xiu grimaced with pain, but he didn't dare make a sound. Qing, how did you come out, then? Don't tell me you really gave them the money. Mother Bai suddenly shouted. Chill, Mom. Don't be so jumpy. Bai Qing was startled by her mom. After she had calmed down, she said, we got out safely because a group of cops suddenly raided them and shut down Fun City. Mother Bai's eyes glowed. She applauded, good. Very good. Shutting down a bloody atrocity that offends heaven like that place is long overdue. Good. Excellent. Today is our big day. Ching ching, later you go and buy some veggies from the market. We are going to celebrate. Mom. I'll handle it. Let sister tend to dad's wounds. Since his own wounds had been cleaned, Bai Xiu then hastily stood up and proactively claimed the task for himself. Mother Bai pulled 200 yuan from her purse and gave it to her son. She said, you stinking brat. You still know what shame is, huh? Be sure to hurry back as soon as you're done with the grocery. After Bai Xiu got the money, he quickly ran out of the house. He was embarrassed since he'd committed a huge mistake this time. His dad got injured and his sister almost encountered a mishap. If he continued to stay in the house and listen to Mother Bai's nag, he would be so anxious that he'd want to dig a hole and hit himself in it. There was a general market near his house. Although he was a little rebellious, he was actually a good boy. He'd learned how to do the grocery and to cook when he was young. After wandering for a while in the general market, Bai Xiu had bought 2 bags full of ingredients and he headed home. Screech! A van suddenly stopped at the general market's main entrance. Around 6 to 7 hoodlums jumped from the van. In the van's passenger seat, Manager Chang ordered his underlings with a frosty expression, hurry up and get the Bai family for me. I believe it's that Bai who called the police. Don't worry, Big Brother Chang. We'll head back to Fun City once we have them. The van sped off once again after stopping for a while. In the meantime, those 7 hoodlums strutted toward the Bai family's house. Suddenly, somebody in their group bawled. Big Brother Yun. Look at that lad. He is the son of the Bai family. The other 6 people looked back simultaneously, then turned their heads forward. At this moment, Bai Xiu was walking from the general market with 2 large bags of groceries in his hands. He noticed those 7 hoodlums, 2 of whom he knew. They were the ones who'd imprisoned him and beaten him up in Fun City. Run! Bai Xiu murmured within himself. He straightened his legs and sprinted as fast as he could toward his house. How could those 7 hoodlums let him go? All of them hastily chased after him. Motherfucker! Stop it right there. Fuck! This young bastard runs so fast. I swear I'll fucking break your legs once I see you. It would be foolish and suicidal to stop now. Bai Xiu wasn't an idiot, so he ran with all his might. However, after running for a while, he was dog-tired from carrying 2 large bags of groceries. Bai Xiu was reluctant to throw them away since he bought them with money. Stinking brat! I dare you to run again. Bai Xiu was distracted for a moment, and he was kicked in his back. He was merely a junior high school child, so he was sent sprawling on the ground. His wounds opened. Bai Xiu was in so much pain that he shivered. Leave this wimpy kid to Tiger and me. The 5 of you, go to the Bai family's house and get that beauty and those 2 old farts. Let's meet up here afterward. Big Brother Yun cocked his eyes at the 5 men behind him. Those 5 quickly went toward the Bai family's house. After he gave his order, Big Brother Yun and another skinny man surrounded Bai Xiu. He stomped mercilessly on Bai Xiu's thigh. Arg! Bai Xiu shrieked in pain. He stared at the duo icily. What a bunch of fucking beasts. Run! Why don't you run now? I dare you to run again, yelled Big Brother Yun. Ho! You still have the nerve to glare at me. You snotty little brat, you really have a death wish. Big Brother Yun sent another kick at Bai Xiu's gut. Bai Xiu was in so much pain that he rolled back and forth on the ground. Scallywag. Your beautiful sister is on her way here now. Later, I'll show you how to fuck a woman, right in front of you. Better watch closely, scoundrel. Ha! Two hoodlums guffawed brazenly. Bai Xiu's face was contorted as if he was a demon who'd crawled out of hell. Pooh! He spat the bloody mucus stuck in his throat at Big Brother Yun's face. Scumbags! If you dare to fucking lay your dirty, grubby paws on my sister, I'll fight it out with you. Damn it! How dare you spit at me? I'll stab you to death. Fuming with anger, Big Brother Yun wiped off the bloody mucus on his face, and pulled out a dagger from his waist. Without any scruples, he thrust the dagger directly at Bai Xiu's stomach. Big Brother Yun looked stupefied. This was because somebody was holding his arms and he couldn't move forward. He is just a kid. No need to be so serious to him. Can you give me face, and let him go? Big Brother Yun turned his head around and looked at the young fellow who had snuck up on him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mind your own business. Go as far as you can. Otherwise, I'll stab you as well." Seeing somebody finally helping him, Bai Xiu was so happy that he exclaimed, "Big brother! Save me!" Qin Feng cast a gentle smile at Bai Xiu before turning back to Big Brother Yun. Then, he said, "So, you're not willing to give me face?" Big Brother Yun stared at Qin Feng as if Qin Feng was an idiot, and yelled, "Fuck! Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? How much does your face cost? Get your ass off here, fast." Qin Feng did not get angry, he merely exerted a strong force with the hand that was holding Big Brother Yun's arm. Crack! An excruciating pain spread through Big Brother Yun's body. He realized his arm had been broken by this lad. Arg! I'll let go, fucking let go of me. Big Brother Yun, what's wrong? What happened? Seeing his big brother suddenly scream, the other hoodlum looked at Big Brother Yun in astonishment. Shoot! This snothead broke my arm. Tiger, hurry up and kill him. Tiger was slightly stunned. However, he regained his senses soon after, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed at Qin Feng. However, he was still baffled. When did this little brat break Big Brother Yun's arm? Why didn't I see anything? Clatter! Qin Feng halted Tiger's attack without breaking a sweat. He grabbed Tiger's arm precisely, then exerted some pressure, crushing Tiger's bone directly and causing Tiger's dagger to fall to the ground. Tiger sent out a piercing cry of pain. He finally knew how Qin Feng had broken Big Brother Yun's arm. This brat is born with divine power. Seeing that the tide had turned against him, Big Brother Yun cast away his cockiness and begged for Qin Feng's mercy. Be big brother, see can you give this little brother face and let us go? Qin Feng shook his head, grinning. He replied, since you refuse to give me face, I don't need to give you face either. Isn't that fair enough? Seeing Qin Feng's devilish grin, a bad premonition suddenly arose within Big Brother Yun and Tiger. Bang bang! Qin Feng delivered 2 kicks consecutively, and sent both hoodlums flying into the air. Chapter 351, Reunion. Chapter 351, Reunion. It was a piece of cake for Qin Feng to destroy these 2 hoodlums. He didn't even bother to look at them after he defeated them but instead went to help Bai Xiu to his feet. Big brother. Thank you for saving me. My name is Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu greeted Qin Feng immediately once he was up, ignoring his dusty shirt. Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a glance at Bai Xiu. After noticing that most of his injuries were nothing serious, he then hurriedly added, I still have other things to do. I need to go. Qin Feng spun around, preparing to leave. He'd suddenly received an anonymous text message yesterday night. It said that Lu Bingbing was in Hepping Town and she was in trouble. So he'd rushed over to Hepping Town. And now, he still needed to discover Lu Bingbing's whereabouts. Big Brother Feng. Please wait. Bai Xiu suddenly halted Qin Feng. What's wrong? Can you go back with me? The other group of hoodlums went to my house to capture my parents and my sister. Can you please help us? Please, I beg you. Bai Xiu looked at Qin Feng sincerely. When he remembered that the other 5 hoodlums had gone to his house, he was as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. After a brief thought, Qin Feng said, Okay. Let's go to your home now. But you have to return the favor after I help you drive away those hoodlums. Qin Feng agreed to help Bai Xiu because he was unfamiliar with Hepping Town. So he thought it'd be better if he had a local to guide him. Bai Xiu headed home with Qin Feng. On the other side, a gang of people suddenly barged into Bai Qing's house. Ha ha ha. Beautiful, we've come to do you. Somebody kicked open the gate. The leader of the 5 was the security guard who had stopped Bai Qing and Mother Bai at Fengyun Fun City. He'd seen Bai Qing before, so he knew how gorgeous Bai Qing was. He was eager to tear off this woman's shirt. Who are you? How can you casually break into someone's house? Bai Qing and her family rushed out of the house after hearing the commotion in their courtyard. Shut up, geezer. Not only did I trespass into your home, I also want to capture all of you and do your daughter. Brute. A bunch of beasts. How could Bai Yang stand their provocation? He picked up a shovel near the door and charged at them. Get out. Get out of my courtyard. Dad. Old man. Bai Qing and Mother Bai were startled by Bai Yang. Before they could stop him, those bastards had delivered kicks at Bai Yang already. You half-witted geezer, how dare you attack us? Let me send you to hell with a kick. Stomp. That hoodlum had absolutely no scruples, he sent a powerful kick at Bai Yang. Bai Yang was thrown to the ground. He rolled all the way to Bai Qing's feet and stopped. Dad. Are you alright, Dad? Please don't scare me. Tears immediately streamed down Bai Qing's cheek. She squatted on the ground to check her dad's condition. You rees. I'll fight it out with you. Mother Bai's eyes reddened. She grabbed a rolling pin and threw herself at those hoodlums. Seeing her mother's action, Bai Qing turned pale. As she shouted her mother's name, she saw her mother fall to the ground with a slap from those bastards. What do you want from us? Don't you touch my parents again. Bai Qing's exquisite face was stained by tears. She stared icily at the 5 men. Oh. Beautiful, don't cry. My heart aches seeing you cry. We don't want to do anything, we only want to do you. All of them looked at Bai Qing. This was the first time they'd seen such a fine woman in Hepping Town. She was drop-dead gorgeous, as beautiful as those celebrities. Her figure was full and voluptuous, and her shirt might pop open at any moment. Go away. Get out of my house. I'll call the police if you don't leave right now. Bai Qing trembled with anger. She was still puzzled inside. Didn't those cops take this group of hoodlums into custody? How come they released them so soon? Bye. Since you're not happy with our suggestion, then we can only go with force. To be honest, we love doing it by force more. All the 5 hoodlums had wicked, lascivious smiles on their face. One of them couldn't resist anymore and threw himself at Bai Qing. They were already thrilled to death when they saw Bai Qing's appearance, and now, all of them couldn't wait any longer to taste this beauty. Sister! Let go of my sister! Arg, I'll kill you all! Bai Xiu and Qin Feng arrived in the nick of time. When Bai Xiu saw the scene in his house courtyard, his eyes went bloodshot. Shroom! As Bai Xiu was darting forward, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind blow past him. He spun his head around to look behind and noticed that big brother Qin Feng, who had been standing behind him, was gone. When he looked forward again, he goggled so much that his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. This was because Qin Feng was already standing in front of his big sister, protecting her. You swines! You've enraged this young master thoroughly. I should bring you to justice now. Qin Feng was now very angry. He was very, very angry. When he saw Bai Qing through the crowd, he thought he was dreaming. He hadn't known Heping Town was Bai Qing's hometown. On top of that, he'd never imagined Bai Xiu, whom he'd rescued earlier, was Bai Qing's little brother. On seeing that his woman was now suffering and how she was almost violated by a bunch of swines, Qin Feng's heart throbbed with pain and remorse. He was so very angry right now that he almost exploded. Stinking brat! Where the hell did you come from? Get out of here if you don't want to die. The leader glowered at Qin Feng. Whamp! Qin Feng threw a fist as soon as the person finished speaking. This was a punch filled with a barbarous, frantic aura. Qin Feng had put everything in this punch, with his 350 kilograms arm strength. The air surrounding it exploded, emitting tiny blasts. The punch landed straight on the person's head, and crushed it directly. Poof! Several pillars of blood-brains mixture shot out in all directions. The other four hoodlums were flabbergasted by this horrible scene. How dare you touch my woman? You're all asking to die. Qin Feng hadn't vented his anger after he threw the punch. He spun his body around and kicked two of the men standing beside him. Tempestuous gales shrouded his leg, carrying an explosive airstream. His kicks then fell on the two's pecs, and they were sent flying a few meters away before they could react. Both of them were in so much pain that they almost spit out their innards. Madness! This person is a lunatic. Quick, pick up the shovel and chop him down. The last two men were astounded. One of them picked up a shovel while the other picked up a hoe, and both of them eyed Qin Feng warily, trying to anticipate his next moves. With a light tap of his foot, Qin Feng arrived at the two's side in an instant. He jabbed at a person's arm. That person felt like his arm had been detached. He released the shovel he held, dropping it into Qin Feng's hands. Whoosh! Qin Feng's arm rose, the shovel fell. Qin Feng severed their arms with the sharp edge of the shovel. After that, he sent yet another two kicks at them, causing them to slam into the corner of the wall and fall unconscious. The 1-on-5 battle had ended. Bai Qing and her family were stupefied. Qin Feng was so fast that they felt the battle had ended even before it began. Most importantly, among the four people standing in courtyard, only Bai Qing knew Qin Feng, while the others didn't know who Qin Feng was. When they saw an extremely cruel and ruthless young man suddenly appear in their courtyard, they were so afraid that they couldn't breathe. Who is he? Qin Feng. Is that you? While the trio was still in confusion, Bai Qing had already thrown herself into Qin Feng's arms and dissolved into tears. In these past 2 months after she left Acropolis City, she'd been thinking about Qin Feng around the clock while keeping her distance from him. There were times when she'd wanted to rush back to Qin Feng. As long as she could be with Qin Feng, she was willing to be his mistress. Qing. I apologize for all your sufferings. The cruel and fierce expression on Qin Feng's face slowly receded. He gazed affectionately at Bai Qing, tidying her silky hair, which had been disheveled by the wind. Qin Feng, I missed you so much. With Qin Feng suddenly appearing at this juncture, Bai Qing couldn't hold back her feelings anymore and divulged them to Qin Feng. I've been trying to find you, but I was afraid I'd disturb you. Qing, come back with me this time. I swear, I won't allow anybody to bully you anymore. Big sister. Who is this? Bai Xiu regained his senses first. It was he who'd brought Qin Feng back, but now, he had to ask his big sister about this person. Only now did Bai Qing realize her parents and her little brother had been weighing them all this time. Her face suddenly turned red, and she gently pushed Qin Feng away. Bai Xiu, this person. He is your brother-in-law, Qin Feng. And my brother-in-law. Bai Xiu exclaimed, appalled. Soon after, he screamed in excitement, wow. So I have an unbelievably powerful brother-in-law. Big sister, why didn't you tell me earlier? If that's so, I'd have long since become the boss in my school. You stinking brat, what do you mean boss in school? Oh yeah. Quick, go help our dad. Bai Xiu ran to help his dad up, while Qin Feng and Bai Qing helped Mother Bai. Both Father Bai and Mother Bai were still in shock. They stared warily at Qin Feng. Since when has our daughter had a boyfriend? But this person is kind of brutal. If Qing has really married him, what will happen to our daughter if this fellow is prone to domestic violence? He can kill our daughter with one slap. Bai Xiu, hurry up and bring Dad and Mom to rest in the house. Remember to tend to their wounds as well. Bai Qing sent her parents and her little brother away. She hastily dragged Qin Feng to one side. With a worried face, she asked, Qin Feng, how about these people? Will you be okay? Bai Qing looked around at her ruined courtyard. When she saw those battered and unconscious hoodlums, and a person who was probably on the verge of death, Bai Qing was so frightened that her face turned pale. Don't worry. I'll clean it up later on. Qin Feng pulled Bai Qing into his arms, sniffing her body fragrance. He then asked, who are they? How come they disturb you in broad daylight? Bai Qing's complexion suddenly became grave. She told Qin Feng everything that happened around her these past few days. When she told him she was almost violated in Feng Fun City and a beautiful female officer had come to her rescue, Qin Feng's dark pupils suddenly constricted. Was that leading female officer very beautiful, with a smoking hot body and a glacial expression? Bai Qing hastily nodded. She is. I didn't even dare approach her during that time. Qin Feng, do you know her? Qin Feng nodded. He was certain that the beautiful female officer Bai Qing mentioned was indeed Lu Bingbing. However, this puzzled Qin Feng. The text message he'd received yesterday night came from an unknown caller ID. That person said that Lu Bingbing was in trouble. However, according to Bai Qing, Lu Bingbing had just arrived in Heping Town and raided Feng Fun City this afternoon. Could it be that person was playing a joke on me? Seeing Qin Feng suddenly stop talking, Bai Qing asked softly, Qin Feng, are you all right? Chapter 352, Chain Mission. Chapter 352, Chain Mission. Qin Feng felt the whole business wasn't that simple. He hastily asked Bai Qing, Qing. Where did the beautiful female officer go after that? After Bai Qing thought very hard for a moment, she then replied, I'm not very sure about that. But I think I heard her ask her subordinates to contact the local police station and demand support. Qin Feng asked some more information about Lu Bingbing, and then both of them returned to the house. Bai Xiu had tended to his parents' wounds. It was a mercy that neither of them injured their muscles or bones, only suffering some superficial cuts. Mother Bai saw her daughter and Qin Feng enter the house, but when she asked Bai Qing about him, Bai Qing cut her short and left with Qin Feng. Both of them got into a black Benz. Qin Feng drove while Bai Qing gave him directions. On their way to the police station, Bai Qing asked Qin Feng about Lu Bingbing out of curiosity. Qin Feng, who is that female officer? Both of you know each other very well. Ever since Qin Feng learned of Lu Bingbing's whereabouts, he'd been fidgety. He even wanted to have a look at the police station. As Qin Feng's woman herself, it was impossible for Bai Qing not to get jealous. She's Lu Bingbing, the deputy director of Acropolis City's Northern Region Subbureau. I was arrested and jailed several times. It was she who helped me and released me. Qin Feng noticed Bai Qing's jealousy, so he explained enough to prevent her imagination from running amok. Since Hepping Town was a small village, they arrived at the police station shortly. Qin Feng and Bai Qing alighted from the car and were stunned by the sight before them. The police station was surrounded by a police cordon. The stench of blood pervaded the air, as if a great war had just taken place. Dozens of heavily armed cops maintained a perimeter, preventing everybody from getting near the place. What happened, Qin Feng? Bai Qing had never seen a big scene like this. The police station was attacked. Let's go back to the car first. Furrowing his brows deeply, Qin Feng hurriedly asked Bai Qing to get in the car. He then drove them to a deserted area. He pulled out his cell phone and texted Uncle Fu the ID number of a police officer he had snuck up on just now. Shortly after, Uncle Fu replied. He is a police officer of Yunhai City. Young master, where are you now? Do you need my assistance? No. Thank you, Uncle Fu. After Qin Feng replied to Uncle Fu, he leaned back in the seat with a grave expression. He began to analyze the incident. Lu Bingbing had just raided Fun City and brought those prisoners to the police station. Now, the police station was attacked, and in less than an hour, Yunhai City dispatched a large number of police to hush up the incident. In addition, according to Bai Qing, those hoodlums that appeared at her house were supposed to have been arrested and detained in jail. After Qin Feng tied all the threads together, the conspiracy behind this incident became clear to him. It was most likely that Lu Bingbing and her team had been manipulated, and the mastermind probably came from Yunhai City. Most importantly, he must be somebody of consequence, with terrifying power. Qin Feng, what has actually happened? I'm so scared. Bai Qing held Qin Feng's big hand tightly. A single spark can start a huge blaze. She never imagined that simply by accompanying his friend to Fun City, her little brother had triggered a series of horrid incidents. Qin Feng noticed Bai Qing's body trembling in fear, so he pulled her into his arms, comforting her. Don't worry. This has nothing to do with you. Director Lu and I are investigating a human smuggling ring. And this group has a big bug backing them. I'm afraid they might have captured Director Lu and her team. Director Lu is in great danger now. I need to save her. Everything was now clear. No wonder Lu Bingbing was crazy enough to give me 123 missed calls a few days ago. No wonder she would suddenly come to Hepping Town. Bai Qing was even more worried. She suddenly hugged Qin Feng tightly, not wanting him to risk his life at Fun City. Not even Lu Bingbing, who was the deputy director of Acropolis City's Northern Region Subbureau, could escape their clues. She even had a team with her. So, how could Bai Qing feel at ease when Qin Feng decided to break into a dragon's pool and tiger's den, a dangerous spot like Fun City, all by himself? Qin Feng. Please don't go. Let's contact the police at Acropolis City, and tell them the whole story. I believe they will find a way to handle it. Bai Qing pressed herself against Qin Feng's chest, snuggling. Qin Feng frowned deeply. He shook his head and said resolutely, "No, we can't. If we did that, Director Liu will die. Then you will be," choking on sobs, Bai Qing couldn't finish her sentence. Although she'd learned in the resort that Qin Feng was a man of great ability, she had also seen the team led by Liu Bingbing. Those were cops equipped with real guns. Even they had been captured. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, there was no chance that Qin Feng could rescue Liu Bingbing. "Don't worry, Bai Qing. I'll be fine." Qin Feng patted Bai Qing's back. "Let me send you home first before I go to Fun City." "No, I don't want to." Bai Qing gripped Qin Feng firmly. She had only Qin Feng, so she had to be selfish. Qin Feng hugged Bai Qing with one arm, started the car, and turned the steering wheel. Seeing that the car had been started, Bai Qing became even edgier and more wired. Suddenly, she stripped off the chiffon sweater on her body, and clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm. "Qin Feng, I want you." Bai Qing attempted to stall Qin Feng with a honey trap. Qin Feng took a peek at Bai Qing's buxom body, licked his lips, and focused on driving. "Bai Qing, put your clothes back on. You'll see a cold." "I refuse. I want you to kiss me." Bai Qing was tenacious. She took the initiative and kissed Qin Feng's neck. As a young and vigorous hot-blooded tough guy, Qin Feng had a reaction. However, he fought back his desire, constantly speeding up to calm himself down. Seeing that the car was going faster and faster and that they would reach her home before long, Bai Qing burned with anxiety. She then flashed out her trump card. "Bai Qing." Qin Feng was holding back so hard that his face flushed, his body was wet with sweat. "Qin Feng, please don't go." Qin Feng was slightly angry. "You don't want to listen to the words of your man." "I can't listen to you this time." Bai Qing refused to back down. Qin Feng was angered. "I should give you some punishment, then." The car was speeding fast and jiggled along the dirt road. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Qin Feng had been enjoying and at the same time driving. Screech. After an emergency brake, the car came to a stop. Concurrently, the two people let out loud cries to mark the end of their battle. "Bai Qing, I'll leave the car with you. Bring your parents and your little brother to the hospital now. Don't leave the hospital before I return. Here is a bank card for you. You can spend it on whatever you want." Qin Feng had to go rescue Liu Bingbing. So he asked Bai Qing to bring her family to the hospital as he was afraid those people might return. "Qin Feng, do you really have to go?" Bai Qing still hadn't recovered, gasping and looking at Qin Feng. Before he put on his own clothes, Qin Feng helped her dress up and set her back in the passenger seat. "I need to go now. Remember to do what I said." Qin Feng alighted from the car. Bai Qing followed his figure with longing eyes. Sniffing Qin Feng's smell, which lingered in the car, Bai Qing prayed within herself, "Qin Feng, please don't die." Fengyun Fun City. Qin Feng trotted over to Fengyun Fun City. He squatted outside the building, scouting and gathering information about Fun City. Fun City had been shut down by Liu Bingbing, but now the gate was wide open and Fun City was doing business. The entrance swarmed with lots of customers bustling in and out, happening and lively. Ding! Hedonist Sovereign System has released a chain mission, Fun City's Crisis. Time period, 1 week. If host completes all missions successfully, host will be rewarded 3,000 hedonist points. If host fails, 6,000 hedonist points will be deducted from host. Qin Feng stayed outside for some time. As he was about to go inside to rescue Lu Bingbing, the system beeped him within his brain. Little pig, what the hell is this chain mission? This was the first time Qin Feng received a chain mission. But what stunned him the most was he had the choice of accepting or declining the mission, which had never happened before. Master. For your information, a chain mission means Master will have to accomplish a main mission, and a few side missions. The advantage of a chain mission is that you can earn Hedonist points much faster. However, the disadvantage is that the whole mission will be considered a failure if you don't accomplish any one of the side missions. Looking at his rock-bottom Hedonist points, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and accepted the mission. He coveted the 9 Swords of Dugu, a top-class black-level sword technique in the wuxia interface. Qin Feng was good in acting bass, oh no. He was good at swordplay. So if he could pair the top-class sword technique with his true steel sword, Qin Feng was certain that he could chop down all the maggots under the heaven. I accept the mission. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the system beeped in quick succession. Ding! Hedonist Sovereign System has released a chain mission, Fun City's Crisis. Main mission, investigate the brain behind Fengyun Fun City. Time period, 1 week. If host completes all missions successfully, host will be rewarded 1,000 Hedonist points. If host fails, 5,000 Hedonist points will be deducted from host. Ding! Hedonist Sovereign System has released a chain mission, Fun City's Crisis. Side Mission 1, Rescue Lu Bingbing. Side Mission 2, Destroy Fengyun Fun City. Side Mission 3, find out what's going on behind the scenes in Fengyun Fun City. Side Mission 4, rescue all the innocent people in Fengyun Fun City. Time period, 1 week. If host accomplishes all missions successfully, host will be rewarded 500 Hedonist points for each mission. If mission is a failure, 6,000 Hedonist points will be deducted from host. After listening to a long list of system notifications, Qin Feng felt like his head had swollen to twice its size. He was flabbergasted. He had never imagined a chain mission would have 4 side missions in it. Originally, Qin Feng only wanted to rescue Lu Bingbing. Now he still need to investigate the internal operation of the Fun City and rescue all the innocent people. This mission is so damn tough, he murmured in his heart. Little pig, can I abandon this chain mission? Qin Feng grumbled. Not even the whole elite squad led by Lu Bingbing from Acropolis City stood a chance against Fun City. Qin Feng felt that he'd need to thank the heavens if he even succeeded in rescuing Lu Bingbing with a single spear and horse. So now, he didn't have the confidence to destroy this Fun City. After all, the mastermind was too powerful. Incidentally, this place was Hepping Town, not Acropolis City. So he couldn't simply act without thinking things through. Of course you can. Little Pig answered in an emotionless fashion. Really? That's good. Then help me to abandon the quest. This was the first time Qin Feng realized Little Pig was such a good pig. Very well. Abandoning a mission is counted as a mission failure. So you will be punished accordingly. Not only will 5,000 Hedonist points will be deducted from you, Master, but in the case that Master doesn't have enough Hedonist points, the system will randomly delete any spiritual weapon or skill books that Master currently possesses. So, the Sovereign level Vajra Asatari and the Earth level Wind Blade skill might be deleted. Chapter 353, Beautiful Hua Yan. Chapter 353, Beautiful Hua Yan. Cursing Little Pig in his heart, Qin Feng walked toward Fengyun Fun City with a troubled expression. Mister. Please show us your member card. 2 security guards blocked Qin Feng as soon as he reached the entrance. Member card. This is my first time coming here, I don't have a member card. Pretending to be an idiotic rich young master, Qin Feng then yelled rudely, "Fuck off, fuck off. Get out of my way. Do you still want to do business?" The two security guards exchanged glances. Certain that Qin Feng was a dorky, rich young master, both of them nodded their heads at the same time. After that, one of them led Qin Feng inside. "Mister, please follow me." When they entered Fun City, the atmosphere inside was totally different. The hall was filled with a wide array of slot machines and packed with a vast crowd of people. The whirling and clanking of slot machines, the roaring and screaming of the masses constantly surged from the hall into his ears, startling Qin Feng. "Dear customer, what kind of game would you like to play?" Posing with sky-high heroic grandeur, Qin Feng held his head high and puffed out his chest, yelling, "I've come here to spend. Bring me somewhere I can spend all my money fast." After hesitating for a bit, the security guard led Qin Feng to a big round table. There were 4 people sitting around table, playing 5-card stud, a game that was popular in Hong Kong and the Philippines. "Mister, I think this game should be very suitable for you. So now, you only need to top up 500,000 yuan once, and I can help you apply for a member card. The next time you come, you just need to show your member card to the security guards, and they'll let you in." After Qin Feng took his seat, he casually threw a gold bank card to the security guard. Then, he said, "Help me load 1 million yuan. 500,000 yuan is not enough for me to play." Sure. Please wait a moment, mister." The security guard took Qin Feng's gold bank card and left, smiling. Not only didn't he question Qin Feng's identity and intention, he was as happy as lark in his heart, fantasizing about how large a commission he would get from this deal. After the security guard left, Qin Feng hastily looked around. The first floor of Fengyun Fun City was a big casino, poker, slot machines, roulette, everything was available from soup to nuts. The whole floor was a large open space, without any partitions. So Lu Bingbing and her subordinates was obviously not detained on this floor. Qin Feng looked over to the stairs that was guarded by 2 tall and sturdy musclemen. He noticed a few people showing their ID cards before going upstairs. Qin Feng deduced that he couldn't access the upper levels now with his current member card. "Little pig, didn't you mention before that you have the authority to release a few simple missions every month for me to earn Hedonist points? You haven't released any yet this month." Qin Feng began to communicate with Little Pig. He didn't have any Hedonist points now, so it was rather tough to accomplish the chain mission, Fun City's Crisis. "Ah, I almost forgot about it, Master." "Yes, I can still issue one more simple mission for you," replied Little Pig lazily, as if he had just woken up from his slumber. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously. Only now did he regret not purchasing a cat or a dog as an NPC. Why did I choose a pig that only knows how to eat and sleep? Ding! Mission from the Hedonist Sovereign System, spend 100,000 yuan in real life. Mission time period, 1 day. After host completes the mission successfully, host will be rewarded 100 Hedonist points. If host fails to complete the mission, 1 million yuan will be deducted from host. When Little Pig issued his mission, Qin Feng's lips quirked again in disbelief. "You stupid pig. Are you picking on me? Why would you issue a mission that rewards 100 Hedonist points? It's a waste of time doing this kind of mission. Master, do you think the system is an idiot? Of course the system has to limit my rewards. Otherwise, I just issue you a simple mission that rewards you 1 billion Hedonist points, and you can conquer the universe." Little Pig squinted disdainfully at Qin Feng. Then, he scoffed, "Accept it or not. I'll revoke this mission." Realizing Little Pig was recalling the mission, Qin Feng then laughed. "Hee hee. I was just kidding. Shameless." I'll take it as a compliment. Without any sense of shame, Qin Feng pleaded with Little Pig to keep the mission. 100 hedonist points are still hedonist points, he thought to himself. He had formulated a plan. He would purchase a talisman of clairvoyance as soon as he got 100 hedonist points. This way, he could locate Lu Bingbing's whereabouts with ease, and rescue her in the shortest time. At this moment, that security guard returned to Qin Feng's side. Mr. Qin. Here are your bank card and member card. He'd swiped Qin Feng's card, so he knew Qin Feng's family name. Get a girl for me. It's so boring to play alone. Remember. I want the sexiest and most beautiful. Without any inhibitions, Qin Feng asked the security guard to find him a girl. The mission issued by Little Pig was easy. Spending 100,000 yuan in real life was kid stuff for a hedonist young master like Qin Feng. Soon enough, the security guard returned with a tall beauty trailing behind him. The beauty wore a tight-fitting red halter qipao, leaving her shoulders bare and exposing her curvaceous body. She wore a pair of black high heels and a pair of black stockings on her slender long legs, smoking hot and stimulating. Mr. Qin. This girl is a newcomer to Fun City, do you like her? Realizing Qin Feng was a big spender, the security guard treated him solicitously. However, Qin Feng's main objective for invading Fun City was to rescue people and accomplish his quest. He looked briefly at the girl and nodded his head. Oh, before I forget. What do you have upstairs? I might want to have a look if I'm bored of gambling. The countenance of that security guard changed slightly. However, he soon pasted an apple polish smile on his face and replied, Very sorry, Mr. Qin. The top 3 floors are only open to our gold members. You're only a normal silver member, so you don't have the right to use the facilities. But, rest assured, Mr. Qin. You might have a chance to be promoted to a gold member after you play a few more times in our Fun City. What the hell? What's the fuss with all these rules and restrictions? Customers are always right. I came here for spending and I'm your customer. Don't you want to do business? What is a gold member, huh? Hurry up and get me a gold member card. After scrutinizing the first floor, Qin Feng noticed there was no room where they could hold people. Hence, Lu Bingbing and her subordinates had to be detained upstairs. I have to find a way to get upstairs today. Mr. Qin, you can't simply apply for a gold card. The only way to become our gold member is by upgrading. You need to load 10 million yuan into your silver card, and only then will you become a gold member. With a discontented face, Qin Feng pulled out his gold bank card, and stared at the security guard. He yelled, Fuck. You should have said it earlier. Here, load 10 million yuan into my silver card, and upgrade me to gold member now. When the security guard saw that Qin Feng was eager to spend 10 million yuan without extra trouble, he smiled so broadly that he couldn't close his mouth. Mr. Qin, rules are rules. You can't simply load your card and upgrade to gold member. You have to win a total of 10 million yuan in one of our gaming tables on the first floor. Qin Feng's face darkened. This Fun City was thorough and cautious. But because of this gimmick, they could lure the wealthy to pour good money after bad. You want to win 10 million yuan. It was like the Arabian Nights, impossible and preposterous. You couldn't possibly win unless you lost a few tens of millions. Hey you! Convert all 1 million yuan in my card into chips. After Qin Feng grasped the situation, he became lazy and he paid no mind to the security guard. He threw his platinum card at the croupier, and converted all his money into chips. Tossing some of the chips on the table to the beauty beside him, Qin Feng looked at her and asked, What is your name? After hesitating for a bit, the beauty replied, Yen Yen. This 100,000 is yours. Consider it your tip today for keeping me company. Hua Yan's clear as stars beautiful eyes constricted. Today was her first day part-timing at Fun City, and she'd heard that she could earn a lot from here. This was because some of the prideful customers would give thousands or millions as tips. However, when she saw Qin Feng give her 100,000 yuan without the slightest apprehension, she was still stunned. When Qin Feng realized the mission hadn't been accomplished yet, he scoffed at Hua Yan, "Don't look at me like an idiot. Hurry up and take it." Only now did Qin Feng take in this woman's appearance. He realized this woman was actually a beauty. It was just that this woman wore a skimpy dress, and had put on heavy makeup. Moreover, she worked in a murky atmosphere like Fun City, so there was a high probability of her being a female ghost once she removed her makeup. Hence, Qin Feng was totally not interested in her. "Aw. I don't want so much. 10,000 is enough for me." After Hua Yan came to her senses, she carefully took a 10,000 chip from the pile of chips. Seeing her action, Qin Feng was so infuriated that he almost laughed. As a hedonist young master himself, Qin Feng had seen too many of these hostesses. Most of them only wanted you to give them more gratuity. He'd never seen a hostess who didn't want a 100,000 tip. "Are you nuts? I'll never take back what I've given. Are you looking down on me?" Qin Feng yelled at Hua Yan like an arrogant idler. Startled by Qin Feng, Hua Yan took 2 steps back, staring nervously at him. How about we have another beauty serve you, mister?" I don't want your tips anymore." Hua Yan was frightened. She'd heard that some of the women in this Fun City were willing to sleep with their customers to make more money. Now, Qin Feng gave her 100,000 yuan. She was baffled. Could it be this person think I'm a slut? "Are you asking for death, you bai? I've taken a liking for you. Where do you want to go now?" Flaming with anger, Qin Feng almost vomited blood. He then thought to himself, "I must have gotten off on the wrong foot today. Why can't I accomplish even a simple mission like this?" He pulled Hua Yan into his arms, and murmured in her ear, "Hurry up and take the money. Today, you only need to sit on my lap and play 5-card studs with me. I won't do anything to you." This was the first time Hua Yan had any close contact with a man, so she panicked. But when she was about to resist and shout, Qin Feng's words wafted past her ear and calmed her down. If she could get 100,000 yuan after keeping him company while he played a few card games, then it was still within Hua Yan's range of tolerance. Hua Yan was impoverished, and Qin Feng was about her age. On top of that, he was handsome and tall. She felt he was 100 times better than those corpulent middle-aged men. After hesitating for a while, Hua Yan clenched her teeth and replied, "Please honor your words and do what you said. If you want anything else, I'll never say yes. It's my call." Okay, just keep the money." As he spoke, Qin Feng pushed 100,000 chips to Hua Yan. This time, Hua Yan didn't refuse, she put all the chips into her purse. Ding! "Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have accomplished the mission. Spend 100,000 yuan in real life. You've been rewarded 100 hedonist points." The system notification resounded in Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng was slightly thrilled. He hastily spent 50 hedonist points to purchase a talisman of clairvoyance. Qin Feng had used this plaything during the time he investigated Feng Tianhua at Royal Hotel. The effect would last half an hour, and it was quite useful. Chapter 354, Why is there a light only above his head? Chapter 354, Why is there a light only above his head? Master. If you want to win 10 million yuan in the shortest time, I suggest you to try the low-level lucky potion, suggested Little Pig. Qin Feng was familiar with lucky potion. Not long ago, when he advanced to rank 5 Hedonist mortal, Qin Feng had bought a bottle of lucky potion to play the lottery. As a result, he gained the sovereign level skill, Vajra. That potion requires 500 Hedonist points. I don't have enough points to buy it now. Qin Feng grumbled. Yes, lucky potion costs 500 Hedonist points. What I said was the low-level lucky potion. It costs only 50 Hedonist points. Although the effect of a low-level lucky potion is 10 times weaker than lucky potion, it's more than enough for gambling. Little Pig's suggestion was good. Since Qin Feng was now racing against time to rescue people, he used his remaining 50 Hedonist points and bought a bottle of low-level lucky potion without any hesitation. A faint azure-colored potion appeared in Qin Feng's hand. When no one was paying attention to him, he quickly gulped the potion and activated the talisman of clairvoyance. At this moment, the dealer issued him his pocket card. Qin Feng looked over, and was so stunned that his eyeballs almost fell from their sockets. It wasn't because his card was bad, it was because he suddenly realized Yan, who was sitting in his arms, was completely naked. Hua Yan's back was as mellow as jade, fair-skinned, smooth, and resilient. She had a slender and supple waist, and a long pair of straight legs. As for her magnificent breasts, Qin Feng didn't have the guts to look. This was because he was afraid blood would gush out from his nose. Ah! You! How can you like this? Noticing Qin Feng's reaction, Hua Yan was infuriated. She struggled and broke free of Qin Feng's arm, glaring him with a glacial expression. This person is too shameless. How can he use his thingy to poke me? Hee hee. Beautiful, I'm sorry for my rudeness. I just can't control it. Qin Feng replied, smiling awkwardly. Because of the talisman of clairvoyance, everybody became translucent before Qin Feng's eyes. After Qin Feng took a peek at Hua Yan's well-toned body, even he, a hedonist young master who had seen countless girls, became a little agitated. Hua Yan got angrier. She pouted disdainfully and stared at Qin Feng. If you can't control your thingy, then you'd better not be human. After this unexpected incident, Hua Yan didn't want to sit in Qin Feng's arms anymore, choosing to stand coldly beside Qin Feng instead. Since Qin Feng still had a mission to do, he paid no further heed to Hua Yan. Without wasting any time, he hastily looked upward with the talisman of clairvoyance. Those airtight reinforced concrete walls were now a transparent grid framework, and absolutely clear before Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng hurriedly looked around. Soon enough, he had a good grasp of Fengyun Fun City's internal structure. This Fun City was a 4-story building. The first floor was a casino. The second floor was a city of footbaths. The third floor was strange, partitioned into many enclosed rooms filled with several medical devices. Obviously, those weren't guest rooms. As for the fourth floor, it was beyond the range of the talisman of clairvoyance, so it became a little blurry. Qin Feng still couldn't find Lu Bingbing after he looked around. Hence, he suspected that she might be detained on the fourth floor. Since the range of the talisman of clairvoyance was limited, Qin Feng would have to go to the second or third floor to get a better image. Mister. It's your turn. The dealer spoke urgently. Qin Feng quickly returned to his surroundings. The dealer had already distributed the second card. Since his card was the biggest among the 4, according to the rules, Qin Feng had the priority to call his wager first. A King of Hearts. I like it. Qin Feng spoke in a slovenly manner. Then, he casually flung 2 chips and said, 100,000. Fudge. Are you insane? The baldy sitting beside Qin Feng folded his cards, grumbling. It was only the first round, and Qin Feng called 100,000 yuan. He truly was a rich tyrant. Nowadays youngsters really can't hold their horses. You're destined to lose everything here today, not even your underwear will be spared. A rich lady folded her cards as well, throwing yet another scornful gaze at Chin Feng. You have a lot of guts, young lad. Very well, this elder shall play with you. A middle-aged man with a black cigar clamped between his lips laughed, exposing golden teeth. He called and casually flung 100,000 chips into the pot. He stroked his jade thumb ring, and sent a lustful gaze at Hua Yan. Hua Yan was startled and disgusted by his impudent reed look and smile. Very soon, the dealer distributed their third cards. Chin Feng got a queen of hearts. He was still the biggest this round. 200,000. Chin Feng pushed another 200,000 chips onto the table without any delay. Only the man with gold teeth had followed Chin Feng. He currently held a 3 and a 6, so he was hesitating now, frowning his brows deeply while formulating his countermeasures. Brother Yellow Teeth. Not calling this time. Chin Feng mirthfully looked at his opponent. Fuck. What the hell are you saying? The man with gold teeth smacked the table and yelled, look at them clearly, son. These are gold, real gold. I inlaid my teeth with gold. Hua Yan, who was standing beside Chin Feng, was tickled pink by him and laughed. However, she could only suppress her laughter because she was afraid of enraging the gold teeth man. Call. 200,000. The gold teeth man readily took the bait, and fell into Chin Feng's trap. The third cards were distributed. Chin Feng got a jack of hearts. Meanwhile, the gold teeth man got an 8. The other 3 players were wide-eyed, stunned. What a lucky man. He gets a connector. What stunned them the most was that Chin Feng's hand was double-suited. The gold teeth man had a 3, a 6, and an 8. On top of that, all the 3 cards he held had different suits. It was clear that he was losing the game. Looks like Big Brother Yellow Teeth has a big card in your hand. I guess your whole card is an 8. If you get another 8 in the final round, you will get a 3 of a kind. Wow, it seems like you're lucky in making money. Although Chin Feng seemed to be praising the man with gold teeth, everybody knew that Chin Feng was actually mocking him. On the other hand, Hua Yan, who had just recovered from the joke, Big Brother Yellow Teeth, was once again thrilled by Chin Feng and burst into a fit of laughter. She realized that Chin Feng was mouthy, he just couldn't play the game quietly. I know I'm losing, but in order to befriend Big Brother Yellow Teeth, I've decided to raise my wager to 500,000 yuan. Chin Feng added another 500,000 chips. The rest of the people squinted disdainfully at Chin Feng. It's obvious that you're winning this game. Do you think that Big Brother Gold Teeth is an idiot? Madness. I don't want to be your friend. The gold teeth man didn't have the guts to follow anymore. He gave an excuse and folded. It was the final round. The dealer had given all of them a card each. This time, Chin Feng got a 3. Meanwhile, the gold teeth man really got another 8. The atmosphere became cold as everybody tensed up, focusing on Chin Feng flipping his pocket card. All of them looked at Chin Feng's pocket card, it was a 5. The gold teeth man couldn't help and turned over his pocket card as well. To his amazement, it was yet another 8. 3 8s, FAFFA. Chin Feng had guessed it right. Big Brother Yellow Teeth, how generous you are to allow me, this little brother, to win the game. You are so generous. I salute you. You're the kind of friend that one should have, a rich idiot. Chin Feng said gleefully. He was amazed by the effect of the low-level lucky potion. He'd like a profit in this 30 minutes. Yen. I'm so thirsty. Quick, take the money and buy me 2 glasses of juice. Qin Feng shoved 100,000 chips at Hua Yan. Keep the rest as your tip. Hua Yan had just walked a few steps when she heard Qin Feng's words. She staggered and almost fell to the floor. Very soon, all of them had started the second game. After the first round, the other 4 players had gotten a grasp of Qin Feng. One should be able to tell with a single glance that this person was a rich and willful wastrel from an aristocratic family. The 4 of them were agitated, each of them eyeing to make their move. It was rare to see an idiotic, tactless rich young master around. All of them had decided that they must roll him up today. Mister, you should speak first. This time, Yellow Teeth had the best card, an ace of hearts. 50,000. Yellow Teeth threw 50,000 into the pot in a grandiose manner. Normally, he would play 5-card stud only in thousands, at most 10,000 or 20,000. But today, after meeting Qin Feng, Yellow Teeth had thrown caution to the winds and played with him. Big Brother Yellow Teeth indeed is a rich guy. We should enjoy ourselves to the fullest while playing cards. I love playing card games with a person like Big Brother Yellow Teeth. Qin Feng grabbed 100,000 chips and threw it into the pot. Raise. The remaining 3 people's countenances sank. They wanted to scoop up Qin Feng's money, however, this person was too aggressive. Although the 3 of them had good cards in their hands, none of them had the guts to follow him. Humph. I don't believe you will win twice in a row, little brat. Call 100,000 yuan. The baldy gritted his teeth and followed Qin Feng. The remaining rich lady and a foreign woman folded. Mister. Your fruit juice. While the dealer was distributing cards, Hua Yan returned with 2 glasses of fruit juice and put them in front of Qin Feng along with the remaining 90,000 chips. Qin Feng shoved both chips and fruit juice to Hua Yan. If I ask you to take it, then you should take it. Now, find a chair and sit beside me. Won't you get tired from standing all day long in high heels? Like a huge rock falling into water, Qin Feng's words made Hua Yan's thoughts run wild. She knew that the rich treated people like dogs. The rich would order hostesses like her, in particular, and toy with them like slaves. She never expected that a sickeningly rich young master like Qin Feng would have a soft spot. This was Hua Yan's first time wearing high heels, her feet were bruised. She carefully took a chair and sat beside Qin Feng, taking a sip from the fruit juice. The dealer had distributed the second card. Qin Feng got a 7, the lowest among the 4. That rich lady and the foreign woman who folded shook their heads and sighed. It seemed like Qin Feng had used up all his luck and would lose this round. They started to regret that they didn't follow. The gold-teeth man got another ace. Ha! I got a pair of aces. Nice, nice. He was so excited that he almost jumped. Then, he yelled arrogantly, 200,000 yuan. The baldy had an 8 and a king. He was hesitating whether should he fold or not. Dealer. It's so unfair. Qin Feng pulled Hua Yan into his arms. Then, he whined like a spoiled brat, why does that man have a light above him, while we don't? Stunned by Qin Feng's words, everybody looked above the baldy. All of them then pondered, there is no light above him. Moreover, does it really matter? The hole is already bright enough. I'm sorry. It's the reflection on this baldy's head. Pfft. Hua Yan couldn't restrain herself anymore. She covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Originally, she'd been rather disgusted when Qin Feng hugged her, but now, she laughed so much that she forgot that Qin Feng was holding her in his arms. She had to admit it, although this hedonist young master was frivolous, he was really funny. Fuck. You're asking for death, you snotty brat. Baldy's face darkened completely. He smacked the table and prepared to have a death maw with Chin Fong. Chapter 355, The Prophet. Chapter 355, The Prophet. Seeing that Baldy was riled up, Chin Fong was happy as a clam at high tide in his heart. This was the result he wanted. As long as he got on everybody's nerves and caused them to lose their composure, it would be child's play for him to win 10 million yuan. "Oh. You're so cocky, Baldy. Are you asking for a fight? I came here to enjoy myself, not to fight with you. Dealer, can't you do something about him?" Chin Fong got up as well. He sent a glare at Baldy first, and then looked at the dealer. The dealer's countenance sank slightly. After that, he looked at Baldy and said in a stern manner, "Mister, please be silent and play the game. If you do not wish to continue, you may leave now." Baldy gritted his teeth tightly and took his seat at last. He was in Hepping Town, the territory of young Master Li. He didn't have the guts to make a fuss here and bother him. Seeing that Baldy had sat down again, Hua Yan patted her towering breasts and let out a long sigh of relief. "This Mr. Chin is really a troublemaker. Hee hee. I knew it, you've got no balls. You're all talk and no action. Crush me with money if you can, and please win a round first before acting tough in front of me." Chin Fong pouted as he spoke. "Fuck. I'll show you how rich I am. I swear to God, I'm going to smack you to death with money today." Baldy was irked. He raised the ante, shoving 500,000 in chips into the pot, startling Gold Teeth Man. The third card was distributed. Baldy had a 6, an 8, and a king. Gold Teeth Man had a pair of aces and a 3. Chin Feng's cards were the smallest, a 3, a 5, and a 6. Gold Teeth Man still had the biggest cards among the 3. He laughed so much that he couldn't close his mouth. The pot on the table held more than 2 million in chips. At this rate, Gold Teeth Man could easily win a few million. Realizing he had a huge chance of winning, Gold Teeth Man pushed a pile of chips to the center and called, 500,000. Baldy gritted his teeth, preparing to throw his cards this round. "Baldy. Your cards are obviously a lot better than Big Brother Yellow Teeth's." Chin Fong yelled once again. The 4 people in front of Chin Fong glared at him sourly. They all thought in their hearts, Baldy's cards are much better than Gold Teeth's. Is this young lad blind or something? Let me guess. Your pocket card should be a 6, and your next card will be a 6 as well. A pair of 6s breaks the jinx, so you're getting a 3 of a kind. Wow, you're so lucky. It'll be a pity if you throw the card away this time. Chin Fong shook his head, sighing. On hearing Chin Fong, Baldy stopped and decided to keep his hand. During their previous game, Chin Fong had predicted that Gold Teeth Man would get 3 8s, and in the end, that man really got a 3 of a kind. Although everybody thought Chin Fong had gotten it right by blind luck, gamblers really did believe in this kind of unrealistic thing. Maybe Chin Fong was a prophet. Damn it. Call, 500,000. Baldy clenched his teeth and followed Gold Teeth Man. His action stunned Gold Teeth Man. Could it be Chin Fong really guessed it right? Since the 2 brothers have called, how could I not follow? Call. Chin Fong calmly pushed a large pile of chips forward and bluffed, 1 million. The final card was distributed. Baldy was so excited that he almost shouted. He really did get a 6. On the other hand, Big Brother Yellow Teeth was so angry that he almost flipped the table. This was because he got another 4. I told you, Baldy. Your card must be larger than that Yellow Teeth's. Your pocket card is a 6, and I assume that Yellow Teeth's pocket card must be a 10. He can't possibly win against you. As soon as Chin Feng finished speaking, Gold Teeth Man glowered at him. Shut up, you snotty little brat. Chin Feng did not get angry at all. He looked at Gold Teeth Man with a meaningful smile. Big brother Yellow Teeth, although you have the largest card now, but I assure you, you won't be able to win this game. I suggest you throw the card. Otherwise, you'll lose 1 million eventually. Humph. I'd be a dead fool if I believe you. Gold Teeth Man gritted his teeth and flung another 2 million chips into the pot. He had 2 aces in his hands, so he was the biggest among the 3. He didn't believe that Baldy could perform a comeback and win the game. As for Chin Feng, they both ignored him. This was because nobody believed that Chin Feng could still win with such lousy cards. Fuck. I don't care anymore. Little brat, I believe in you. I hope you're right this time. After hesitating for a moment, Baldy followed and threw another 2 million chips into the pot. Chin Feng looked at that pile of chips, delighted. He hugged Hua Yan. Chump. Suddenly, Chin Feng kissed Hua Yan's delicate face. Then, he said, "You are really my lucky lady." Hua Yan was gobsmacked, her body trembled in Chin Feng's arms. This was the first time a man kissed her. After Chin Feng called, they had reached the most critical moment in this round. Gold Teeth Man didn't believe Chin Feng's nonsense. So he took the initiative and flipped his cards. It was a 10, just as Chin Feng had predicted. Wow! Looking at this 10, everybody sighed. Did Chin Feng get it right again this time? Baldy was shivering in excitement. He carefully flipped his pocket card, and when he saw the number 6 on that card, he instantly grabbed it and gave it a kiss. After that, he threw his pocket card on the table and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I have a 3 of a kind. I've won. I've taken a liking to you, little brat. Let's write off all our grudges." Baldy looked at Chin Feng in satisfaction. At the same time, he extended his arm and started to embrace the pile of chips. That pile of chips had roughly 20 million yuan. It was sufficient for him to spend for a long time. Please be patient, Big Brother Baldy. I haven't flipped my card yet. Chin Feng suddenly laughed. Yes, I did mention before that your card must be larger than Yellow Teeth's. But there is something that I haven't tell you. That is, my card must be larger than yours. Wow! The remaining people marveled in their hearts when Chin Feng finished speaking. Before, nobody believed his prophecy. But in the wake of Chin Feng's series of correct predictions, everybody became nervous, edgy, and restless. All of them then pondered in their hearts, could it be this person is cheating? He dares to cheat and act arrogantly under young Master Li's eyes. Is he looking for death? Yen Yen. You're my goddess of luck tonight. I'll give you the chance to flip my pocket card. Chin Feng patted Hua Yan's back. Her back was smooth and resilient, and it had a nice texture. Hua Yan wasn't in the mood to care about Chin Feng's harassment. The stakes of this game reached 20 million yuan. She didn't have the guts to flip Chin Feng's pocket card. What if he loses? Will this Mr. Chin look for trouble with me? Mr. Chin. It's better if you flip it yourself. Hua Yan looked at Chin Feng with a nervous expression. Don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble even if I lose. Quick, flip it. I'll give you another 1 million yuan if I've won. Hua Yan got excited. She then carefully walked to the table, extended her slender arm, gripped Chin Feng's pocket card tightly, and flipped it slowly. Everybody was holding their breath, focusing their gaze on Hua Yan's mellow jade hand. Even the dealer who distributed the cards couldn't resist and look over in curiosity. Slap! She set down the card, and it was a 4 of hearts. Everybody hastily looked back at Qin Feng's 4 other cards. The numbers chained up in a progression, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On top of that, all of them were hearts. Holy crap. Straight flush. Fuck. It's too spooky. What luck. I don't want to play anymore. I will lose my bra if I continue to play with this guy. Everybody whined. That rich lady and that foreign woman shook their heads and left. Yellow Teeth and Baldy, on the other hand, still stared blankly at Qin Feng's cards, unable to return to their senses. Seems like I win again. Thank you for your commitment, brothers. Both of you continued to play with me even though you knew you're losing. You truly are my good brothers. Qin Feng signaled Hua Yan with his eyes as he grinned at the duo. Taking her cue from Qin Feng, Hua Yan then hastily went up to the table and took all those chips. Wait. I don't believe you have so much luck, you little brat. You must be cheating. Before Hua Yan could put away the chips, Gold Teeth had barged forward angrily. Qin Feng glanced at the dealer, and realized that this person wouldn't stop Gold Teeth. Gold Teeth's fist was closing on Qin Feng's face. Hua out. Although Hua Yan didn't like Qin Feng, she couldn't help but warn him. Crack. A brittle sound echoed. Qin Feng had somehow grabbed Gold Teeth's huge fist. With a light twist, he broke Gold Teeth's arm. Gold Teeth was in so much pain that he fell to the floor and let out a piercing shriek. What happened? How dare you making a fuss in Fengyun Fun City? 4 security guards had come over, and glared ferociously at Qin Feng. Qin Feng darted a glance indifferently at the 4. With a lofty demeanor, he yelled, "With which eyes of yours did you see me creating a disturbance? It's this rascal who lost the game, didn't admit his defeat, and acted shamelessly. All I've done is just teach him a lesson. You came at the right time. Hurry up and cast him out of Fengyun Fun City. Right, I suspect you are a swindler. How dare you cheat in young Master Li's domain? You're asking to die, you scallywag. Where, when, or how did you see me cheat? Don't tell me you always act dumb after you lose money to others. Humph. We'll find out after we search your body. Let me frisk you if you're really innocent." Enduring excruciating pain, Yellow Teeth got to his feet and walked toward Qin Feng. Except he was pushed away by Qin Feng before he could get near him. "I warn you, don't casually come near me. I'm straight. Don't you have any filthy thoughts of me, you pervert?" Seeing Qin Feng's serious look, everybody's lips quirked vigorously. "Mister. In order to prove your innocence, please cooperate with us and let us check your body." 2 of the security guards walked over. Both of them looked at Qin Feng with grave expressions. Qin Feng raised his head and looked upward. He realized the images of the 3rd and 4th floors were still blurry. As so, he clapped his hands and said, "I'll allow you to search my body. But I don't want any man touching my body. Let her frisk me." Qin Feng pointed at Hua Yan. The 4 security guards knew she was part of the personnel of Fun City, so they nodded their heads and agreed to Qin Feng's suggestion. Yan, come. Touch me." Qin Feng looked at Hua Yan, beaming happily. Hua Yan reluctantly walked toward Qin Feng. She glared at him and started searching his body. She used her slender lily-white hands to grope through Qin Feng's clothes. After that, those security guards demanded that she stick her hands inside Qin Feng's clothes. It was natural for Qin Feng not to refuse. Instead, he was actually enjoying it. Hua Yan gritted her teeth, and slid her hands along Qin Feng's upper torso. When her fingers touched Qin Fang's well-toned pecs and abs, she was so embarrassed that she shuddered. "Brothers, I didn't find anything suspicious." Hua Yan pretended to be calm and quickly searched Qin Fang's body. Her face was blushing red by the time she finished frisking him. Everybody was weighing when Hua Yan searched Qin Fang's body. They noticed that Qin Fang didn't hide any cards in his clothes. Frowning, those 4 security guards fell silent. After a few moments, they raised their heads and looked at Hua Yan. "No, we're not done yet. You haven't searched his lower part." The atmosphere instantly turned agitated. Hua Yan was tall and gorgeous. Many people drooled on seeing her curvaceous and seductive body. Now, they were all anticipating the scene of this beauty frisking Qin Fang's lower part in public. "Oh really? I've searched through his trouser pockets and even his shoes. I'm certain that he's innocent," Hua Yan said, exhibiting a troubled expression. Without any demur, Qin Fang pulled her into his arms. Then, he curled his lips, smiling wickedly. "Why is it unnecessary? You haven't searched inside my trousers yet. Perhaps, I have something inside."